Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Scientists and doctors are calling for caution as the government looks at whether people in England who are fully vaccinated against COVID should still have to self-isolate if they come into contact with an infected person. Ministers say no decision has yet been made. At least 43 migrants have drowned after their boat ran into trouble off the coast of Tunisia. It's believed that more than 700 migrants have died so far this year trying to cross the central Mediterranean. Labour wants the government to look closely at a £6.3 billion takeover of Morrison's, saying workers' rights and pensions must be protected. An American-led group of investment firms have secured the deal, which Morrison says would help the business to prosper. And an Italian cardinal has become the highest-ranked cleric in the Vatican to be indicted on financial charges. 73-year-old Angelo Becciu used to be a close aide to the Pope. He denies any wrongdoing.
Trending now.
I was one of, if not the first person to write Free Britney in 2018. This voicemail came out. That's when the movement was really created.
The battle for Britney on BBC iPlayer.
The myth, legend, the icon.
He's an absolute genius.
In my mind, I'm always the best.
Cristiano Ronaldo, impossible to ignore on BBC iPlayer.
This lockdown, being in the same house together, me and him.
The only thing that makes living with her remotely bearable is knowing that I get to leave this house every day.
Together on BBC iPlayer. Stories worth talking about across the BBC.
The wait is over.
Euro 2020 with Mark Chapman on BBC Radio 5 Live.
It's headed in! Sterling was there, and England are in front.
The opportunity is there, the confidence is there, and the belief, and I think they're looking forward to the challenge.
Shaw's ball across, Sterling's there! England lead!
You know, doing it for your country is always would always be special, and you know, it's definitely a special moment for me.
It seems like they're all a group. They're all singing off the same hymn sheet. You know, you can't get any better than that.
It's headed in by Kane. He's joined the party.
For sure, that was one of the best feelings I've ever had in my life.
And there it is. England have beaten Germany by 2 goals to 0.
After the year we've had, the 18 months, just to see the fans loving this moment. They're singing, what a moment.
England's definitely in the pack. They've got to believe and think we've knocked Germany out. It's a good psychological, breeds confidence, and I think they can move on from this.
We know what the country's been through, and to be able to give them a day like today and a performance like that is really special.
3 years ago, Gareth Southgate's England made it to a World Cup semi-final. Will they make it to a Euro semi-final in 2021? Over the next 3 hours, we will find out in the company, and you heard all their voices during that mix, in the company of Karen Carney and Chris Waddle and Micah Richards, all former England internationals, as is our co-commentator in Rome this evening, Matthew Upson. And you know what it's like at tournaments. Everybody gets suspicious. Fans might wear the same lucky pants for every game. They might not shave during a tournament, might always put on their lucky shirt. I'm hoping we haven't cursed it this evening. We've had the same commentator for all 4 of England's games at the tournament so far, and tonight we've made the change. Ian Dennis.
It's an enforced change, let me say. It's and no pressure.
Not my fault, not my fault, says Ian, quickly, not my fault.
I'm only here because of the COVID regulations, deputising for our correspondent, John Murray, but thank you for that, Mark, and I hope that I'm not a jinx, but more importantly, you talk about that quarter-final 3 years ago, 6 of tonight's starting 11 in Samara are playing tonight. Pickford, Walker, Stones, Maguire, Sterling and Kane. Gareth Southgate has made 2 changes from the Germany match. Sancho for Saka, who picked up a knock in training yesterday, and Mount coming in for Trippier as they go back to a back 4. So Pickford in goal, Walker, Maguire, Stones and Shaw, Rice and Phillips, with then Sancho, Mount, Sterling and the captain Harry Kane. As for Ukraine, 1 change from the side that beat Sweden after extra time at Hampden Park on Tuesday. Mykolenko comes in for Stepanenko, so once more they will play with 3 at the back, but they've just shuffled things around a little bit. Bushchan will be in goal, a back 3 of Zabani, Krivtsov and Matvienko. Mykolenko then at left wing back, Karavayev the right wing back. Zinchenko moves into the centre of midfield alongside Sidorchuk, and Shaparenko will play in behind Yaremchuk and Yarmolenko.
Ian, thank you. So Matt Upson alongside Ian, are you confident?
Yes. Why shouldn't we be confident with what we've seen so far in this tournament from England? There's no reason why I shouldn't feel confident about the result today. I think it is possibly on par or even not a tougher challenge than the Germany game in different aspects, really. Just obviously the location, the opposition's a little bit more unknown in terms of the preparation for the shape. Were they going to stay with a back 3 or 4? We knew with Germany what we were dealing with. It was very clear what type of team they were. So in terms of that, it's probably been a little bit tougher. But it's just coming down from the elation of that at Wembley that the players have to overcome. They have to get on the pitch. The legs need to feel lively, not too heavy, and just mentally take it in their stride. So I think it's a different challenge, this match, but I'm absolutely confident.
Chris Waddle.
Yeah, definitely confident. Can you hear that?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, they're definitely confident about the game. No disrespect to Ukraine, they struggle to keep the ball out the net. Yes, we want England's attack to really be full of confidence tonight, and there's goals there for them. There's no doubt about that. They went to a 5. They had a bit of success with a 5 in the last game, but when they haven't got the ball, Ukraine are a very weak side.
Is everybody confident? Are you confident? Well, Karashenkin ahead.
I know, I'm nervous, chappers. This is the first time I was uber confident against Germany. I'm a bit nervous today, actually. But I'm still coming in my lucky shirt, as you said. I'm in my England top. I'm still full kit.
Why you're not in full kit? That'd be ridiculous. Oh, you haven't got the shorts and socks on.
I've got the shin pads on,
you've got the shin pads on as well.
Yep.
Why are you wavering slightly then?
Because this is the first time we're away. There's a few players on yellow cards, so I don't know whether that will affect them kind of mentally. I think on paper we are favourites. We are the best team, best squad out of both sides. I just think this Ukraine side has been through a little bit already. They've had turbulent times, they've come through it. There's just a bit of resilience in them, and I'm just a bit nervous, and maybe that's just the fan in me. But I don't think it will be as plain sailing as we all think. That's just my opinion anyway.
Do you think it'll be plain sailing, Micah?
No, I don't think it'll be plain sailing. They're in the quarterfinals for a reason, deserve to be here. But interestingly about Ukraine, I was reading about them today. They've actually run 50k more than England, and with this heat, playing in Rome, 28 degrees, is that going to play a part on how they want to press? So I'm intrigued to see how they set up in terms of the way the press. But from England's point of view, I think they can be quietly confident. I think they've got, they've not conceded a goal yet, which is always good for a defence going into any game. He's managed to change the formations multiple times and it worked. So I am going to this game confident. I'm not going to be arrogant about it, because Ukraine, they can hurt you if you give them time and space, but I just believe if everyone turns up today, England should have too much for them.
So Jadon Sancho in the starting 11 for the first time at this Euros. Mason Mount is back as well for England. We'll get the thoughts of everybody on that after we hear from Gareth Southgate, who's been talking to Juliet Farrington.
Gareth, you've made changes, a change of formation as well. You've gone back to a back 4, and Jadon Sancho, you've given his first tournament start.
Yeah, he's been really bright in training in the last 10 days or so, and with changing to a back 4, also we feel to have a right footer on that side to be able to really stretch the game. Ukraine look like they're going to be 5 at the back, and that width is really important.
Have you noticed the spring in Jadon's step at all this week on the training ground? Obviously a move to Manchester United as well on the cards.
Yeah, it's been a huge challenge for all of our attacking players. We've got so much depth, and of course you can't keep everybody happy, and we're just looking for those moments where they're really fighting in training, where they're playing with aggression with the ball, and he's really shown that. And as I say, his profile for this game, to be able to, we need 1 against 1 specialists in this sort of a fixture, and he's got that capability.
And can a change of venue like this one tonight in Rome, can that help England tonight, because of the euphoria from Tuesday night hasn't necessarily been carried all the way back here?
Well, it's a brilliant theatre anyway, and I think it's been good for us to come away from Wembley to have a different sort of preparation, different feel to things. But we'll find out in the next 90 minutes whether that's going to be a deciding factor for us.
And the weather as well. I mean, it's a lot cooler now than it was earlier today. Has that been a concern of yours at all?
Well, we knew obviously the forecast was extremely hot, and it has been all day, but now the sun's gone, it's dropped a little bit, so it's a lovely night for football, really.
How much of a test will Ukraine be for you tonight? Because they are such a fit team, and they have absolutely nothing to lose.
No. Well, I don't think any team ever has nothing to lose, but they've had a fantastic run. They've already, I think, gone further than any of their teams in the past. So we know the threat of the dangerous players that they have. We've got to be prepared for that. We've got to be patient at the right times, because I think they'll defend in depth. But we've got to move the ball quickly and also make the types of runs in behind them, the short runs, and use the width really well to try and break them down.
Thank you, Gareth.
Thanks, Juliet.
Gareth Southgate with Juliet Farrington. Let's take the Jadon Sancho selection first of all, and I'll start with you, Chris. We've had discussions over many years about wingers being on the wrong side, i.e. with the natural foot allowing them to cut inside. So one of the big reasons for Sancho, according to Southgate, is to have the right footer on the right and to stretch it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely. He's going to get round the back. Listen, you just hope. I mean, Jadon Sancho's got a lot of talent, and you see him play for Dortmund, and he does things where you think, yes, but when he puts an England shirt, I've not really ever saw him take people on. He uses the ball very well. He links up the play well. You know, I'm not saying he plays bad, but he's in the team. What Gareth has just said there, he's in the team to create and go at people and take them on. And I've not really saw that in an England shirt with Jadon Sancho.
But have we seen that from an England team, really, Micah and Karen, in this tournament? We haven't. You know, we were talking about the Danes whilst we were watching their game. They do get in behind, and we haven't necessarily seen England get in behind in the same way.
I think the Bundesliga for Sancho helps him sort of stretch teams. Chris has mentioned he does love to link, but he has got pace and he has got skill, so I would like to see it more. I think it's a little bit difficult in international football because you always have 11 men behind the ball at times, and as soon as he gets the ball he always gets doubled up. But I would like to see a little bit more from him. I think in Bundesliga it's a little bit more frantic, so the game's a lot more open, there's a lot more space for him to do what he needs to do. But like Chris says, I have been disappointed because I really enjoy his work. I think he's on the way to being, you know, a top class player, but we haven't seen it for England. And today is a big stage to show everyone exactly what he can do.
Even if he can't push them back in terms of running them behind, if he's still pulling them back, this formation, kind of a 4-3-3 against this back five, if he pins them back, it's still attacking. We've pushed their wing backs back, and I think that'll be his role. If he can't run them behind because there's no space, it's about pushing the wing backs of them back, and I think that'll be his role, and it'll be space for other people.
I think it's all about even if you push them back, ideal will if he pushes them back to their last 30 yards of the pitch.
Yeah.
Fantastic, but then he's got the licence to say, go and take them on.
Yeah.
If you lose it, Gareth will be saying, listen, take them on. If you lose it, don't worry about it. You're in the final third, they can't hurt you. They've got to run 70, 80 yards to score a goal, so they shouldn't be able to hurt you. So he's got the licence there, really, to go home tonight and think, I'm just going to take this full-back as much as I can.
Well, it's a joy, isn't it? Because if a manager's going on the side here, I know I was played as winger as well, is it someone on the side saying, just go on, have a go, be positive, be brave, be front-footed? It's literally the biggest compliment you can ever get from your manager, and say, just go and express yourself, and I quite like that.
But how is he going to be able to express himself? Because we've seen Ukraine can drop deep. I would have maybe gone for a Grealish or a Foden today, just because of they can open up doors with their passing. I just think when sometimes, like you said, when I played in a position of right back or played as a wing back, when they got 3 at the back and then the wing back goes really high, it's very difficult to get into that space behind, and you're looking for a clever pass or a little bit of movement. So I think it's going to be difficult for him.
That not be the plan B though. Do you know what I mean? We'll probably see now that Jack Grealish is our super sub when the game's stretched, or you know, when teams are more fatigued, he comes on and that's where he opens the doors. But
I think that's better to bring on someone like a Rashford or a Sancho when the game's stretched. We all know, we played football, the game always opens up in the second half, so that's when you have your impact in terms of pace coming out. I just think the game will be a lot tighter and you'll need them cute players to try open doors rather than his skill and his pace.
I think that's why he's brought him in though. I actually do think he's brought him in because he's thinking if he can get one-on-one, fronts him up, he's got pace, he's got a trick, and it's basically saying to him, look, go on, go and do it. You know, the shirt's up. Nobody's got the shirt yet. Raheem Sterling's got a shirt and Harry Kane. That other shirt is spare at the moment, and this is a chance here to say, look, we've got a semi-con and maybe it's a final. Go and do it.
Micah, even if they do double up, someone else is spare. So even if he does positive, he's taking someone on, they have to drag someone else across. Someone else is free.
I mean, this is the nature of it, Matt, isn't it? That with all these different options, however he sets them up, there will be questions because he has different options that can provide him with, you would hope, different solutions. So pre-match, we're always going to be discussing, well, could he have gone, could he have done Grealish? Could he have done Foden? Could he have put Sterling on the right and put Grealish in as well? And then you've got natural footers on both sides of the field. But this is the nature of him trying to manage his squad.
I mean, we're sitting here talking about all these different options. It's fabulous that we are, but picking the right one sometimes is just... It was interesting how he mentioned him in training, and I think that so much of Gareth Southgate's team selection in this tournament has been those intricate little details that we don't see, the behind-the-scenes things, the body language, is he paying attention in the team meetings? How are they training? How is he carrying himself around the dining hall? All that type of stuff that I think he's really looking into, and he's mentioned that he's trained really well the last 10 days, Jadon Sancho. And sometimes that's enough for the manager to think, right, he's in the perfect headspace for me now to put him in. Now, is he the perfect fit for this team? Is he going to play tactically? He's not the same as Jack Grealish, Phil Foden, but he sees something in him in this moment which he feels he's going to have a good game, so he's picked him. And like you say, we can debate the pluses and the pros and cons, but ultimately he's going to do what he does best, Jadon Sancho, which is isolate people, take them on, get crosses, get to the byline, get balls into the box, and perhaps that'll be good for Harry Kane.
I mean, this is not, Karen, trying to manage the under-8s where you try and make sure every kid... No, where you try and make sure...
That's really to make
I know,
me
you try and make sure every kid gets a similar amount of minutes during it. Well, you do if you're doing it fairly and not trying to win every game. But by the end of tonight, I mean, if England do progress, that means, Foden started one, Grealish has started one, Sancho has started one. I don't think Rashford has started one yet, has he? But all those other wide players have all started a game alongside Sterling and Kane.
Yeah, that's a good point. I just think he's gone for what the opposition give us and what's needed, and I really think he said to Sancho, push them back. I really want you to push the wing backs back and really turn them the other way. But again, that's the amazing thing. I don't think England have got the best 11, but they've got the best squad, and he can pick the right player for the right game and the right moment, and so far he's done that, and we can't complain, and fingers crossed he does the same tonight.
Ian Dennis alongside Matt Upson in Rome. Ukraine already out and warming up. What was the reaction when they came out, Ian? Because obviously big discussions about number of fans and who's going to have the support of the 10,000 that are in there.
Yeah, and Andrei Shevchenko in his press conference, obviously with his Italian connections, was actually calling on the Italian support to come out and support Ukraine. They've got a strong community in Italy, the Ukrainians, and there is a large number high on one of the banks away towards our left-hand side, so they were given a nice ovation. I mean, bearing in mind that England's official allocation was just over 2,500, and that was snapped up to the expats, if you like, those who are living out in the EU because of the strict regulations that are in place to stop England supporters travelling from England to Rome. There are a lot of England supporters here. I mean, the maximum that they could get inside the stadium is 16,000. They're expecting a crowd of around 10,000. But when England came just to look around, and England are yet to come and warm up yet on this muggy evening here in Rome, the England supporters were given a great ovation. But certainly there's a smattering of yellow away towards my left-hand side.
Gillette Farrington, you're in front of those England fans at the moment. Are you pitch side for us this evening?
I am, yeah. I'm just looking at Jordan Pickford taking a swig of water and picking up another ball as he goes through his training regime and walks over to his teammates. But yeah, behind me, I mean, we have spoken to them, and I've spoken to a few of them on social media, some from Germany, some from Poland, some from Switzerland, some from France, some from Spain. And I was on the other side of the pitch before, which was the north side, and you felt there was more of a Ukrainian presence in terms of their fans.
But now I've come to the south side, I would definitely say there are more England fans here with their flags of St George waving around. I mean, goodness knows how many miles they've done to get here and maybe travelled through the night or maybe taken a few days to travel, who knows. But they are definitely here. And as you say, when the players walked out, Jordan, sorry, do you want your phone? Oh, he's asking what time it is. I'm being distracted by the England goalkeeper. Anyway, as they walked out, you could certainly hear the noise that they were making. And because also it's not a full stadium, the noise will echo around as well. And the players, I'm sure, will pick up on that. And here come the England players, in fact. And just listen to the reception they get.
How they come, it was interesting watching them in the tunnel beforehand. Connor Cody was giving the talk to them all in the tunnel before they came out. Kyle Walker went over to stand with Jadon Sancho to have a little... Well, he's caught the sun, hasn't he? Just saw one England fan on the pitch with his arms in the air. He certainly looked like he'd been in the sun a little bit. And but Kyle Walker went over to Jadon Sancho, didn't he, Karen? You saw that.
Yeah.
Just had a little chat with Jadon Sancho before they came out the tunnel.
He just looked like he said, be brave, take him on, and it was that like kind of hand signal, but just be positive, be brave, and he's just going to be there to support him. We were saying earlier, because I'm behind the goal usually at the games, I've been so impressed with Walker, his communication, how he like picks up everyone else's pieces at times, and I'd love to play in front of him. You know, just someone telling me go and just take someone on. It's the best, you know, relationship in a fullback you can have.
And Jordan Pickford asked you what time it was, Jules.
He did come over and he was pointing and going, what time? And because I was talking to you, I didn't have time to pick my phone up and have a look. So the steward next to me just came up and just showed him. So maybe he's wondering how much time he's got left to warm up. I don't know. But he literally did come in front of me asking what the time was.
So England now warming up. Is there pressure on Jadon Sancho, bearing in mind it's his first game of the tournament, and how difficult it is to come in for 5 games in?
I think there's always pressure when you put it on the England shirt, of course. I think him not having sort of games before that, it could hinder him a little bit, but I think he's got the quality. I think he's got the right mindset. You know, he was at Man City and he said, I want to play, or if I'm leaving. He went to Dortmund, absolutely blew it away. I know he's gone to the other side, so in terms of pressure, I think he's a player who can deal with it. I think if he gets off to a good start, I think these games are all about, as a defender, win your first header. As a winger, make sure you just do the right thing first. If it's a simple pass, if it's taking it on or something, and then he can grow into the game and not try to do too much because of his first game. But I think he's got the quality to do it, and we just need to see it tonight.
I think it's confidence, simple as that. If he's confident and he's a winger and he likes to take people on and that's his game, getting on the ball, creating, doing things with the football, if he's confident, he ain't got a problem. But one thing I always say is when he plays for England, he doesn't seem to have that confidence he has for Dortmund. So he never really beats anybody, so he loses confidence as the game goes on.
The other side, you can't even mention them, can you? The other side, Matt Upson, in the build-up to the Germany game, there was huge discussion about whether to go to 3 at the back and whether to match up Germany and whether you should concentrate on your own strengths or worry about the opposition. Why switch to a back 3 against Germany but not stay with a back 3 if Ukraine play with a back 3?
Well, you know, personally, I don't know the exact reason why that happened, but I feel that Gareth Southgate looked at Germany, knew how they were going to play. It was clear they were going to play a back 3 and felt if we matched up, we're better than them. I think that was really clearly behind his thinking in terms of physically, in terms of pace and how we played, and it proved to be the case. This game was slightly different in the sense that he didn't fully know that Ukraine were going to set up like that. They probably had a good inkling because they won an important game against Sweden with that formation, but there was always a little bit of doubt about how they were going to shape up. So eventually you need to have a little look at yourself and think, well, how do we want to play? And I think ideally he's shown that he wants to play with a back 4. It's the favoured formation that he would use, given a circumstance that doesn't really dictate that he has to go to a 3, which the Germany game did. So I think that's the thinking behind it. He wants the 4 and he's happy to go with it and see how it plays out.
You know, in every game that we've played, we've bar one, and I think it was our worst performance was against Scotland. We've matched every other shape of other teams. to Scotland was the only game where we didn't match their formation. So I'm just hoping that we're going to be okay today. But, you know, that was our worst performance. We couldn't get out to the wing backs. We couldn't get out there, and they caused us a problem on the flanks. So I'm hoping that won't be the case today, and we have more possession and we put it to them as opposed to they put it to us.
Well, is that because sorry, go on, Matt.
I mean, to point that Karen made, I think the flanks with the Ukraine are a threat. I really do. When you look at the crossing ability they have and the energy, I mean, Karavayev is just a running machine on the right-hand side, wing-back, up and down all day. Mykolenko as well, who's come in a bit fresher, didn't start the last game, he can get up and down. And Yaremchuk just feeds off crosses in the air. The amount of headed goals he scored this season have been quite a lot. So you've got Yarmolenko's delivery as well. So crosses and from wide areas is a threat from England. So it's something that we're going to have to be aware of with the back four, especially with both centre-backs, Maguire and Stones, who've been excellent. They've really got to defend the box well in the air.
We're going to talk Ukraine very shortly. Are you happy with the back four tonight?
Yeah, I just feel when you're playing in the back four, you just have the right balance. I think, like Karen said, I think Southgate up to now has got the tactics spot on. But in terms of positionally, when you go into a back three, sometimes you don't know if to stay or whether to go. It just feels more natural, and I think throughout their careers they would have played more in a back four, and it just allows us to have the extra man. Mount come back in the team. Not only does he work out, he can create stuff as well. So I think for the balance of the team, it was definitely right to go with the back four.
Chris?
Yeah, I think he prefers the 4-3-3 system. We'll see. You've got. I mean, Ukraine's had some good results over the last couple of years. You know, against some very, very good sides. You know, France and Portugal and that. So they can play on their day. They have beat some big teams. It's very interesting. He could easily change it because Kyle Walker could go into a three. Shaw could just say to Sancho, go and play right wing back. So England could, if they wanted to, and they're getting overrun in certain areas, he could change it very easily.
Our TV pictures just showing us external shots of the Stadio Olimpico in Rome. It is a magnificent stadium in a beautiful city. Of course, Jules is watching the England players going through their warm-up at the moment.
Yeah, it's quite worrying. Well, I say it's quite worrying for me, but Jordan Pickford is right in front of me, and every time he comes in my direction, he looks so focused, he looks so in the zone, and I'm just like looking at him thinking, are you giving me dirty looks or something? Have I said something wrong, or are you just that much into it? But behind me, obviously, are the England fans, and he's looking to them as well, and his name has just come up on the big screen as well as part of the team news, and so there's big roars and cheers for him too as he just wipes his brow, and he's taking shooting practice.
Got there in the end, Jules. Crikey.
I did. Well, you know what? I've not even had a drink on this tournament and I'm struggling. I think it's the heat. It's a lot cooler, shall I say, than it was earlier today. But yeah, the England team selection is being now sort of announced on the big screen, and the cheers are going on behind me. And I don't know whether Deno and Matt, if you can look down there, you can see the other England players just going through their various drills now in that area of the ground that you're in.
Yeah, I mean, it's a proper bouncing warm-up, you have to say. The ball's fizzing about, they're doing a nice little square of possession, really getting after the ball, and I think they came out a little bit later than the Ukraine. It's very warm, doesn't need too much to warm up the body in this type of conditions. Just get the sharpness, the timing, distances, and almost the balance and coordination of playing in this game. But the ball's fizzing around in this little box of possession at the moment.
They've definitely done that in every game that I've seen, Karen, come out after the opposition have come out. Germany were out a good 5 minutes before England came out. Scotland were as well at Wembley. Their warm-up it does seem to be slightly shorter than the opposition.
Short and sharp, and it's working, so stick to it. They would have planned it beforehand, the tournament, what they were going to do, and don't have to overcomplicate things, do you? You know, they know what I've got to do. They just got to get it warm, and it's boiling now already.
Let's focus on Ukraine then. Ian, you watched them in their last 16 game as they beat Sweden. What impressed you about them?
Well, they've changed it around since that night. You're going to hear football's coming home now from the England supporters in the background here in Rome. They've made just the one change from that game, and it's Stepanenko, who's more of a holding midfielder, who drops out, and Mykolenko is going to come in. it means that Zinchenko, who's a real threat against Sweden, got forward at every opportunity. Yeah, they played with a 3 at the back against Sweden, and he was a left wing back, but his crossing ability, I mean, he scored the first goal, which was a fine strike past Olsen, but it was his cross for the late winner in extra time as well. So his energy is going to come from the centre of midfield. Obviously, the England players will know about Yarmolenko, how he's going to play on the right and going to try and cut in on his left foot. And then you've got Yaremchuk, who was very subdued, I thought, against Sweden, but on his day can be a bit of a powerful striker. But I think the change that they've made, I'm expecting Ukraine to sit in and to try and frustrate England and maybe on the counter-attack. But the onus is all going to be about England. There's a great belief within the England camp. Gareth Southgate wasn't happy how they started the game against Germany. They didn't settle for the first 15 minutes. I think that's something that they'll look to address tonight.
Well, Ian mentioned Roman Yaremchuk. Then let's hear from him, who's happy that England are the underdogs.
For us, it's very good that England is favourite. They will feel pressure for sure, because this is famous team, and for us, we just want to show ourselves. We want to show that we are a good team, and I see that players have confidence in each other, and of course, it's big chance to go to next round, and it's big responsibility before our supporters to show that we can play against team like England. Not just play good, and to show something.
That's Roman Yaremchuk. Let's talk to Eastern European football expert Rob O'Connor on 5 Live. Evening, Rob.
Evening, Mark.
We heard Gareth Southgate in his pre-match interview with Juliet Farrington say he doesn't believe that in international sport anybody has nothing to lose. But would the people of Ukraine be more than happy if Ukraine go home as quarter-finalists and they got to the quarter-finals and then went out, or is there an expectation they can go further?
Well, there was certainly no expectation of a quarter-final, back 3 weeks ago. Expectations have shifted in Ukraine, certainly from the last European Championship, when, if you remember, they were the only team to go home without scoring a goal. They lost that game to Northern Ireland, which was considered to be particularly embarrassing. No disrespect to Northern Ireland, but it didn't go down well in Ukraine. So they came into this championship more optimistic. Shevchenko's obviously come in, the great talisman, Mr. Ukraine, since then. Will they be happy?
Oh, we seem to have lost Rob's line. Rob, are you back, or have we lost you?
I'm here. I'm still here.
All right. Yes. Yeah. We lost you just under your final sentence there. Just say, would they be happy if they went home as quarter-finalists?
Not now. No. I think they're probably looking at the way the draws opened up on this side, just like we are, and thinking, what if it's going to be difficult? It's a bit of a mismatched quarter-final. You're right, but that's not the way I think Ukraine are looking at it.
How would you describe their tournament? Because it didn't get off to a great start in the fact that they were 2-0 down to the Dutch, although they did fight back in that game.
And actually that fight back was one of the great kind of spectacles of the group stage, and it was only really a bit of a mistake, bit of a goalkeeping mistake from Georgi Bushchan, who'd actually had a fabulous game up to that point and has had a great tournament. So I think the fact that they were able to battle back with the style that they did against the Netherlands gave them a bit of a boost. They were quite comfortable against Macedonia. They were pretty abject then against Austria. I'm not sure they would have got past Sweden without penalties if Sweden hadn't had the red card. But I think, they've certainly surpassed expectations without a shadow of doubt. They look like they've let in a few, but they can be dogged, they can dig in and be organised when they need to, and obviously I think they're going to need to tonight. But it's been really, really very impressive.
What has Andrei Shevchenko done as Ukrainian coach? What is his style?
Well, part of his style simply comes from his personality. He's Andrei Shevchenko, and he's managing Ukraine. He is the great talisman of that country. So in a sense, it's purely by being there he brings something to those players that no other manager in world football could. He's definitely got them kind of a more attack-minded unit. than they were at the last European Championships. And they were very negative in France, and that was in part what contributed towards the poor reception they got. It wasn't just that they lost their 3 games, it was the way they lost them. So now they're a bit more fluid, they're a bit more ambitious. Sometimes that doesn't work out. They let in 7 in France, in Paris, in the autumn. They let in 4 against Spain. And obviously they're not going to be too fluid, I don't think, tonight. But that's what he's done. He's injected this sense of ambition that was just beginning to fritter away from Ukrainian football.
Who would you highlight finally as a player to look at or to listen out for this evening, if you take Zinchenko and Yarmolenko out of it? Because obviously the nature of English fans will be to look at Zinchenko and Yarmolenko because of their Premier League experience. But where else would you look?
Yeah, I mean, it's not just their Premier League experience. They are by far the strongest in that team. I mean, you've just been talking about the man Yaremchuk. I think we just heard from him, didn't we? He is a wonderful, instinctive finisher. Just the kind of player that Ukraine are going to need on a night like this, where they're not going to get too many chances. I was surprised that Stepanenko has been taken out, actually. I'd have thought he'd be just the man for the kind of midfield fight that Ukraine are going to be up against tonight, so that's a surprise. But yeah, I mean, Yaremchuk is kind of where the goals are going to come from. But I'd also say, we don't have to look too far into the past for a team that did very well at the Euros with 2 outstanding players, and then 9 more just standing in the right place, doing their job, doing what they're supposed to do. I mean, and Zinchenko and Yarmolenko aren't as good as Bale and Ramsey, but I don't think it's a mismatched analogy to say that Ukraine are in a similar position to Wales from 5 years ago.
Rob, good to have you on. Thank you very much. Rob O'Connor,
Pleasure.
Eastern European football expert on 5 Live Sport. We are 20 minutes away from kick-off in Rome, and Ian Dennis, the England players will shortly be finishing their warm-up, I'm guessing.
There is a giant screen to my right-hand side that says it's going to finish in exactly 15 seconds. In fact, some of the England players are now just trundling down and walking down the steps, down into the bowels of the Stadio Olimpico here. Ukraine are also walking off, so nearing towards kick-off. Rob just mentioned Stepanenko, by the way, for the Ukrainians. If you look at the previous 4 games for Ukraine, he didn't start in their opening match against the Netherlands. He did start the next match, then he sat out against Austria, but returned against Sweden. So one wonders if maybe that is a fitness thing with the very experienced midfielder.
We've just seen Calvin Phillips head down that tunnel in Rome. Let's hear from him. He's him and the team, he says, raring to go again after the Germany win.
It's been a quick turnaround, but I think after a game you probably take like a day or something to have your little celebrations or whatever, and then after that you focus on the next game. And I think obviously this game tonight is going to be a very important game for us, and we're looking forward to it, everyone.
And I know when you walked out to the pitch with your teammates, you could hear the noise, couldn't you? You know they're here. The England fans, however they've made their journey here, they're here and they're making themselves heard.
Yeah, we knew there was going to be a few here. Obviously, we can see them dotted around the stadium, and it's a big stadium as well. So to make it, let them hear them.
And there they go again.
Yeah.
The recovery been good for you though?
Yeah, it has been very good. Obviously, we've only had a short turnaround, like I said, but. We've been, training, we've been recovering well, and everyone's ready for the game tonight.
And last one, Ukraine. How dangerous can they be? Because we know their fitness levels, they're off the scale, aren't they?
Yeah, they've got very good players. They've done very well in this tournament and in the group stage as well. But yeah, obviously, like I said, we're looking forward to how we get on tonight and how we play, and hopefully we can stop them doing what they can do.
It's got some very impressive stats in this tournament, Micah, as Calvin Phillips. Most successful passes, 81 in the opposition half, and the most distance covered, nearly 44 kilometres of any England player.
When we was doing the game at Wembley, it's so much better because you can see, you're live at the game and you can see the positions that he was picking up. But the thing I liked about him the most, I know that the passing skills are there and the stats are there for everyone to see, but it's the positions that he picked up. When they need to link up attack, he didn't mind breaking the lines to go link up, but always getting in a position where he could receive the ball on a half turn to start the attacks. I thought Rice was excellent in terms of his work rate and breaking up play, but there was certain times where Rice I wouldn't say he was hiding from the ball, but wasn't getting into the quality position that Calvin Phillips were getting in to receive. And for England, he's been a key player. He really has. He's shown up at the right time, and he shows everyone what a wonderful footballer he really is. And they can take belief from this, because we're talking about, how they're going to line up Ukraine and whatnot, but they've conceded 6 goals. When you concede 6 goals, going into the game with confidence, we can nick a goal against this side. And with a team and Sancho coming in, I do believe if the boys go in there with confidence, they can have a real good go at this team.
Matt, we talked about last night and also on the pod about Phillips and Rice being this shield in front of England's back 4 or back 3, but actually Phillips is a lot more than just a shield, isn't he?
Absolutely, and the stats that you've just read out would indicate that, wouldn't they? But I think in terms of the balance of your midfield pair, whenever you pick 2 players in the middle of the park like that, I think the balance is crucial. It really is. They're there obviously to screen the back 4 when needed, but also to balance off each other in possession. And as Micah mentioned, Declan Rice, he won't probably have the ball as much as Calvin Phillips. He won't be as advanced as what he is. I mean, the Croatia game, the first game, it was fantastic to see how high Calvin Phillips went, not just with the ball, but also out of possession. The press that he put on high up the pitch really put Croatia right under pressure all through that first half period and into the second half. And also where he picked up the ball for Raheem Sterling's goal. So he plays that role differently. I think they've got a really good partnership. I've just been watching them in the warm-up. At the end of the warm-up, they're just across the pitch, they're clipping balls into each other. They're both really humble lads who are quite young and early into their England careers, so they're really hungry, really competitive players, both on a booking this evening, unfortunately, but it just highlights that they're tackling as well. They're really tenacious and committed in the tackle, and they've provided a brilliant partnership in this tournament so far.
He's a great passer of the ball. You see him at Leeds. I think what he finds different for England than he does for Leeds, no disrespect to Leeds, but teams have a go at Leeds. So when he gets it off the back 4, he can Bamford spinning behind. He's got that range of pass we've saw it all season. He's a brilliant long ball passer. The thing with England is most teams drop deep because they're frightened of anybody running in behind. So when he looks for them passes, unfortunately they're not on. So we all keep thinking, go and try it, but they're not really on. So he has got to play more sensible football, because at Leeds, as I say, teams push on to Leeds. He's got that release on Bamford, and how many times we saw that?
Is that difficult for him because he has to curb his natural instinct? Is that what you're saying? Because he can do it, obviously.
But as I said, when he turns and gets the time in midfield, he gets it off the back 4, he turns and he looks for that run of runners, and there's people can run. Sterling's very quick, but teams are so deep, and it's got to be a perfect pass. If not, it's going through at the goalkeeper where the goalie comes and gets it. So it must frustrate him a little bit.
When I was growing up in the 80s and 90s, Karen, growing up in the 80s and then what are you rolling your eyes at, Micah? Right, there's a point here.
History lesson now.
No,
we weren't born, were we?
No. Oh my God.
The chat was on this one.
Yeah, thanks. All right, well, there was no such thing as a holding midfielder.
No, there wasn't.
Right? You were just a midfielder. And he strikes me as being, and I mean this in the most really complimentary, he's just a midfielder. Yeah. He could do everything.
He can, and when I've been at the games as well, where I've been impressed is he just sniffs out where he needs to win the ball, and in high situations as well. He's quite aggressive. I mean, the assist he got for Sterling's goal was unbelievable. He was really high up, pressed, won the ball, and then had the really nice vision and the pass and the execution of weight as well to put him in. He's got it all, Chris is spot on. He probably wants to play those vertical quick passes, and you're right, teams just drop off because of our pace. So, and he's playing in a 2 as well. Sometimes when you're playing in that 1 holding midfield role, you have all the responsibility and you can thrive on it, and the positions are a little bit different, but he's been sensational. He really has. They've both been a revelation, and they've protected and started attacks as well.
Fair enough point that? No? Happy with that?
No,
okay,
it was fair in the end, yeah.
There was a concern, wasn't it, about Jordan Henderson not being fit, and it was like, who's going to play midfield? We haven't got anybody to play midfield, and he's just stepped in. I don't think Jordan Henderson will get his shirt back, to be honest.
Unless one of them
gets a yellow card.
But that card, and Matt, you mentioned it, Rice is on a yellow, Maguire's on a yellow, Phillips is on a yellow. If Foden came on, he would be on a yellow. He's on a yellow as well. That can't affect their game going into this.
You can't take that away from Calvin Phillips and Declan Rice, and it's almost a sacrifice you have to make for the team sometimes to get on the pitch, which both of them are the type of characters that will do that. Absolutely fabulous attitudes and character in both of them, and you can see that by the way they play. But both don't mind a tackle. Phillips really does smash into people at times, and I think it's a real plus point of his game. But he has to be a little bit careful not to get one early. But in terms of missing the next game, I think they'll just both try and put it out of their minds. They've just got to get there, and they're going to have to play in that fashion against this difficult Ukraine team that are going to be possibly a little bit ugly and a bit hard to play against at times, and we're going to need that type of tenacity from both of them.
I think it will be on your mind a little bit though. I remember we're playing in the 21s tournament, and I think I was on a yellow card, and it's just I couldn't play the game properly because I was just thinking about the next game. I think it's right exactly what Karen and Matt are saying, but at the end of the day, you know how big it is. If you mess up just one moment of madness, you could be out the potential of the semi-final. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's a quarter-final. We've got to win this game first and foremost, but it will be going through their minds, 100%.
Karen?
Yeah, I agree. I think it will. You know, subconsciously you'll be a bit tentative, and also as the game goes on, you get a little bit more tired. Sometimes you get a bit lazy, you dangle in, or you get frustrated, and Ukraine are going to drop off. They're going to be organised, they're going to be compact, they're going to frustrate, and at times you might get a little niggle, and it's going to be subconsciously in your back of your mind. And I wouldn't want to be going into this game knowing I could miss the semi-final.
I think you're not going to want to do something silly, for sure, but in terms of laying a marker down, we've all said about setting the tone, putting a marker down at the start of the game. It's going to be important today. It's going to be crucial for England going through and winning that competitive battle in the middle of the park. Both of them have to have that mentality for me. If they don't, we could see something different in this England midfield that we've seen this tournament. They've been so on top of that, and part of it is the ability to both put their foot in, both go and make a tackle. I really hope it doesn't affect them, because I think it's a huge part of England's defensive record for sure.
Well, and also there's a little bit of it, Chris Waddle, that's out of your control, depending on the whim of a referee. I mean, this tournament in the main has been leniently refereed. They've tended to allow things to go, and then all of a sudden you'll get one game where the referee decides. Michael Oliver gave a red the other night, and I thought it was a bit harsh. Yeah, and you're at the whim of the ref.
Yeah, you are. I mean, as you said, some challenges have gone. You thought you'd get a yellow, he hasn't, and then a silly little challenge has got them a yellow. So, but they've just got to go. Their game is ball winning and passing early to players who can play. They've got to do exactly what they've been doing. Now, if you get a yellow card by a late challenge, so be it. I mean, yeah, you don't want to see it. I mean, I played 90 with Gaza, and he got his, and you saw the state of Gaza, you know, got a lot of sponsor deals off it. But, you know, at the end of the day, he played his game, though, and I knew he wasn't going to do anything different. He played his game.
Let's go back to Jules, who's pitchside. I can see the pre-match opening ceremony. The shirts have been unfurled on the pitch, those giant England and Ukraine shirts. We're just being told the temperature is still 27 degrees in the Italian capital. I'm just trying to spot whether fans are in little pockets aside from that group of England fans that you're in front of, Jules.
Yeah, they are in little pockets. There are some England fans on the other side of the stadium I can see, and the same with the Ukrainian as well. The volunteers are just going to take off the massive big shirts of England and Ukraine, and what a military exercise that is, unfolding them all and flapping it around. I didn't realise how heavy it was. It takes like a cast of 50 or so just to carry them. And they've got mascots as well on the pitch now, which I've not seen so far in this and in Rome the last time, and also Amsterdam, so that's a new one for me. And the fans behind, I would say they've taken over the behind the goal where I am, because there is a Ukrainian. I can see him standing up proudly waving his flag, so they're kind of mixing them around, but mainly the England fans seem to be all together compared to the Ukrainian ones, which their pockets aren't as big.
Yeah, and certainly we've seen that in the course of all the games, really. Certainly that very first game where it's meant to be quite socially distanced against Croatia, all the England fans did huddle together behind Karen at one end of the goal, and certainly when Scotland were at Wembley and Germany at Wembley as well, they had a proper contingent in both of those games. The mascots have done their job now. The ball is on the plinth. Very shortly we will see the teams in the tunnel. Mike is starting to jiggle a little bit.
Yeah, it's that time. I'm getting excited. It's this time. The energy is now. It's now or never. Come on, I just want the boys.
Before in the dressing room before a big game, were you kind of going around talk? Were you on your own? Did you jiggle? Did you talk to everybody?
Bit of music, get in the zone. A little bit of Bob Marley. Everything's gonna be all right. Go out there and have an absolute stormer. Come on, the lads.
Of course, not every time for you was it all right. Then after that, but fingers crossed for as far as England are concerned. It will be. I asked this before every game, really, Karen. How do England approach the first, say, 20-25 minutes here?
Just find their feet, keep it nice and compact, keep it tight, make some good early passes, gain a confidence. I think they are going to drop off Ukraine. I think it is going to be difficult, so get the rhythm and start moving and bring the intensity and get it to the wide players, as Chris said earlier. Get Sancho winning at players, get Sterling winning at players and push them back.
We actually talked during the Denmark game about the energy of both the Denmark players and the Czech players, and we've heard about the Ukraine players and how further they've run than England in this tournament, maybe through necessity. Some of this actually boils down to how hard a domestic season these players have had, Chris.
Yeah, the teams who play for, obviously in the Ukrainian league, is obviously a lot of these players are Shakhtar Donetsk and Dynamo Kiev. Let's be honest, their league is basically between them two every year. So a lot of them games, compared to the Premier League, is what I would probably say 6th, 7th division, and so it's a lot easier for them to go through games, and it doesn't take as much out of them. There's no doubt about that compared to the Premier League.
The TV director at the moment mixing between showing the fans who then see themselves on the big screen and seeing those England subs as they walked out. They looked very relaxed at the England subs as they headed to the bench, and it just highlights again the strength and depth that Gareth Southgate has available to him. The Ukraine players have made their way into the tunnel. I can see a Ukraine fan in the stands who's just waving an AC Milan Andrei Shevchenko number 7 shirt from Shevchenko's time in Milan. And now you can hear from the cheers that the crowd have seen Harry Kane and some of the England players on the big screen. The final few have just come down to line up behind Kane, Sterling, just in the middle of that group as the Ukraine players start to walk through the tunnel. England will probably follow them out. The teams tend to come out one after the other in these COVID times. The referee is out. He has taken the ball off the plinth. Remember, this game is on BBC television as well. So as with every game that we show on the BBC, you can put the 5 live commentary to the BBC pictures. If you go to the iPlayer, then you get the pictures in HD and you get the commentary as well. And why would you not want to switch to the 5 live commentary? Because for all the Mickey taking, nobody does it better than Ian Dennis live in Rome.
Thank you, Mark. You've just listened to a terrific ovation for the England players as they've made their way up the steps here in the Stadio Olimpico on a warm, muggy, clear evening in the Italian capital. I've been in this stadium many times. It's always been packed. It's strange to see it here, sparsely populated when you consider that the capacity is around 70,000 and maybe just over 10,000 are expected. But those that have travelled supporting England will certainly make themselves heard as we now stand for the national anthems, and first of all the anthem for England. Just on the starting 11, but also in the entire substitutes and coaching staff who will now observe the anthem for Ukraine. And that strong smattering of yellow away towards our left-hand side here live in Rome. To the title of the Ukrainian anthem. Ukraine is not dead yet. No need to be nervous, not for now at least anyway. England's poor record at the Euros, we can forget that. Gareth Southgate and his players have been here before. They will look to draw on the experience from Samara 3 years ago against Sweden. And while another semi-final is in sight, they will certainly not be underestimating a Ukrainian side that has made just the one change from the team that beat Sweden in Hamden on Tuesday night. Mykolenko coming in for Stepanenko, so Bushchan is in goal. A back three of Zabani, Krivtsov, Matvienko, Mykolenko the left wing-back, Karabayev the right wing-back, Zinchenko moves into the centre of midfield with Zadorchuk, Shaparenko will play in behind Yarmolenko and Yaremchuk. Ukraine are in all yellow, England white shirts, navy shorts. We talk about that game in Samar on the 7th of July. 6 of the starting 11, Pickford, Walker, Stones, Maguire, Sterling and Kane all feature tonight as Gareth Southgate has made 2 changes. Sancho makes his first start coming in for Saka. He doesn't actually feature in the 23-man squad, neither does White or Reece James for that matter. The other change is Mount for Trippier, and the England starting 11 is this. Pickford once again in goal. Remember, England haven't conceded in 572 minutes of football. Walker, Maguire, Stones and Shaw, the back four. Rice and Phillips will sit. Sancho, Mount, Sterling, and the England captain, Harry Kane. How are you feeling, Matt Upson?
Hyped. Deno, honestly hyped. Standing here, national anthem, just sends a shiver down your spine. Seeing the England players all together, and especially the bench, the coaching staff, that real togetherness that has taken England so far in this tournament. Just so excited for this game.
And the referee is from Germany, Felix Brig. So after England have knocked out Germany, there might still be a German who has a say. Let's hope not, let's hope it's settled in terms of the football. We're almost ready to get underway. Don't forget, whenever it's on BBC television, as Ukraine kick off and the England players take the knee on the first whistle. So there'll have to be a restart. The England players took the knee, that was a false start. Felix Brig now will blow his whistle and England are ready to go. But when it's on BBC television, you have the option to listen also and watch through the BBC iPlayer to BBC Radio 5 Live. The quarter-final is underway. From home to Rome, forget where all the roads lead to. England will want to be winding their way to Wembley as a nation expects, and Denmark lie in wait. White shirts and navy shorts playing from right to left. Ukraine in all yellow, as we are sat a long, long way away in this expansive, vast arena. But it is an iconic stadium, and Gareth Southgate knows all about the success. And you were talking before in the studio about being on a yellow card. He himself was on a yellow card when England battled and put in a commanding performance against Italy here in Rome in 1997 to qualify for the World Cup in '98. England, they'll take the clean sheet. They're used to those, but they'll want a goal to go with it as well as Maguire comes forward and Shaw high up the pitch on the left-hand side. Sterling looking to turn. Sidorchuk, though, will clear the ball away. They're going to sit in. They've got the 5 at the back. And Yarmolenko at the minute is isolated high up front as we watch here inside the Stadio Olimpico. Despite it not being anywhere near full, it's still a great atmosphere, Matt.
It certainly feels it, doesn't it, at the moment? The noise, the atmosphere is ringing around the ground. England off to a pretty decent start. You can tell they wanted to get after the ball. And as you mentioned, Ukraine may sit back a little bit, but it just allows Harry Maguire, who with one of his first touches, I just love the way he steps out with the ball. He has really close, quick touches into the space. If they're going to sit back, he's the type of player that can just drive into those holes and find a pass.
England have 4 players on a yellow card. A booking would rule them out of the semi-final against the Danes should England progress. 3 of that quartet are starting. Maguire, Rice and Phillips in the midfield. There are a number of Ukrainian players who are also on a yellow card as Sterling collects the ball on this near side midway through the Ukrainian half, and those players are Shaparenko, Yarmolenko and Sidorchuk. Shaw in field. Sidorchuk there quickly comes under pressure, and it's back with Shaw once again. Gareth Southgate wasn't happy how they didn't really settle in the opening quarter of an hour against Germany. They'll be looking to change that. They're seeing a lot of the ball inside towards Phillips, closed down quickly by Sidorchuk over onto that far side, and it's with Sancho looking to combine with Mason Mount, and then the ball is played back with Kyle Walker, comes inside. Every outfield player is already in the Ukrainian half, so England looking to try and force Ukraine back. Very much the underdogs, Ukraine. Never been in this position before. Uncharted territory for Andrei Shevchenko and co. Sancho on the right-hand side, infield. There was a challenge there on Mason Mount, who went to ground inside the penalty area, waved away by Felix Brick. Once again, Sancho. Remember when he made his debut against Croatia and Rijeka, and it was a very good cameo role for about 12 minutes, very promising. Since then with England, I don't think we've seen him go on the outside and attack players as much as you would maybe like. Sterling, though, plays the ball in. Here is Harry Kane! England lead! What the perfect start! England lead by a goal to nil. Just over 3 minutes played, and Harry Kane prodding the ball past Bushjan. That's the start that England wanted. 1-0 against Ukraine.
Well, if you want to settle the nerves, that's the way to do it. England probing right from the kick-off. Ukraine sat so deep a back 5 with 3 sat in front. No interest in getting out, but this is about Raheem Sterling. Cuts inside. It's a fabulous pass. I don't know how he sees it, if I'm honest. I think he just sees the space. Harry Kane just gets himself onside, and that's a real striker's finish. He had to lift the ball as the goalkeeper was coming out. Bushjan, he sees him come out, he's big. It's a fabulous finish. It just ricochets off Bushjan's chest. But that little bit of lift from Harry Kane just to poke it past into the corner of the net. It's a brilliant start from England and a fantastic pass from Raheem Sterling.
He was on the stretch, but he guided the ball past Bushjan. And Chris Waddle back in the studio. England could not have made a better start than this 1-0.
Yeah, I think they've done the homework here, and they pressed from the off. They played really high, they pushed them back, and the back 3, which obviously don't play with back 3 a lot, were all over the shop. And Harry Kane, I've got to say, was a wonderful finish. It was a toe poke, but they're not easy to do.
The last 23 games, England have had 19 different scorers, 53 goals, of which 22 have been scored by either Kane or Sterling. Make that 23 from 54. England's captain leading from the front as we welcome listeners to the BBC World Service. Wherever you are in the world, good evening from the Stadio Olimpico, where England have just taken the lead through Harry Kane after 4 minutes, and Ukraine are going to have to come out now. Zinchenko over on the far side. Sidorchuk, all in yellow, playing from left to right. That must surely just release a little bit of the pressure valve, Matt Upson.
Absolutely, it's a way to take the pressure off and just settle the nerves, isn't it? An early goal, but I'm just reflecting on that pass from Raheem Sterling. I mean, to see Harry Kane in space was incredible.
Juramchuk has the shot, charged down well by Stones, spins into the air, attacked by Shaw. The England supporters in that bank of stands that stretches far back away towards our right-hand side, with a chant of football's coming home. Many in the replica white, the red. There is a little bit of yellow in there, that they'll be subdued at the moment, those Ukrainian supporters, because that is a real setback for the underdogs. Zinchenko said they had to have the game of their lives tonight. That wasn't in the script as far as Ukraine were concerned, to concede so early.
No, well, just before the goal, they'd sat so deep. They really had. There was no real intent to get out. The back five was sat in there, and England had to move the ball quickly. You just looked at it and thought it's going to be one of them games where if a team sits deep and you're too slow with the ball, they're going to be able to sit in. But the speed at which Raheem Sterling sees that pass, it just didn't seem on from where he was. But he sees the space, he sees where Kane is. The weight of pass was fabulous. And Harry Kane, our talisman, he's back. Harry Kane is in form, scoring goals, and it certainly was a confident finish.
His 36th goal for England in his 59th appearance for his country, and it takes him a little bit nearer towards Michael Owen and that tally of 40. It's just a question of when that he'll even surpass Owen, Greaves, Lineker, Charlton and Wayne Rooney, not forgetting the own goals, which are currently top with 53, with Wayne himself at the top of the England scoring chart. Karavayev was fouled by Sterling. It's a free kick that Shaparenko is going to take on this right-hand side, and it's Harry Kane back on defensive duties to get the ball away. Yarmolenko back with a header to Shaparenko, and England, still yet to concede, of course, in these Euros, will now push on out as the ball goes back just inside the Ukrainian half, and it's with Zabani out towards the far side, the left, and Ukraine will come all the way back once inside to Krivtsov once more, very experienced central defender. But England lead by a goal to nil. Here is Sidorchuk, right of the centre circle. Passing the ball now to Zinchenko, playing in the centre of midfield, the Manchester City player. Sidorchuk, Shaparenko coming forward. Karavayev on this near side the right, diagonal ball cut out by Phillips. Zinchenko, Shaparenko. Ukraine having the ball at the minute, but they're in that middle third of the field, Matt.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Luke Shaw as well. When it goes in there, he's happy to go as tight as he wants. I mean, the security that he must feel with Maguire tucked inside and Calvin Phillips as well just comes across. It gives Luke Shaw that assurance to really go tight and press the ball. It's brilliant for England, allows the back four to get up, be nice and solid, but not vulnerable really. So, you know, that organisation with Rice and Phillips in front is really looking good so far at the start of this game.
That's Matt Upson. He, like Harry Kane, has scored in a major tournament for his country when Matt played, of course, in the World Cup in South Africa in 2010. And I did notice earlier that Fabio Capello is here tonight watching on, the former England manager. But nowhere near did Fabio Capello was able to generate the same level of spirit that Gareth Southgate has with these set of England players, and looking to build on that success that they had in reaching the last four of the World Cup in 2018. You'd have to go back to the days of Sir Alf Ramsey for England to feature in back-to-back semi-finals at a major tournament. What's that, 53 years ago, 66 and 68, although 68 was a slightly different format. But England lead by a goal to nil. That will have settled the nerves. Certainly it's been a very confident and composed start. Maguire once again forward. Shaw then towards Sterling, who will get the assist. Takes the throw on the left, all the way back towards Maguire. And although the muggy night here, what was it, 28 degrees at kick-off time, the fact that England are already ahead, they've assumed control straight away.
It's been a disappointing start from Ukraine. I don't mean, obviously, the goal was poor organisation and what have you, but I mean, look at the intensity here. There's no intention of pressing the ball midway in their own half. They're just sitting off, and the way England are knocking it about and Maguire stepping in, they're finding little overloads. Shaw's pulling wide or coming inside. The movement's pretty good. At the moment, England looking really comfortable in possession.
Here is Maguire, just short of the halfway line. Forward ball, Mason Mount back in the starting lineup, back towards Maguire once again. And now he will spread it out, and it's collected by Declan Rice just over the halfway line. Rice, Phillips is an option inside. In the centre circle is Stones. Ukraine have just dropped off, and at the minute there's no real pressure as the ball then is played towards Kane. The little flick didn't quite come off. Now Ukraine will break. Yaramchuk running forward. Can they get enough yellow shirts in support? Yarmolenko has peeled out towards the right. He'll come inside onto his left foot. No, he doesn't. He crosses with his right, and it's cleared away by Declan Rice.
Great cover from Declan Rice, sensed the danger, dropped into the 6-yard box line. Harry Maguire just showed Yarmolenko onto his right foot. You feel that's the right thing in that situation. Don't allow him to cut inside on his left, and Rice is in there to mop up the cross that didn't make it through.
He doesn't have the pace, does he, Yarmolenko?
No, he's one of those that wants to drop a shoulder, flick inside onto his favoured left foot, or cross the ball with the outside of his left foot, which we've seen him do brilliantly. He's got a fabulous outside of the right boot, but he's not going to run past anyone, that's for sure.
Throw on that far side. England lead by a 1-0. Harry Kane after 4 minutes. Ukraine a little bit starstruck at the moment. They've not settled into the game at all, the Ukrainians.
Has it settled the nerves a little bit, Deno? Feel a bit calmer now after that? I do.
I don't know about you, it's been a long day. I mean, I was at breakfast this morning from 7 o'clock UK time, and I've had feelings of waves of nervousness, apprehension, excitement. But throughout all that, optimistic throughout.
Absolutely, and confident. There's been an air of confidence. You know, talking before, you feel confident about it, but it's just great to get that early goal.
Walker seizes on a space and darts into it, gets there first, charges on the right-hand side, looks for the cutback. It'll go out for a throw over on that far side.
Fabulous anticipation from Kyle Walker, sensed the loose pass, stepped on it. Know exactly what he's got in the department of running, especially in a straight line when he gets a gallop on. There's not many people that can live with him.
Now it's with Stones, they go back, they still have that control. Cross towards Shaw on this near side. Shaw waits. Interesting that Shaw's actually wearing a long sleeve shirt, isn't he, on what is such a balmy night here in Rome. Walker then back towards Calvin Phillips. Remember coming here with Leeds United over 20 years ago, and Alan Smith and Jonathan Woodgate putting in a stellar performance in the Champions League. And Sven-Göran Eriksson was waiting to take over as the England manager. You've had Calvin Phillips has been one of the heroes in this England side, starting every game, of course, in this Euro campaign, as they try and work in and play Sancho over on that far side.
I think Luke Shaw's even got skins on underneath his shirt. I think he's got two. He's got an underlay shirt on and the match shirt, which is short sleeve from here, from what I can see. So, yeah, it must be not too hot. Must be a little bit chilly, Deno, perhaps.
I don't think anyone could ever describe tonight on this sticky evening as chilly. It's not sticky in terms of the scoreline if you support England, only if you are of Ukrainian persuasion, because England lead by a 0-0. Shaw back inside towards Maguire, but they're comfortable on the ball. I mean, there's Rice dropping back in alongside the central defenders. Ball played forward, that was quite hard, and it bounced away from Mason Mount. They're looking for the run of Yarmolenko, but it's played behind him. But because Yaramchuk is coming back, Yarmolenko is being isolated.
And Harry Maguire can cope with Yarmolenko pace. So can John Stones. So they can afford to push forward and leave that at times 1v1 or 2v1 for sure. But sometimes there's a little 1v1 because Yarmolenko isn't going to outpace Stones or Maguire, you don't feel. So England very comfortable. I mean, Ukraine have been very disappointing in terms of they've almost handed that superiority to England with the way they've approached the start of this game. And I'm all for, you know, being a bit cautious at time if you are the underdog, but I would have thought they'd have come out the traps a little bit quicker than what they have.
Let's go pitch side, Juliet Farrington.
And watching Gareth Southgate, he's made notes already. Jordan Pickford, though, so animated. It's like as if he's kicking and moving every ball. He's had a pop at Harry Maguire, he's had a pop at Calvin Phillips, he's had a pop at John Stones. And when Harry Kane scored early on, I think he celebrated more than the England fans did behind me. Jordan Pickford, I've never seen him like this, but I've never been so close to him either. So animated so far.
Jordan Pickford was speaking in the build-up to the game as well, and a lot was made about how he charges at, berates and barks at his defenders in front of him as the ball is headed back to Jordan Pickford, and he was basically just saying, it's not as heated as you may think, I'm not as angry as that, but because of the noise I've got to try and get my message across. He also revealed that he had a phone call from Rafa Benitez, the new Everton manager, on Wednesday night to wish him well, as that pass has been just sold a little bit short to Stones. Juramchuk is in here, Juramchuk running at Stones in the penalty area, and Pickford called into question, and he spoons the ball behind at his near post behind for a corner.
Well, that's the first real mistake of the game from England. A loose ball in that area of the pitch, really dangerous. Kyle Walker tries to slip it back to John Stones. Juramchuk seizes on the ball. But I have to say, Stones, even though Juramchuk gets his shot off with his left foot to the near post of Jordan Pickford, he shows him down the right alley, gets him wide of the goal, allows Pickford to have that angle, and it's a sharp save from the England goalkeeper down to his right-hand side.
Corner, it's an outswinger from the left-hand side, it's headed away, Maguire was in there, Rice gets a little touch as well. Ukraine trailing by a 0-0, get the ball back, played on the inside, Sidorchuk, this is now with Shaparenko, plays it out towards that left-hand side where Zinchenko waits, and England now will push out, leading by a 0-0. BBC Radio 5 Live, 17 minutes played, live inside the Stadio Olimpico, this quarter-final. We'll have Italy-Spain live on Tuesday for you from Wembley, and then on Wednesday, Denmark, after their 2-1 victory against the Czech Republic, await the winners of this. Zinchenko coming inside, creates the overlap, tries to play the ball forward, linking up with Yarmolenko, and then Rice just puts his right foot through that and drills it away downfield.
It's the instinctive position, that defensive instinctive position that Declan Rice picks up is so good. It's such a mature head for a player of his age. It really is. He just senses that the instinct, that moment, the hole to drop in, the ball pops in there and he clears it. But I'm looking at Jordan Pickford, Deno. It's like he's playing the game with gestures, isn't it? I mean, it's if something doesn't go right, he's gesturing with his hands. He's so animated in that goal. And to say he had nothing to do for the opening period of the game, probably 16, 15 minutes, and then to make a save like that just shows you that mentally he's in the game and he's tuned in.
Yeah, it's one of the biggest attributes I think that you probably need as an international goalkeeper, that concentration. You can go long spells without being involved, and then all of a sudden you've got to be switched on, and certainly Jordan Pickford was, as Sterling coming forward now for England, trying to release the ball towards Sancho. Is that a temporary switch, or is Sancho now playing on the left and Sterling on the right as the ball is put out of play?
Yeah, I think they've just recently switched it over, whether or not they just feel that change. Sancho coming inside onto his right foot, but I mean, Raheem Sterling's already caused serious problems with that ball for the goal, coming inside and doing exactly that. Whether or not it's just temporary or they're just going to play around with it during the game and just ask a different question of the Ukraine.
There's going to be a drinks break whilst the Ukrainian player on that far side is getting some treatment. I think it may well be Matvienko who is hobbling at the moment, so England taking a lot of liquid refreshment on board, and we can get the thoughts of Chris Waddle. Chris, how are you feeling? Are you satisfied with the England performance 20 minutes in?
It's a strange game here, to be fair. I mean, it's the goal, great moving, on the front foot, pressing Ukraine. You can see Ukraine don't like that type of team player pressing up against them. And then as soon as they scored, they've dropped off, and they've encouraged Ukraine to have the ball, and they've played some nice little triangles. They've had one chance, which was a good save by Pickford. I'd just like to sing that, just up the tempo a little bit more. You know, it's all right when you're protecting the lead, but when you drop off completely, which they have at spells, they're giving Ukraine a lot of confidence. And I'd like to see them get down the right-hand side a little bit more. Kyle Walker's on for fun. You can get Kyle Walker the ball any time, and then he could link up with Sancho a bit more.
That's Chris Waddle, who's we'll hear more from Chris a little later on. He's in the studio with Mark Chapman as well as Micah Richards and Karen Carney. We've got Matt Upson alongside me here, an established central defender. You know, the reason I know that is that Terry Butcher said you had to play over 20 times for your country to be seen as an established England international.
I've just squeaked over him.
Just squeaked over the line. But we're here inside the Stadio Olimpico, and England are leading by a 0-0 as play is back underway. Ball pumped long by Buzcan, headed away by Maguire. England emulating what Germany did in 2016 with 4 clean sheets in the Euros. Germany didn't manage that 5 years ago in France, although they did go through in their quarter-final after a 1-1 draw against Italy, winning on penalties. England will hope to maintain it, and in fact it would actually be a new English record, because they've not conceded in 6, they've never achieved 7 clean sheets. England, 1966, 74, 75, 1983, 2006, and more recently in 2019. It's an England side that is wanting to break records and create little bits of history wherever it goes. They lead by a 1-0.
Since that drinks break, they have just gone back to the same side, Sterling and Sancho. Sancho on the right, now on the ball, and Sterling has drifted back onto the left-hand side. But it's that pass into the middle of the park that's a little bit dangerous from England at times. They have to be careful with that.
Sancho linking up with Mount, now with Sterling. Sterling on the overlap, Shaw cuts the ball back, nobody there. As it played in from the left-hand side, there was nobody to meet it coming the inside right channel, and it's been cleared away by Mykolenko over on that far side for Ukraine.
Loved the speed of that attack from England. Brilliant play from Sancho, came inside with the ball, slipped a little pass off, and Shaw instantly recognised it on the opposite side, got on the overlap, got played in himself, and it's a decent little cutback from Shaw. Just a shame there wasn't anyone arriving, maybe Calvin Phillips in that area of the pitch just to smash the ball at the goal.
He did something very, very similar in one of the warm-up games at Middlesbrough's Riverside Stadium, where he was on the right, linked up with Grealish, came in field, and actually it was Sancho who hit a right-footed curling effort onto the crossbar in that second warm-up match. But that was more lively and better from Sancho coming in field. We haven't seen him actually go on the outside of his man yet.
No, he hasn't faced up. He hasn't had that space to just have a 1v1. Maybe one time coming into the box when he tried to get around the outside, but he hasn't been in that position much. A lot of the threat has come on this left-hand side for England, and Luke Shaw's playing very high. He really is releasing himself very early, because that ball started on the right-hand side, and for a left-back in a back four to be that advanced, he's really identifying when he can go, and the security of Rice just dropping into that pocket of space that Shaw leaves just gives him that security to be able to be free to go.
But I know you've been impressed with Karavayev, who's the right wing back for Ukraine, and once you've got Shaw going one way, that gives him something to think about, doesn't it?
It certainly does. You want to keep him back, and sometimes the best form of defence is attack, and Luke Shaw's definitely been advanced in this game.
England lead by a 0-0. We've been playing for 23 minutes on BBC Radio 5 Live as Phillips brings it down off the chest and knocks the ball back to Pickford. And on the white shirts and navy shorts, it's passed out towards Shaw on this near side, the left. And then Shaw back to Maguire. Of course, they sampled the Stadio Olimpico when they were here with Manchester United in the Europa League semi-final back in May, en route to the final. Shaw and Maguire. That was just before Maguire, of course, picked up that injury that at one stage could have easily jeopardised his participation in these European Championships, but it's a third successive start, and he's very happy with his fitness after speaking with him yesterday. England lead 1-0. Patient, quite slow actually in terms of the build-up. Now with Walker on the halfway line, forward to Sancho. Sancho with an opportunity to run at Mykolenko. Again, comes on the inside, finds Declan Rice, lets it come across his body, plays it out towards Shaw. Shaw back with Rice. Rice strides forward with the ball. Just in from the touchline on this near side, the left, playing from right to left as we look. And England go back, but once again, they're getting the better of possession. Currently 54% in favour of England. And now it's with Walker.
I mean, you're not going to break a line with a pass every time, but the moment England have that opportunity to wrap that pass forwards or just in between the Ukraine defenders, they're getting so many bodies back in the midfield that it really is on for Sancho to play that little 1-2 inside and come inside and then linking up with Kane or whoever's stepping in from the midfield, Rice, Phillips. Sterling's coming inside the pitch a little bit, but if they manoeuvre the ball quick enough, they're going to cause all sorts of problems to this Ukraine team who are just sitting back. And if England hit the right pass at the right time, they've certainly got the space to exploit.
It's comfortable for England at the moment, and bearing in mind that each of England's three previous quarter-finals at the Euros have all gone to extra time and penalties, where they beat Spain in '96 but lost their last two to Portugal and Italy. England at the minute are comfortable. The scoreline though remains a slender one. just got visions now of people listening to 5 Live or listening and watching and thinking, why did he have to mention that stat?
Yeah, let's just concentrate on this game and where we're at now.
But certainly, I mean, 25 minutes in, England are ahead.
Yep.
Haven't created much actually since that opportunity. In fact, I don't think they have created anything since that goal. But apart from the lapse in concentration that let in Yaramchuk, as England with Sterling inside the penalty area. Sterling, does he get a sight of goal? He had the shot, the angle was tight, probably against him. Mount was probably in a better position. Yaramchuk is a heavy pass, Walker's back pass, and Pickford will come out, lets it come towards him. He's not fazed by the presence of Yarmolenko, and in fact just slides it in short towards Rice. That's how composed he was at the back. But then Shaw has given the ball away, and it's won back by Shaparenko.
Shaw did well there just to carry on and try and win that ball. Rice came out to challenge, but it needed Luke Shaw to get hold of that ball. But those situations that we just saw there, when the turnover of possession comes in, the organisation of Stones, Maguire, Rice, with Yarmolenko and Yaremchuk in front there has to be spot on. It was in that occasion. England dealt with it comfortably. Get hold of the ball, start another attack. But any lapse in concentration there, you could find yourself in big trouble.
England don't do easy anyway when it comes to quarter-finals. I mean, they've actually only won 4 of their 12 previous quarter-finals in major tournaments, and the one against Sweden in Samara in Russia 3 years ago was the most comfortable scoreline of them all, when they won by 2-0 through goals from Maguire and Dele Alli. Here in this one, it's not the yellow of Sweden, it's the yellow of Ukraine, but England are at least ahead, and we're approaching the half hour as Ukraine pass the ball back. Krivtsov inside the penalty area, one of the 3 central defenders, chips it up. Maguire will get there before Yarmolenko. He's headed towards Sterling, looks to roll away from Zabani. Sterling now left-hand side of the penalty area. Shaw behind him, controls the ball left-footed, almost at a nice walking pace. Sterling waits, he was tripped. German referee will give the free kick. And England now, who are yet to score from a set piece, might have an opportunity to deliver the ball in from the left-hand side.
Good to see England on that press, high up the pitch as we started the game. We don't want to step off and allow the Ukraine to feel comfortable. It was a really good press which led to a long ball in the air. Maguire against Yarmolenko. There's only going to be one winner, and Raheem Sterling got his body in brilliantly. He started the game so well, looks really sharp, physical with his body, holding the ball up, and wins a free kick in a really dangerous position with Luke Shaw hovering over it. I think that's Jadon Sancho as well, isn't it, with his right foot. Looks like it could be Shaw though.
Shaw will be the outswinger. It is Shaw, and it comes now, and Kane's header just over the top. Climbed high, just couldn't keep the header down. England lead by 1-0. 29 minutes played.
Difficult ball to keep on target. He's got no momentum really coming into it. He has his little run and he stops and jumps up vertically, tries to get over the top of it, but very difficult to get the ball down.
For you, Sterling, one of the players of the tournament?
I think he's been excellent start of this game and other games. Yeah, I would say that he could be the player of the tournament. His mentality, he looks strong. He's been physical with his body in this game, and he wants to back in. You know, he might be a little bit smaller in stature than who he's playing against in all back 3 of the Ukraine defenders, but Zabarini on this right-hand side. But he certainly uses his body brilliantly, just backs in, holds players off, and now when he's pressing as well, really good press from the front. That pass, Deno. I mean, I found it hard to see that pass from up here. So how he's seen it from ground level, just to flip that little ball into the space, it was fabulous. I mean, Harry Kane was practically almost hiding behind the defender. He's trying to get back on side, which he did brilliantly. So just to weight that pass into that hole of space was absolute world-class moment from Raheem Sterling.
Thrilled for him. Remember being in France 5 years ago, there was a section of England support that was actually booing Raheem Sterling, which really affected him. Speaking to Daniel Sturridge in Chantilly, and Daniel Sturridge had to give what I think was about a 9-10 minute interview with me, just coming out and supporting him, what he described him as his brother. And so to see him go full circle, and in fact Roy Hodgson actually called Raheem Sterling into the England squad just for the experience against Ukraine 9 years ago. He then later made his debut against Sweden in 2012. So he's been in and around the England setup for a long time, and he is undoubtedly one of the star players. As Sancho on that far right-hand side. England lead by a goal to nil. Trying to go on the outside of Mykolenko and succeeds as well, but then Mykolenko just dives in at the right moment, wins the ball, and it goes out for a throw. And we've got about 14 minutes to go to half-time on this muggy night in Rome. Ukraine 0, England 1.
That's the moment why Sancho's in the team, just to try and isolate Mykolenko on that left-hand side of the Ukraine. Doesn't quite pull it off, tries to drop his shoulder, but to be fair to him, the Ukrainian defender just stood his ground, didn't really overcommit, forced him wide. He won the throw-in wide, but I think those opportunities for that isolation, space is so tight, are going to be few and far between. When he gets the ball there, he really has to make the most of it.
So it's actually now over 600 minutes since England last conceded a goal. Jakub Moder was the Brighton and Hove Albion player, was the last person to score against England in Poland's 2-1 defeat at the end of March. Ukraine, that could have cannoned anywhere as it's eventually hooked away by Mykolenko deep inside their own half on that far side, the left. Sancho turns and runs forward into a bit of space. Harry Kane on the inside. It's with Mason Mount on the far side. Walker joining the attack as well. Sancho tries to slide it forward, breaks back to Mount, in comes the early cross, headed away by Krivtsov under pressure. They were trying to get Kane in there. He'd made that run in towards the near post. England just try and pick it up once more. Shaw, Sterling level with the penalty area. Shaw runs on ahead of him. Sterling waits, he goes on the outside of Karavayev. He's into the penalty area, he cuts the ball back, partially cleared, comes out to Declan Rice. What a hammer shot that was! Beaten away by the goalkeeper, didn't really know much about it from the West Ham player. Moved in the air, but Ukraine survived, and England were close to a second goal.
Well, Raheem Sterling on absolute fire at the moment. The Ukrainians don't know how to handle him. They've got no clue how to deal with this lad. Absolute brilliant play from him. Just commits the defender, slows it up. When he puts the burners on, none of them can live with him. He sees the space on the outside. Brilliant play. The ball into the box. It comes out to the edge. Declan Rice has a touch. It's a real thunderous strike. Luckily for Bushan, he's straight at him. He's able to parry it away, but all Raheem Sterling again creating these opportunities for England.
It didn't move, it moved in the air, though, didn't it?
It did a little bit. It was lucky it was straight at him. The goalkeeper just got his hands up and parried it straight out into the edge of the box. But I'm so impressed with the edge of the box when the ball is wide. We've got players like Rice, Phillips, the two centre-backs. They're so quick on the front foot for any loose ball coming out of the box at the moment.
Chris Waddle, back in the studio.
Yeah, I've got to say, when England up the tempo, Ukraine can't live with them. That was a great strike by Rice, great work by Sterling down the left-hand side, a great strike, good save, good reaction save. But when they up that tempo, which Sterling did there, injected a bit of pace, and they've pushed them back, they can't defend very well, and there's more goals there for England. But it's just trying to keep that tempo up.
Yeah, it's although to be fair to you, Chris, you said that at the start, didn't you? You said that if England go at Ukraine, they will struggle.
Yeah, they will, because they can't defend it. They're not, without the ball, Ukraine are a very weak side, I think, defensively. But when they have the ball, you can see that a lot of them have got good technique. They can play little triangles, they keep the ball moving well. But when England press them and win the ball back high, they don't know how to defend.
Krivtsov, I don't think he's going to be able to continue. That's why there's been a stoppage in play. Serhei Krivtsov, the 30-year-old who plays for Shakhtar Donetsk, is wincing a little bit, he's hobbling, and he doesn't look like he's in a position to continue. And how they change things around now for Andrei Shevchenko and his Italian assistant, Mauro Tassotti, who they were at Milan together. He draws heavily on his technical expertise. They're going to have to make a change because Krivtsov is going to be substituted, and for the minute, Ukraine, oh no, here comes the change, and it's going to be an attacking change, so they are going to change things around now, because this is not a defender who's come on, it's Viktor Tsikhankov who's coming on. It's his fourth substitute appearance, described as the golden boy of Ukrainian football. A left winger, also can play on the right-hand side. So let's just see how Ukraine change things around.
I think it's Mykolenko's dropped to the left side centre-back from what I can see. And I think Matvienko's probably just tucked inside into the middle of the back three. The number 22, Matvienko's now playing central of the three from how it looks. And the midfield players come on onto the left-hand side. Like you say, he's a left-sided player. Looks to have kept the same shape, just that personnel change.
Been linked with a number of Premier League clubs as Viktor Sihankov, who a very important player for Dynamo Kiev. England lead by a 1-0. Under 10 minutes to go to half-time. We're live inside the Stadio Olimpico, and after tonight's match, Alistair Bruce Ball and Chris Sutton will be taking your calls on 606 from 10:15. 08085 909 and 693. Zinchenko to Yaremchuk, out to Mykolenko on that far side. Back in field once more. Sihankov gets on the ball now, tries to play the ball outside. Then they come back, and then they go all the way back to Matvienko. Forward now to Yaremchuk. Out towards the left, ball played in towards Zinchenko. First time ball to Yaremchuk, cuts it back. Yarmolenko is there. Zinchenko tries to get the shot away. Quickly snuffed out though by Mason Mount inside the penalty area. And England, they'll get a free kick on that far side. Half a chance.
Was half a chance, and that man Mason Mount read it really well, dropping back into that position. It's such a collective defensive effort from England at the moment, all over the pitch, but it's nice play. That one-touch pass was lovely. Zinchenko saw the run, but that's great instinct from Mason Mount. Gets back in, makes the first tackle, the ball pops loose, then clears it. Straight after that, really important interception.
Just looking at the way they're lining up now, Matt, it looks like they've gone to a back four, Ukraine.
Yeah, well, it's hard to tell. Look, Yarmolenko on this right-hand side, they could possibly have just switched to a four with Matvienko and Zabrini as the two centre-backs, just sat in there, which they have played before. They're the centre-back partnership if they do play a back four. You feel they're going to have to change something, whether or not they'll do it now or at half-time, because at the moment they're really getting dominated by England. They've had a couple of half chances, mainly through England errors, but they're not really trying to push the ball or press too high.
Well, they're going to have a go at some period. I mean, they're still without a clean sheet in the Euros. They've actually beaten the record that was previously held by Romania now. It's 11 matches that they've competed in the European Championship finals, Ukraine, and they've never kept a clean sheet. It's the first time that they're in the knockout stages. They're in the quarter-finals, but they trail by a 0-0, and we have under 7 minutes of normal time remaining. England lead through that early Harry Kane goal. He's since headed one over, and Rice has had a shot beaten out by Bushchan. Pickford has just had one save to make at the other end. England, though, by and large, have dominated the half.
They have. I mean, back to Chris Waddle's point in the sense that the tempo, I think the impressive thing from England has been that they've changed the tempo when needed. It has gone slow at times, and maybe that's deliberate, just to try and lure Ukraine into feeling that they're comfortable. But when they have gone at it, it really has been quick, and Sterling's been at the heart of that, making those aggressive choices and moving quickly. And when England do, they really do open them up. But you're right, Deno, it does look like a back four now.
Sterling plays the ball in. Shaw with a cut back. The turn from Sancho. Shoots straight at the goalkeeper. Bushchan spills it. Ukraine get the ball away. The flag was up anyway. Flag has been raised on that far side. Again, Sterling's vision to play the ball in towards Shaw. Actually, Shaw looked like he was onside.
Shaw's onside. The offside is the ricochet here, I think. On the second, Shaw's definitely not offside from that picture, but I felt like Sancho, he almost tried to swivel and reverse it into the opposite corner. Instead of getting a really clean strike on it and putting it into the near post, he tried to drag it across the goal from how it looks. Didn't quite get the strike that he needed, but you're right, Raheem Sterling, lovely pass again through to Luke Shaw, who's been a brilliant attacking asset for England in this game.
That could have really topped the week off for Jadon Sancho to get what would be his fourth goal for his country. But after his 6 minutes that he made against the Czech Republic as a substitute, it's his first start here tonight. And after, of course, this week making that protracted move to Manchester United, he could have put England 2-0 up. As it is, they still lead by a 0-0. Ukraine, Sihankov plays the ball back. Zinchenko, Sihankov tries to turn. Ukraine get round the back, and it's turned behind for a corner kick. It was an opportunity there that Yaremchuk was just trying to play the ball in, and England had to be alert.
Kyle Walker had to be careful. He didn't quite know what to do. I think he was half thinking that Pickford might come. He wasn't going to make it out there, Jordan Pickford, and he just put his arm across to try and block him. He had to pull out of it in the end. He was going to give a penalty away. Luckily, England had bodies back and Stones covered well.
Corner outswinger delivered from the left-hand side, but it's curled in and out and then back in, and it'll be a goal kick to England. But again, there's just the odd warning sign, isn't there?
Absolutely. I mean, both teams looking dangerous when the ball's played one touch. The one-touch play is the change of tempo. That's that quick pass that catches people out. And at times the game's been played really slow from both teams. But when they speed it up, it really does exploit the space, and it just catches the defence unaware.
I'm sure Gareth Southgate and the England team will need not reminding about what happened in Amsterdam in their opening game, where it looked like Ukraine were not necessarily going to get off to a winning start. They trailed 2-0 against the Netherlands, and then all of a sudden they fought back to 2-2 and then eventually lost by 3-2. They have been very much a Jekyll and Hyde outfit during these European Championships, but they will have spirit. There will become a time when they will want to go down fighting, and England will certainly want to add to the lead that they have, as we are about 3 minutes of normal time away from half-time on BBC Radio 5 live inside the Stadio Olimpico, to see who will play Denmark after that 2-1 victory that the Danes had against the Czech Republic a little earlier today. Zabani at the back, now inside to Matvienko. Yaramchuk looking for Zinchenko. Again, England clear. Zinchenko up against many of his former Manchester City teammates, of course.
Yeah, I think you could be right with the back. It's sometimes hard to tell with the way they're split, but it looks like a back four, and Sidorchuk is playing very central. He looks like he's just sitting right in front of the two centre-backs, the Ukrainian number 5, just trying to orchestrate things in the midfield with Zinchenko just ahead of him.
Zinchenko on that far side, the left. He's coming in play inside now, and now it's with Yaramchuk to Yarmolenko. He pops the ball up. Michaelenko chests the ball back, lifted into the penalty area. Good header away by Shaw, fired back in then by Shaparenko, and off target, but it was a good 30 yards out from goal, but that was better from Ukraine.
It was nice play, really gaining a little bit of confidence. They've got clever players in and around the box. Yarmolenko especially just tries to lift the ball over the defence. The ball spins out. The shot was always going wide, but the England players at times are having to really get back in numbers and just cover the space. It's a little bit frantic, not as organised as what they'd hope, not quite as controlled as what we've seen in previous games. And I just think it's because that almost off-the-cuff ability of a Yarmolenko. Zinchenko's playing lovely little one-touch triangles at times and passing one touch. Really is causing a problem for the England back four and Rice and Phillips.
Pickford, who hops away as he takes that goal kick away towards our right-hand side. Ukraine go all the way back in the second half. The majority of Ukrainian support is away towards our left-hand side. That's where they'll be attacking in that end, as Yarmolenko couldn't control the ball inside the centre circle. Here is Shaw. He's going to be pursued by Yaramchuk. Sancho and Sterling once again have switched. It's Sancho on the left, Sterling on the right. Sidorchuk just sitting, the shield in front of that central defensive partnership. Karavayev, because of the presence of Sancho, has to go back, and the England supporters who are here in Rome with cries of England, England. But it's Ukraine who come forward, and we're inside the last 60 seconds of this first half of this quarter-final here, and it's with Michaelenko on the far side.
It's an interesting game now, Deno, isn't it? Really has developed into something very even at times. Ukraine are now getting a little bit more confidence. England haven't quite put their foot down and managed to control the game as well as what they would have done. And the Ukraine team are now looking pretty comfortable with the ball.
Zinchenko plays Karavayev forward. Karavayev with a cut back to Yarmolenko. Rice was there before his West Ham United teammate to prevent Yarmolenko getting on the ball. Sancho comes forward. He was caught there by Yarmolenko. He still runs forward. Good refereeing by Felix Brik. Tried to play the advantage. There was a definite foul. It was good footwork by Sancho as well. Probably haven't seen enough of that with him running at the players.
Dropped a shoulder lovely, didn't he? Really dropped the shoulder in there. Sent Sidorchuk completely the wrong way, skipped past him, and he just clipped his heels on the way through. The referee played a good advantage to see what may develop, but Sancho pulled up and he pulled it back. But they're the type of movements that you want to see from Sancho in the area. He's capable of just gliding past players.
Yarmolenko is actually one of the 3 Ukrainians in the starting 11 who, if he was to be booked, would potentially miss a semi-final. He would be a little bit fortunate that Felix Brick did play the advantage, as we've just had a rendition of footballs coming home from the England supporters. Many St George's flags being waved away on the right-hand side as we're into 3 minutes of additional time in this first half on BBC Radio 5 Live and the World Service, where England lead by 1-0. Sterling, right-hand side, looking to run at Michaelenko, shown on the inside, now goes on the outside. Strong run by Sterling and wins a corner kick, does he? Or did the last touch? The referee will give a goal kick. Sterling can't believe it. No, we're too far away. It's anybody's guess.
I can't see from here. Just in the replay, it's a tough one to call. I think it may just have clipped off Raheem Sterling. How grateful are you for this screen here, Deno? It's helping me out a lot, because that is a long way over that far side of the pitch. It really is. But just the purpose of Raheem Sterling, when he gets the ball, he just lifts it. Aggressive decision making, being direct, really has had an impressive first half.
Here is Sancho now picking up the ball in injury time. Matt Upson live inside the Stadio Olimpico, where England are 1-0 up. Rice now has it short of the halfway line. Shaw's up with him. Kane, Mount, Sancho in field. It's interesting that Mount and Kane have come out to the left. Sancho goes into a central area. Calvin Phillips has ventured forward. Sterling just provides the width.
It's been so difficult for Mason Mount to get on the ball. I mean, the numbers in and around that area of the pitch where he wants to operate, heavy numbers, not a lot of space. We haven't seen him really get on it and try and create anything. If anything, he's just done a lot of work, tracking back, popped up in his own box a couple of times in key areas, but getting that number 10 role on the ball for England at the moment is proving difficult.
Bit of a tussle between Maguire and Yaremchuk. Maguire is only now just getting to his feet. Yaremchuk came to have words. I think there was also something said from Yarmolenko. Yarmolenko actually got his yellow card against Sweden the other night at Hampden for speaking out of turn. And once again, he's been quite vociferous and is being told to calm down by the referee. And there's a firm wag of the index finger of the left hand there from Felix Brick, the German official. So in stoppage time in the first half on 5 Live, England lead by 1-0. Harry Kane, his 36th goal for his country, and that is the goal that separates the two sides at the break. England have had other chances. Kane's header, Sancho shooting straight at the goalkeeper, Bushan making a save from Declan Rice as well that moved in the air, whilst Pickford had to be alert at the other end. 1-0 Matt Upson.
Well, it's just been decided by a moment of sheer class from Raheem Sterling. Brilliant finish from Harry Kane. Lovely awareness, the lift of the ball, the top-class finish, no doubt. But Raheem Sterling has produced a moment of brilliance in this game with that pass and been a constant live wire throughout the first half. But it's on a little bit of a knife edge in certain areas. The Ukrainians are really coming back into the game. They look dangerous. They look capable of scoring for sure. It's going to be such an interesting second half.
But half-time in the Stadio Olimpico, it's Ukraine 0, England 1.
Ian Dennis and Matt Upson in the commentary box in the Stadio Olimpico. Juliet Ferrington is pitch side.
Yeah, Mark, just looking at the substitutes, the England substitutes there, all out, warming up. The sprinklers are on as well. The groundsmen, they've come on too to make sure the divots have all been put nicely back in place. Jordan Pickford, though, John Stones had more barking orders from the England goalkeeper, I think, than anyone else in that back line. Carl Walker got it too for the corner when he and Pickford, a little bit of miscommunication going on there. I can see Connor Cody though, Tyrone Mings, Jordan Henderson, nice little neat triangles going on there. And the England fans behind, well, they haven't, apart from the goal which is at the other end of the pitch for where they are. I mean, obviously they celebrated that, but they've been in fine, good voice with all the various England songs going on too. But I can just see a Ukrainian fan amongst them them in the distance, and he's waving both of his flags as the players are in at half-time for a team talk, and the substitutes continue to train under the sprinklers here in the Stadio Olimpico.
Thank you very much, Jules. It's finely balanced, Michael Richards. I mean, you look at some of the other stats that have come up at half-time. England 52% possession to Ukraine's 48%. Both sides have had 5 attempts on goal. Ukraine a successful pass rate of 88% and England 86%. It's finely balanced.
Really is finely balanced. I think we may have underestimated how good of a team Ukraine actually are in terms of they are better on the ball than people give them credit for. I know they drop deep, but when they're actually on the ball, they've got some real quality in there, and it looks like they can hurt England. I've been really impressed with Yaronchuk up front. I think he's an absolute handful. At times they don't know how to deal with him. They may be just missing that cutting edge, but going into the second half, I think the England players will be going in thinking, we need to put this to bed. When they got the goal after 3 minutes, you thought it was going to be done and dusted. England dropped really deep. Ukraine pushed up and showed them what they could do.
I feel like we've become a bit of a collective on the England game. So when you say we may have underestimated Ukraine, Karen looked at you, Chris looked at you, I looked at you. When you say we...
Okay, me.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a team when you want it to be, is it?
As you said in commentary, Chris, you know, when you came in, when England upped the tempo, that's when they caused Ukraine the most problems. But they didn't keep that tempo up for that long.
No, they don't. They've let Ukraine back into the game. They got confident as the half went on. They were passing the ball around really, really well. They had a couple of half chances themselves. Raheem Sterling's been the most positive player for England, and you know, when he picks it up and wants to take people on and open his legs, basically he's just pushing it and running. They can't keep up with him. We'd like to see that a bit more. They've got to use the full-backs a little bit more because they're the two spare. Now they've gone to a back four, Ukraine, with the injury situation. You know, they've really matched England up now. So, but they are a talented side, and probably because they haven't got that killing when they get 18, but they haven't got that one player where you think, yeah, he's going to score like Harry Kane or somebody like that. But all around the field, they've matched England really well.
Sterling's been England's liveliest player, Karen. You sort of contrast that with Jadon Sancho trying to get into the game whenever the ball goes anywhere near him, and Mason Mount has barely had a touch. Now, whether that's because Ukraine are just managing to negate any space around him, I don't know. Yeah,
and also Ukraine have changed shape. You know, when they went a goal behind, they got an injury, they went, right, we've got to be a bit more pragmatic, and went to a 4-3-3, and then you see the possession kind of change, and we were kind of backing off then. You're like, why? You know, as Chris said, we were front-footed, aggressive, started really well, and we just dropped off, and then they've changed shape, and we kind of done the same. But you're right, Sterling's been a breath of fresh air, positive, taking people on. Defenders hate pace. They really do, and he's just picked up the ball and just gone, right, I'm going to go for you. And Sancho, you know, Michael was saying he's better on the left-hand side, and I'd agree. He's more positive, he seems more comfortable, and he'll grow into the game. And as they come at us a little bit more, he might be better in that counter-attacking phase, because when they're low blocking, it's difficult for him to get involved and take people on.
Once Ukraine changed that formation, though, that's what, and it was injury enforced, wasn't it, with Christoph going off injured, then they seemed to create more opportunities. Micah, Zinchenko seemed to get into the game a bit more. They seemed to have they went from a back three to a back four, and then they started to cause England problems. Yeah,
I would say that's the case, but I think when you go a goal down, the ascendancy is on you to go get a goal. So we can talk about tactics as much as we want. Sometimes I don't like the 3 or 5 at the back just because you've got an extra defender on the pitch. I think sometimes it works if you play that system. You know, they've been playing a lot of the qualifying, or most of the qualifying, in a back four. It's only the last couple of games they've gone to a back three. They don't seem as though they all know their positions, and it just gives them a more offensive outlook. The player that they brought on could play on right and left wing, could play wing back as well. So it is an offensive move for Ukraine, and I think they need to build on what they started coming towards the latter parts of the first half.
Do you know what? We look actually more vulnerable in possession at times, and we've given the ball away. You've seen Walker be a little bit sloppy at times. So we actually just need to stay concentrated, because at 1-0 they're still in the game, and that's all they want. Stay in the game, wait for moments, wait for mistakes.
we're talking about players who we haven't mentioned half the team, really. You've looked at Raheem Sterling. Who else? I'm not seeing Phillips on the ball. I've seen Rice on the ball. I'm not seeing Sancho enough on the ball. Harry Kane's not been on the ball. Mason Mount hasn't touched the ball. So, but they're still managing the game, England. They're still in control of 1-0 up, and they're still managing the game. But if they could just have a little bit more tempo about them, they can go and win this game quite comfortably.
I suppose the question is managing the game going to be enough to get them through the second half?
You can't sit back and think, well, we'll just... at the minute, I think they just need to up it a little bit. Just, for a good 20 minutes, half an hour, if they can just up the tempo. I'm not about charging all around the park, but up the tempo at the minute. When they lose it, there's too many players just jogging back thinking, right, we'll just get a nice little shape here. But there's no, apart from Raheem Sterling, there's no change of pace in the team.
As things stand, though, England are on course for the semi-finals. They lead Ukraine by 1-0, and that would mean they take on Denmark next Wednesday at Wembley. And we'll have full commentary here for you here on 5 Live of that semi-final. But there is still another 45 minutes to go. We'll bring it to you after the latest BBC News with Jill Mackenzie.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Scientists and doctors are urging caution as the government considers lifting some COVID isolation rules for people in England who've had both vaccinations. The latest daily figures show almost 25,000 new cases of coronavirus have been reported across the UK. Officials in Florida are rushing to demolish the rest of a tower block that partly collapsed 9 days ago, killing at least 24 people. They say the building won't be able to withstand a hurricane which is heading to the region. The Unite Union says it wants unbreakable guarantees on jobs and conditions for Morrison's workers before it cooperates with any sale of the supermarket. Morrison's says it's accepted a takeover bid worth £6.3 billion from a US investment group. And Ukraine's defence ministry has been criticised over plans for female soldiers to parade in high-heeled shoes instead of army boots on Independence Day next month. An opposition MP described the decision as sexism, not equality.
BBC 5 Live.
How does a major city reduce its carbon emissions?
We are pledged to deliver net zero by 2050.
BBC 5 Live presents a special series following the journey of people who live and work in Leeds as it looks to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions.
Is it possible for us to meet these really ambitious targets?
From homes, travel, waste and leisure time, we'll discuss whether you can go green without making life harder.
Leeds, a city on a mission. Follow the story on BBC 5 Live and online at bbc.co.uk/Leeds City on a Mission.
The wait is over.
Euro 2020.
With Mark Chapman on BBC Radio 5 Live.
England 1, Ukraine 0 at half-time. Second half on the way. Earlier, Denmark beat Czech Republic by 2-1 to book their place in the semi-finals. Away from Euro 2020, the 18-year-old Emma Raducanu reached the fourth round on her first appearance at Wimbledon. The world number 338 beat Sorana Kirste of Romania to become the youngest British woman to reach the last 16 in over 50 years. Cameron Norrie lost in 4 sets against Roger Federer. In the Rugby Union, the British and Irish Lions have won the first match of their South Africa tour. They beat the Sigma Lions 56-14 in Johannesburg. Josh Adams scored 4 tries. And India's women beat England by 4 wickets in the third ODI at Worcester. England still lead the multi-format series 6 points to 4. Once the football is over, you can have your say on 606 with Chris Sutton and Alistair Bruce Ball.
Good evening, Mark. You know, I know, the listeners know there's nothing Chris Sutton loves more than 606 on an England night. It's in the balance at half-time, Chris. England have the lead. The lines are open. 08085 909 693. There's one thing I want to ask you about. It came very early in the game. The Harry Kane finish, Chris. We have spoken to callers in the last couple of weeks who've been doubting Harry Kane.
Yeah, I mean, it was ridiculous. The callers who have come on and doubted Harry Kane, call back tonight and just tell us that you got it wrong. He's the main man. He's the best striker for England, and we saw it again tonight. But the show tonight, big show, isn't it? It's going to be triumph or disaster, Bruce. Big 45 minutes.
Whichever way it goes, the phone lines are going to be busy, so book your calls now. 08085 909 693. Anything else in particular, Chris, that's caught your eye? Jadon Sancho
Yeah, he's done all right. Raheem Sterling's been the outstanding player. He's taken a bit of a panning from some of the supporters as well, hasn't he? At the start of the group stage, but he's been the outstanding player. Mark Chapman's obsessed with stats, isn't he? Didn't see him like that.
What?
Well, earlier on, obsessed with stats, 88%, 86%. I've never heard you rattle on all stuff like that.
I was just pointing out actually how close it has been. That was all.
Never seen you bogged down with stats before. First time for everything.
And let's not forget, Ali, not only does Chris like doing it on an England night, he particularly likes callers who've been celebrating all evening, having a few glasses of wine and then waiting until 5 to 12 to phone. He loves those late night callers. In fact, there may be a late night phoning show for him after this.
Even if you're not going to call this evening, definitely. I mean, listen to the whole show, but that last 5-10 minutes can always be special.
Chris Sutton and Alistair Bruce Ball then on their way with 606 08 085 909 693. Couple of minutes before the teams are back out in Rome. You don't change anything at this stage, do you, Chris Waddle, as regards personnel? You do, as you've been pointing out, tempo, but not personnel?
No, I mean, I'd leave it and give it 10-15 minutes, see how the game's opening up. Listen, England's leading, so they're in control, even though we're not saying they're playing. We know they can play a lot better, I'll put it that way, but I think it will make subs because it's a warm night, and you'll see probably Jack Grealish come on at some stage.
Micah?
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if he brings on someone like Jordan Henderson, just for his experience, just to see out the game. And that's not particularly taking off a Rice or Phillips. I know the situation with the yellow cards, but I just believe his experience towards seeing out the game could be vital.
What you would say as well sometimes, Karen, is that the way Ukraine defended, certainly at the start of the match, and they were compact, weren't they? So it's difficult to dictate that tempo when they were as compact as they were. They've got to come out more as they were starting to do at the end of that first half. So England will hope that then that opens up the space for them.
Yeah, and then we'll like to see Sterling and Sancho have those opportunities to drive and run at people. But that's another way of dictating tempo, picking the ball up, being positive. And we saw Sterling tell his wing backs, actually, Luke Shaw, play, get on the ball, and they need to be a little bit more braver, in control of possession, but move it a lot quicker.
Watching the England team come out of the tunnel, doesn't look like there'll be any changes at half-time. So Ali and Chris on the way at full-time, 08 085 909 693. And as we keep saying, this game is on BBC television, so that means you can watch the pictures alongside the 5 live commentary. England are 45 minutes away from a Euros semi-final. Here are Matt Upson and Ian Dennis.
Thank you, Mark. Yep, neither side has made a change at half-time. Ukraine were out there ahead of England in their all-yellow. Bushchan in goal. A back four of Karavayev, Zabani, Matvienko and Michalenko, Sidorchuk, Zinchenko, Shaparenko and Sihankov, with Yarmolenko and Yuramchuk, the two up front. In the second half here in Rome, they'll be playing from right to left, whereas the German referee, Felix Brick, gets the game underway. England in their white shirts and navy shorts, where a large proportion spread out across the royal blue seats in these COVID times. Plenty of England supporters, expats who have travelled here to the Italian capital. That's the end that they are attacking, as Harry Kane was just caught by Sidorchuk. Pickford in goal, back four of Walker, Maguire, Stones and Shaw, Rice and Phillips, the two holders, and then you've got Sancho on the right, Mason Mount, Raheem Sterling and Harry Kane. And it's Harry Kane's goal that separates the two sides, but there is still a long way to go. Work still to do for England. They have a free kick about 10 yards in from the left touch line. It's going to be Shaw to take it, and it comes now there! Planted! And Harry Maguire gets on the end of it! He scored in the World Cup quarter-final, and now he's on the score sheet in Rome! Breathing space on a stifling night in the Italian capital! England are closing in on the semi-finals, 2-0.
Get in there, Harry Maguire. What a header. Fantastic header. Brilliant delivery from Luke Shaw with his left foot. Just caught Ukraine cold. Weren't ready for the quality of delivery. It's almost a free header from Maguire, but doesn't he punch it into that far corner? Fabulous contact with the ball. He looks onside. Zinchenko just drops a little bit earlier. Once he gets the wrong side of the defender, he's got too much strength, too much weight in his body just to hold him off. Matvienko tries to get back and he just guides it into that far post. Brilliant header from Maguire. Fantastic start from England. Brilliant start.
9 of England's 12 goals in the World Cup in Russia came from set pieces. Until then, England hadn't scored from a set piece. They were kings of the set plays in Russia, and now they reign in Rome, leading by 2-0 so early in the second half. The perfect start in the first half, and what a start after the restart, Chris Waddle.
Yeah, a brilliant start, isn't it? I mean, a set piece, you always fancy England with set pieces, and we've been taught about how Ukraine are nice on the ball, but defensively, you ask them questions they can't deal with. And I remember, it's a great header, by the way, great ball in by Shaw, great header, and that really now England are in total control of this football match.
Well, they are, I mean, still yet to concede. The only side who had yet to concede in this tournament at the start of the second half. It was 617 minutes since England last conceded. You've only, I think, throughout the whole tournament, seen 2 teams come from behind to win. And I don't think anybody's come from behind 2-0 to actually claim victory. So England, it's theirs to lose now.
What a settling goal as well, Deno, isn't it? You know, the chat that we've had at half-time, they've walked off the pitch and it's always a little bit like Ukraine is really starting to get back in this game. We're not sure how this second half's going to go, but to score like that so early on, really good set piece, just settles it down perfectly, allows England to just manage the game, make good choices in right areas, be really solid. And what a boost for Harry Maguire. Looking at his body language now, his chest is puffed out, his shoulders are back, he's really into this game and trying to organise the back four.
He now as well will have to maintain his discipline, of course. He's one of those 3 players in this England starting 11 on a yellow card that would rule him out of the semi-final, because it looks like it's going to be a date with the Danes on Wednesday night at Wembley, because the yellow cards get wiped, they get expunged after this quarter-final. It means that nobody can miss the final through the accumulation of yellow cards. It's the yellow shirts that will have to start building up now in an attacking sense for Ukraine as they trail 2-0. 5 Live and the World Service. Don't forget as well, you can listen and watch through the BBC iPlayer every time a match is on the BBC. That option is always available from BBC Radio 5 Live. But the onus now is on Ukraine, and it will only mean that England will just have more space to run into.
Good discipline there from Jadon Sancho, really good position, blocked the pass, sets Mason Mount away.
He's forward, he finds Sterling inside the penalty area, cross comes in from the left! Harry Kane with a downward header! England have got a 3rd goal! England lead Ukraine 3-0! They're going home, but they're not going out! Wembley awaits in the semi-finals at Euro 2020! Harry Kane's 3rd goal of the tournament! It's 3-0 and the England fans are dancing in Rome.
This left-hand side of England's been absolutely fabulous, going forward all night. Luke Shaw again gets so advanced, so high up the pitch. It's a lovely lofted ball. The move starts with the regain of possession from Sancho. Tactically brilliant position. Shaw's cross is fabulous. Yes, it's suspect marking in the box. The Ukraine haven't picked up. How can you leave Harry Kane that kind of space? But the delivery is absolutely spot on. 6 yards out, right in front of goal. Harry Kane powers the header down. Brilliant move from England. Really good play all round defensively and a great attacking change of gear.
Matt Upson says right in front of goal, right in front of Juliet Farrington.
And those 2 goals, Harry Kane just a few moments ago, and before that Harry Maguire as well. But when Harry Kane scored, he ran to the corner and there was a banner put up, Harry, can I have your shirt? Declan Rice turned around to the fans and punched and kind of G'd them on, because you sense that England and the fans want more. But the thud off Harry Maguire's head when he connected with the ball, so much louder than Harry Kane's, but who cares? England 3-0 up.
2 goals in the opening 6 minutes of this second half. England now they're in the dream position leading 3-0.
I mean, you can just tell, can't you? You look at the players, what that does to their body language, to the energy, and also they're able to be disciplined, which England have been so good at. They haven't got to venture out too far from their shape. It's going to be interesting how long that Gareth Southgate leaves it like this now. 3-0, really comfortable scoreline. It's a huge ask for Ukraine to do anything in this game now. They've really got to step it up if they've got any hope of getting back into it, but it's just not going to happen with the way England are playing. They're on the front foot, the confidence is high.
There's never been an occasion in a quarter-final of a major tournament where England now, I will say it, are on easy street. Because it's never happened before. 66, 1-0 against Argentina. Italia 93-2 against Cameroon after extra time. The torture of beating Spain on penalties in Euro 96. Sweden 2-0. But now 3-0, and it's Que Sera, Sera that the England fans are singing. Going to Wembley, England are back at Wembley, where of course they have been so commanding in this tournament and leading by 3-0. Sit back, soak it up and enjoy it. England lead 3-0. Doesn't happen very often.
What a luxury. What a luxury it really is, but they've earned it. They've worked themselves into this position. There's been a lot of chat about not creating that many opportunities, which haven't happened. But when you don't concede goals, you don't need that many opportunities to win a game. And when you've got players with the quality that we have and the finishing instinct we've had and the quality of delivery has been absolutely spot on today. Whenever that opportunities arose, either Shaw, Sterling, Sancho, Kane's in there to finish it off, but the quality into him has really been there, and Ukraine just haven't coped. They haven't had anywhere near enough defensively to cope with the movement and the quality of what we've showed tonight.
And the luxury, Matt, of being in this position now is that Gareth Southgate is able to make changes. I think we're going to have a double change. I can certainly see Jordan Henderson coming on down below.
Now he can start to think bookings, yellow cards. Now England are in a position, when you're bringing on a player with the experience of Jordan Henderson, you can start to think about possibly what players either you want to rest or players on bookings.
England lead by 3-0. 2 goals in a 4-minute period in the second half, and they're 3-0 up. Here is Harry Kane. It's Harry Kane and Raheem Sterling as the ball is played back by Sancho. Final instructions being given now to Jordan Henderson.
He played his part in that goal, Sancho. He played his part in his position. He made a good decision to drop off. What we're talking about, that discipline, just to keep your shape along the line of the pass where he knew the ball was going to go. He intercepted it and set England off on that attack with Mason Mount.
Yarmolenko on that far side will retrieve it. There'll be some heavy legs for Ukraine now. Maybe all of a sudden, when you're 3-0 down in a game, the effects of that other night against Sweden on Tuesday evening will just start to eventually kick on when they were into extra time. They look a beaten side now down there, all in yellow. Zinchenko, Jordan Henderson waiting to come on for what will be his third appearance in these finals. All of them off the bench after the Czech Republic and Germany, and an opportunity to bring on the experience of the 31-year-old to gain his 62nd cap for his country. So I'd imagine it'll be one of Rice or Phillips who'll be coming off, one of those players who've had to be so careful on a yellow card. Up towards Sterling on the left-hand side, but England lead 3-0. What an achievement it's going to be for Gareth Southgate. Don't forget 6:06 coming up at 10:15. And we have the technology in place to bring you live reaction into 6:06 with Alistair Bruce Ball and Chris Sutton. The lines are open, 08085 909 and 693. But it's going to be Italy-Spain on Tuesday at Wembley, Denmark against England, who will meet at Wembley on Wednesday night. And it is going to be Declan Rice who's going to be coming off, and Jordan Henderson is going to be coming on, and he acknowledges the England support in all areas of the Stadio Olimpico.
Well, he's just had a fabulous tournament so far, Declan Rice. What he offers the team, the defensive strength, the protection that he gives the back four, that maturity he has of a player of his age, and and appearances is absolutely phenomenal, and what a character, great character in the group. Can understand why Gareth Southgate took him off, because he's going to be crucial in the next round for England.
3-0. England's record win in the Euros is that 4-1 success against the Dutch in '96. One more goal and they could be setting that record too. Remember, they're on course to try and achieve 7 successive clean sheets, which has never been done by an England side before. Harry Kane picks it up, but he's on course for a hat-trick. He's already scored 3 for his country.
Yeah, I mean, just before Rice goes off, and then the foul was given there. I can't remember whether the ball came from the right-back position in the Ukraine team, tried to get it into Yaremchuk. Maguire was so tight to him, really pressurising him, and Rice was sniffing about in front of him. They managed to win the ball, steal the ball. It's that type of thing that England have done so well. That instinct, that defensive responsibility that they've shown all over the pitch, from attack to defence, has been really good. It really is a solid team at the moment, and like you say, the clean sheets is just a clear indicator of that. Such a difficult defence to break down, and he's proven that in this tournament.
They're playing with such confidence, they're keeping the ball at the back. Henderson plays it all the way back to Jordan Pickford. The Ukrainian support, the majority on that left-hand side, have been silenced as Walker infield now to Calvin Phillips, able to turn, quickly releases the ball. Maguire forward now. Here is Mason Mount running forward. Mason Mount looking for Harry Kane. Cut out by Zabani to Sidorchuk, pressed by Jordan Henderson, chested forward by Kyle Walker, and England win the ball back. They're suffocating the Ukrainians.
Fabulous play, great passing, breaking lines. Mason Mount receiving the ball on his back foot on the turn, brilliant take. It was a difficult ball to take in. He just tries to slide Kane in behind. Unfortunately, I think it might have been Matvienko just read the pass, but lovely play again from England, so relaxed and so smooth.
And looking to come forward at every opportunity. They're relaxed, the game looks safe for England. And remember that statistic about Raheem Sterling. Raheem Sterling, he'll be wanting to get on the score sheet as well. He's got a couple of assists, but he's had such a terrific tournament so far. But it's Harry Kane with 2. And Harry Maguire as well, finally from a set piece. He was only saying yesterday when we were talking to him, it's about time that we scored from a set piece. Sancho now on the right-hand side. Can't get past his marker on this near side, the left, which is Mykolenko, and it's cleared out of play for a throw. And you look at the quality and the strength and depth that England have, and those beleaguered Ukrainian defenders are looking at Phil Foden, Marcus Rashford and Jack Grealish warming up right in front of them.
Yeah, well, Gareth Southgate, Steve Holland deep in conversation for some time now, just standing outside of the England bench in the technical area, and I'm sure that's exactly what that conversation is, Deno. They're looking at it thinking, who can we take off, who should we bring on, how are we going to manage this game out? They've got Jordan Henderson on the pitch, which is a big plus point, and I think from now on they're going to start to just slowly bring players off, rest them, give players some minutes. They've really worked hard into this position in the game. What a luxury for both of them. I'm not sure if they were anticipating having those conversations with an hour gone, and England 3-0 up.
Matt Upson, former England central defender, with us here live in the Stadio Olimpico. Micah Richards, Chris Waddle, Karen Carney back in the studio in Salford with Mark Chapman on a night where England are heading through, and they're heading through comfortably, leading Ukraine by 3-0. Not since 66 and 68 will have they reached back-to-back semi-finals at a major final. And for Gareth Southgate, he is going to become the first England manager to win 4 knockout games. He will go above Bobby Robson. He will go above Sir Alf Ramsey. Gareth Southgate, he did it in Russia, creating something special happening in these Euros, as Calvin Phillips spreads a high diagonal ball to Mason Mount that will go out of play as it brushes the body of Mykolenko, and out of play it goes for a throw. And when I spoke to him yesterday, I said, what is it? What do you create? What is it that's so special? I surround myself with good people, competent people. As the England fans and that chant of football's coming home once again swung with gusto away towards our right-hand side because England are bossing this game. Sterling at a walking pace, back with Shaw, and Ukraine just can't get anywhere near it. Ball chipped forward long, aimed towards Sterling, comes out towards Kane, who hits it full on the volley. What a way that would have been to bring up your hat-trick. He hit it left-footed, and Bushan somehow managed to get the ball away. That would have been a spectacular effort.
Wow, Harry Kane, that is a fantastic reaction strike, and that's a good save. Top save, that is from Bushan. Brilliant reaction, but with his left foot, I mean, the confidence is sky high. Harry Kane at the moment, 2 goals in this game. That very nearly was a hat-trick. What a strike with his left foot on the volley.
Mason Mount with a corner kick, and it comes! Downward header, and Jordan Henderson! Jordan Henderson has scored his first goal for his country as England are running riot, and that will mean so much for Jordan Henderson. He was the first midfielder to reach 50 caps with no goals. He missed the penalty against Romania, and he met that corner, and England with another set piece have got a 4th goal. Ukraine 0, England 4. We said at the start, England expects. Well, they have delivered, and they have delivered some. 4-0.
We're in absolute dreamland at the moment. England, cruise control, another set piece. Ukraine don't know how to deal with it, too stagnant with the marking, nobody attacks the ball, but it's good movement from Jordan Henderson. He certainly does attack the ball, gets his head on the end of it and just guides it into the bottom corner. A simple goal from England, but in absolute dreamland at the moment.
It would have meant so much for Jordan Henderson. Juliet Farrington.
And you could tell by the smile, the huge gleaming smile on Jordan Henderson's face, how much that did actually mean. We haven't seen that smile for so long, and I don't know, I can just see over there if you want to take it away. A triple substitution on the cards for England.
Yeah, triple substitution is being made. Whilst it's being made, Chris Waddle, what are your thoughts?
It's how many you want to score. They've been excellent second half. The tempo's been right, and once that second goal went in, we kept talking about how bad Ukraine were defensively. Set pieces, I mean, the goals are a joke for them, but England's tempo has been brilliant in the second half, and listen, they could get 5, 6, 7 if they want to.
Well, already it's looking like it could well be a record win, and Matt Upson not surprised to see Gareth Southgate taking full advantage, but he's giving such an ovation to Raheem Sterling. Pat on the hand, pat on the back, because he's been terrific again.
Top draw, absolutely top draw. Star man in this performance, Raheem Sterling. He really has took the game to Ukraine. So aggressive right from the start. The intent that he had with his play and the quality that he's got at the moment, this confidence oozing out of him with an England shirt on. And I'm not surprised to see him come off the pitch, give him a break, keep him fresh for the semi-final.
So the changes that we've seen, Trippier has come on for Shaw, Rashford has replaced Sterling, and Jude Bellingham coming on for Calvin Phillips. And we're not even midway through the second half, and England lead by 4-0.
How are you feeling if you're a Ukraine defender right now, and you've just seen the fresh legs come on the pitch? They're a little bit leggy as it is, they're not defending well, they look tired on set pieces, nobody's locking in to the men, they're very static. To see those changes in the pace that's just come on the pitch with Marcus Rashford, I mean, how that's going to impact the game. And if England still want more, and they're positive and they break the lines and they're progressive with their passing, they could really start to tear this apart. Not that they haven't done so already, but it could get messy.
England's unbeaten run is going to be extended to 11. Just a word of caution, they've failed to score 5 times now in their last 31 games, but 2 of those 5 have been against the Danes. So they'll look to try and settle that score on Wednesday night, because Gareth Southgate is in a position of luxury with 66 minutes played, that his side are leading 4-0, and already he can start plotting and planning for that semi-final. And it is a remarkable achievement. Let's not forget that. The first time in 53 years that they're at back-to-back semi-finals of a major tournament.
Well, there's another set piece at the moment. Marcus Rashford, just a brilliant driving run on the left-hand side, went past 2 or 3 players, and another corner for England. This could be dangerous as well.
In comes the corner kick. It's delivered towards the far post, and Maguire on the stretch cannot get there, and it will go out of play for a throw.
You ask Gareth Southgate what does he do? How does he get this type of reaction? I think he has so much depth to this squad, and I don't mean in terms of quality of play. I mean how he looks at them. I think how he treats people, how he communicates with people, and he sees things in their training, in their body language that aren't really probably that much to do with football at times. It's about how they are, what mood they're in, how they're coping. And I think he looks into all these little things, and he has people around him, good people around him that can see that as well, little snippets of information. It really does form a strong bond in the group. The way he treats people and communicates with the players is such a high advanced level. You're really seeing a good reaction from the group in this tournament. It's been fantastic so far from England.
Well, stay tuned to BBC Radio 5 Live, because we'll try and bring you as much live reaction pitch side here in Rome in the Stadio Olimpico into 606, which is coming up with Alistair Bruce-Ball and Chris Sutton. 08085 909 693 is the usual number to call, because England are going through to the semi-finals and they lead by 4-0. And only now are we at the midway point of the second half. We were saying at half-time, still work to do. Don't rule out Ukraine, but Ukraine have just simply been blown away.
Well, now it's 4-0. I just wanted to ask you, Dano, if you're going to celebrate with a ham and cheese toastie later.
Well, to be honest with you, I'll celebrate with anything if I can get my hands on it here in Rome. And I'll make the most of it, because when we get back, we're isolated for 5 days.
It's been worth it. This really has been worth it, hasn't it, to see this display. The result at the moment, so privileged to be in the ground and witness this type of performance in the second half. England have kept the ball so well. The passing's been better, it's been crisp. They've moved it quickly. Whether it's sideways or not, doesn't matter. They've really wrapped the passes in. And when they've upped that tempo, as Chris Waddle's spoken about most of the game, Ukraine just cannot deal with them.
Well, England's last time here in the Stadio Olimpico as Sancho picks up the ball. Manchester United's new signing passes it to his new clubmate Marcus Rashford. They combine. Sancho in the penalty area, snuffed out. England's last visit here in '97, when you might remember Paul Ince, blooded and bandaged. Was Paul Gascoigne's last competitive match actually for England in that goalless draw where they qualified for the World Cup in '98, as Pickford comes out, slices it, didn't really get on that, comes out then to Yaremchuk, and his effort was low and blocked, and England have recovered at the back because they'll want to keep that clean sheet. But Rome was a special night that night. Gareth Southgate was a player, he was part of it. This is a special night. And he is a manager, although at the minute he's not too happy with that lapse of concentration.
No, and in fairness to Jordan Pickford, he's holding his hand up, he's patting his chest, he's saying it's on me, it's my mistake. His starting position wasn't bad, a tiny bit of hesitation, but he just didn't read the bounce of the ball. Tried to almost get his left foot up and get a bit of shape on the volley clearance, and he just sliced it straight up in the air. Put his team in a little bit of trouble, and I'm not sure if it was Yaremchuk or one of the players, if he'd have come onto it and just lobbed him, he was off his line. If there'd have been a good connection, could have easily conceded a goal. And you're right, I think you'd see a real bad reaction from him and the back four. That clean sheet, even though it's 4-0 and it may not have a bearing on this result, but as a defender, as a goalkeeper, and I think all across this team, because they've defended so well as a team, it's so important to hang on to that clean sheet. It means the world, and that's what you want to see in your players. You want to see that reaction, that desire, no matter what the scoreline, not to concede a goal. It's the pride of the back four especially, and the goalkeeper, so to see a goal go in would be a real dent in that.
Whilst you were talking there, Matt, and the official attendance tonight in a ground that would normally hold 70,000 is 11,880.
Wow.
But I just took my headphones off, and there's a buzz. There is just a buzz around the stadium, and it is emanating for anybody wearing a white or red or indeed a royal blue England shirt, because they've witnessed a performance here where they're going through to a semi-final. There'll be the clamour, of course, maybe for tickets. I don't know, it's probably already sold out for that semi-final. But the expectations will continue to rise as England lead Ukraine 4-0. And Dominic Calvert-Lewin is going to be coming on. It will be the 5th and final change made by Gareth Southgate. So again, what trust that he has in Phillips and Maguire, who's on a yellow card, presuming that they stay on the pitch, and it's Harry Kane who comes off. He's going to rest one more player. England will fly back tonight. They will fly back triumphant with 18 minutes remaining.
It certainly hasn't felt like the stadium's that empty, has it? Until you listen to that number, I mean, hats off to the supporters and especially those England fans behind the goal. They've been in a great position to see plenty of goals right behind Bushkan's goal. But they've done themselves proud. The support they've given this evening has been absolutely first class.
And this is the ovation for the England captain, Harry Kane. England supporters rising to their feet. There's a high fire and a slap on the base of the back from Sancho to Harry Kane. He's embraced by Gareth Southgate. Dominic Calvert-Lewin comes on. 6 goals. He was the golden boot in Russia. He's taken his tally to 3 in the Euros. He moves to 37. He moves to within 3 of Michael Owen as England are hungry for more goals on what has been such a thoroughly enjoyable evening as Ukraine, the underdogs, first time in the knockout stages, have been put to the sword here in Rome.
Very nearly a hat-trick from Harry Kane as well. I mean, his left foot volley was definitely good value for a hat-trick. But with those goals tonight and how England are playing, there's absolutely no doubt that he'll be eyeing that top scorer in this competition. He'll want the golden boot. That's how driven he is, as the type of person he is. He wants those personal goals as well as the collective ones.
Opportunity for Makarenko to come forward. Makarenko, who replaced Sidurjuk earlier in the game. Shot comes in from distance from Macareno, beaten out by Jordan Pickford. Again, you've got to praise the concentration levels from Pickford because hasn't really had much to do.
No, and he doesn't, and he never looks calm, does he? I mean, with 4-0, but he never looks that calm goal. He's very animated, Jordan Pickford. He wears it out there with his facial expression and how he is. But he opts to just punch this ball. It's flying right at him, but there's a fair bit of movement on it. And if you're not sure as a goalkeeper and you don't know whether your handling can just cope with that kind of dip on the ball, I suppose it is a safer option just to parry it out. But he does parry it high and just outside the 18-yard box. But some might say it was a bit of a bizarre choice, but he got the job done.
Let's go pitch side again here in the Stadio Olimpico. Juliet Farrington.
Where the flag of St George is waving proudly behind me, and the chance of we want 5. They want 5 more before 5 more. Well, that would be nice. They want 1 more at least before the 90 is over. We want 5 is the chant and the support, and England, as you say, in absolute cruise control here as they go on another attack.
Sancho with a cross from the right-hand side, kept out. And out of play it goes for a throw. It'll be an England throw, level with the penalty area on this right-hand side. Gareth Southgate just talking, get his instructions across, telling John Stones and Harry Maguire just to calm down. I mean, even now at this stage, he's still trying to get messages across to his players.
It doesn't matter what stage of the game, what minute, what the scoreline is. It's a mentality, it's a culture. It's something that's being developed with England from Gareth Southgate, and you can see it on the pitch. Just a moment ago, it was a fantastic ball from Jordan Henderson. One touch round the corner over the top to set away another attack, and he's had some impact on the game, hasn't he, since he's come on? Defensively good, scored a goal, his passing been good. It's really reassuring to see him come on and look as good as what he has done.
On my little screen to my right-hand side, it says England currently qualifying to the semi-final, and it will be Denmark who they will play against the after they beat the Czech Republic by 2-1 earlier today. The quartet, that semi-final lineup, is now known. Both games live on BBC Radio 5 Live. More live sport tomorrow from midday on 5 Live. The England-Sri Lanka in the third one-day international 5 Live Formula One with the Austrian Grand Prix. Wimbledon, of course, resumes on Monday at midday with Gigi Salmon and Tony Livesey. So there's certainly enough to pass everybody's interest. But again, that clamour, that excitement will build. Can you believe what the hype will be like by the time Wednesday comes around, Matt Upson?
No, I can't after this, and you have to say rightly so. You can't get too carried away. You always have to stay grounded, but England look very assured, really in control. A couple of hairy moments in this game towards the mid of the first half and the end of the first half. It was a little bit in the balance, but the start of the second half, so impressive to come out with the confidence, better with the ball, move the ball quicker, better passing, and Jadon Sancho still on the pitch. It's good for him to get a full 90 minutes under his belt. I'm sure Gareth Southgate will be pleased with his performance too.
England lead by 4-0. 13 minutes remain on a night which will certainly set many, many records. Yarmolenko inside. Yaramchuk back to Makarenko. And Andrei Shevchenko, who played against England on 5 occasions when he was a player, and he was some player, as I'm sure you know. He only scored 1 goal in a 2-1 defeat. He won 1 and lost 4. That was actually in that game where you were part of the squad, Matt, in Dnipropetrovsk in 2009. As Ukraine are on the attack now, and there is Harry Maguire to cut it out, and out of play it goes for a throw. His first Premier League goal was for Chelsea in a 2-1 defeat at Middlesbrough, where Gareth Southgate got their first win in the Premier League as Middlesbrough manager, and Gareth Southgate coming out on top with a scoreline that he said when we spoke to him yesterday, I won't be satisfied if we're going home on Sunday. Well, they're going home tonight. He's going home with a smile on his face because England will still be in the competition, leading by 4-0 at Wembley. At Wembley, by the way, where they've won 25 of their 28 competitive home matches since 2012. Here is Zinchenko, out towards the far side. Yarmolenko in the penalty area. Gets the shot away, blocked, out behind it goes for a corner kick. And even now, even when the game is safe, England's desire to get another clean sheet is apparent for all to see.
Yeah, just another little change of gear from Ukraine, moved the ball nicely wide to the right-hand side. But such as you mentioned, the desire of the England players, we've got some fresh legs on the pitch as well now, able to get out, smother the ball wide.
Corner comes in from the right-hand side. It's an in-swinger, met though by Dominic Calvert-Lewin at the near post as England lead 4-0, and we have 10 minutes remaining of normal time. England win the ball over on that far side, and it's dragged all the way back and then played back towards Pickford, and Pickford puts his left foot through that, and there's no way that Marcus Rashford is going to get on the end of it. So they've won 25 of the 28 competitive home games at Wembley. The 2 defeats were against Spain and Denmark, I should add, in 2020, and of course the draw against Scotland. But during those matches, they've scored 77 goals and only conceded 9. It's a very, very impressive record. It's a record that will certainly be the foundations as they look to try and be in the final next weekend. 5 Live and all the build-up between now and Wednesday with the Daily Euros, and we'll get all the reaction as well for you if you're unable to stay with 606 and Alistair Bruce Ball and Chris Sutton. Then the Daily Euros to be downloaded in the morning. We'll bring you all the reaction from here in Rome, available through BBC Sounds, and of course through BBC Sounds you can still listen to BBC Radio 5 Live. But what a night here in Rome.
Just looking at John Stones as well, we haven't really mentioned his name particularly, but he's been a huge part of this performance too. His positioning, sometimes as a centre-back, he is the type of centre-back that can go through a game a little bit undetected. You know, he's not a player that is at the forefront all the time, but what he does in terms of his positioning, the way he covers Harry Maguire, it's been really, really good. He drops off at the right time, very comfortable with the ball. He's looking a far more assured, confident centre-back than what I've seen him before in an England shirt. And why shouldn't he feel like that? We look so solid at the back.
Ball hit up towards Rashford. Rashford trying to get on the end of it, but racing away from him and 9 minutes remain. But Ukraine 0, England 4. And England going through to the last 4 of the Euros. Italy, Spain, England, Denmark. The Danes have been impressive for what they've had to experience, of course, on their opening game against Finland, but know each other well, the two sides, from their encounters in the Nations League. But England forward, Trippier on that far side, infield to Mason Mount, who I'm sure will benefit from the 90-minute run out. I mean, I know at times you said that he wasn't on the ball as much in the first half, after, of course, he had to self-isolate. Sancho on this right-hand side. Sancho now goes on the outside of Mykolenko. He's into the penalty area. Mykolenko gets goal side, and the referee suggests that there was a foul there. It'll be a free kick to Ukraine.
Well, what a recovery, piece of defending from Mykolenko. It's absolute odds on that Jadon Sancho got the better of him there. He had the yard, he was across his body, but Mykolenko does brilliantly to get back in, get his body in, shields the ball out and wins the foul. Fantastic piece of defending.
Here is Ukraine forward now. Zinchenko to Makorenko. Left-footed, chipping it out to Karavayev, but closed down.
But back to Mason Mount though, Deno, I think a lot of that not being able to get on the ball was just the nature of the game more than anything. I know that you can allude to the fact that he wasn't sharp enough or movement wasn't good enough. I think it was so congested.
Here is Yaramchuk on the edge of the area, looking for a consolation. Just stepping forward was Bellingham, up to Calvert-Lewin. Calvert-Lewin plays it back. That opportunity. I mean, Gareth Southgate at the start of the tournament, he didn't want 26 in a squad. He only wanted 23 because he felt it left more unhappy players. I mean, White, Saka and James are the unlucky 3 not to be involved in the matchday squad. But if anything, and the way that he's just moved things around, it's just added to the strength and depth and the quality that England are able to use. I mean, Phil Foden and Jack Grealish, but not required tonight.
No, but you know, you can do that. He's so inclusive of every player, Gareth Southgate. You saw the first thing he did after we beat Germany at Wembley was turn to the bench and hug and congratulate all the substitutes that hadn't played that much of a part. That's the type of manager, that's the feeling he's created in this group. And it's inclusive of everyone, and you can see that everyone's happy to step in, do their bit for the team, and when they need to drop out for whatever reason, they do it, they accept it. Doesn't seem to be any sulking, anybody complaining about it, and that's the vibe that you get out of this group. That's the vibe that he's created in the England camp, and it's powerful. It's a powerful thing to happen. And the next game, you'd have to say that Denmark have a little bit of that too. They've got something going on. Every player's excelling. They're playing maybe beyond their usual levels. It's going to be a really interesting matchup for sure.
Can I just say that we are in Rome and we're not in Madrid? If you heard the Olays in the background whilst Matt was talking, that was because England were just keeping the ball and passing it at will, stroking it around, so comfortable, so commanding, and the England supporters who are here thoroughly enjoying the experience. Ukraine now are forward, so the Olays have stopped. England lead by 4-0. Sancho nipping back inside his own penalty area. Yaramchuk trying to pull it back. There is Jordan Henderson, and England bring the ball away, and it's Sancho, head down, coming forward, and passes the ball to Rashford. He lets it run through to Trippier. Rashford now has gone on ahead of Trippier, but Trippier turns and apologises because he was slowing the move down and unable to pick out the pass to Rashford. But the Olays will start again, and this is a quarter-final of a major tournament. And I've got a smiling Matt Upson alongside me.
I couldn't help it. You were just talking and all, I don't know, just hit me and the smile just came out. I am smiling. I'm so happy to see this type of performance and the control that we've had. Yes, you're gonna play against better teams than Ukraine, no doubt. Better teams defensively for sure. They haven't been at it defensively tonight, but nonetheless, it's just so enjoyable to see a game of this type of pressure, that we're in this position at this stage and looking just as comfortable as what we have been most of the game.
Comfortable, enjoyable, and relishing the challenge that's ahead, because Gareth Southgate yesterday was saying about the players, after the euphoria of beating Germany. They've had the psychologists on board. They wanted to try and bring them back down and press the reset button. He felt that coming to Rome rather than be at Wembley, it'd be hard to replicate that atmosphere of that amazing sound that we heard on BBC Radio 5 Live with John Murray and Chris Waddle on Tuesday night once again. And so they actually felt that the change of scenery would be beneficial. It certainly has proved that way when they flew into Italy yesterday, and they'll fly back tonight. And then they'll look to recover. He didn't want to overload the players, but they were able to draw on the experience of Samara 3 years ago. And the players know what's expected. The players know that they're capable of going further in this competition. And that confidence will continue to grow as they lead by 4-0 on what has been an emphatic night. And the England supporters once again find their voices. The players said they will create their own atmosphere, and they've certainly done that.
They really have, and they've given the supporters something to shout about. The goals in the second half at that end has been absolutely fabulous for the England fans who have made it here. They really have chipped in. It's been, the noise has been outstanding, you have to say. With the size of the stadium, it really has echoed round the ground at times.
Don't forget, 6:06 coming up at 10:15. Alistair Bruce-Ball and Chris Sutton taking your calls. Usual number as John Stones just slips, quickly springs back to his feet, plays it forward. Ukraine with Yarmolenko can't carve the ball out to Karavayev, and as the ball is played forward, England, I don't think, not many, had many scares this second half. That one when Pickford maybe came out.
Just that. I mean, Ukraine haven't had the ball into their danger players at all. Shaparenko, Yarmolenko, Yaremchuk's barely had a kick, who to the end of the first half were looking a little bit lively, it has to be said. Whenever they got in and around the edge of the 18-yard box of England's penalty area, they've got players in the team that are clever. They lift balls over, got a bit of strength and power. Yaremchuk, great in the air. He's a powerful lad who's very direct, and a couple of scares, it has to be said. But in this second half, right from the off, I mean, the early goal, Deno, is so settling, isn't it? Harry Maguire powers that header in. He just knocks the stuffing out of Ukraine, and they haven't recovered.
Well, now Andrei Shevchenko is just going to make a triple substitution, and Sudakov is one of the players who's going to be coming on. You're going to get Dovbyk, who got that dramatic winner against Sweden on Tuesday night, and also we are going to see Alexander Tymchuk, who again, like Sudakov, has had no game time in these Euros. So, I mean, that is just an opportunity for Shevchenko to say to those players, you have played at a major tournament, but it's not a night that they will remember with very fondly at all, because they've been trounced. And the second half, you can't fault England.
No, you really can't. You cannot fault England. The application, the discipline, all the things that we've spoke about, that what they've done well in this tournament. It's been a surprise package to a degree. You know, the attacking sense that everyone was excited about really wasn't firing early on. It's the discipline, the togetherness, the unity that this group have on the pitch. It allows them to play in this way, and they've got players that turn up with real quality at times, like Raheem Sterling, Harry Kane.
Henderson clears the ball away downfield. We're going to find out how much stoppage time there will be, because by my watch the 90 minutes have just ticked by, and in fact there is no time for those players to get game time, because the referee has sounded his final whistle, and England have recorded an emphatic victory, and they've set up a date with Denmark. It's the first time since the days of Sir Alf Ramsey that England have reached back-to-back semi-finals in a major tournament. They are still yet to concede at Euro 2020. 662 minutes, and for the first time in England's history, they've recorded 7 successive clean sheets, and to boot, it's a record victory at the Euros. I think that goes down as a memorable night in Rome.
It's just a memorable night all round, for all those reasons you just mentioned, Deno, but also when you look at it and you have one eye on the next round, the semi-finals, you start to think about, well, players have come off early on in the game, have been rested. Brilliant for a game at this stage. players that were on bookings that would be suspended haven't picked up another yellow card. You've got a great selection of the squad still going into a semi-final. What a position for England to be in, and the confidence is absolutely through the roof. What a brilliant night. Great to see plenty of goals as well. Good attacking action. Luke Shaw down that left-hand side has been brilliant running forwards and crossing the ball and being dangerous. Just an outstanding night all round for England and all the fans.
Harry Kane set them on their way, the England captain, with an early goal after 4 minutes, and then those goals in the second half from Maguire, Kane and Jordan Henderson, his first for his country. The England players are out there as Ukraine go across to acknowledge their support, but it's England who are going through. And Mark, you could even say it's a Roman conquest of Ukraine. England are in the last 4.
Had you written that down pre-match, just in case?
Just in case.
Did you get all your other scripted ad-libs out tonight? You just
don't do scripted ad-libs. Do you know what my biggest problem is now? My biggest problem is trying to find my way pitch side. George, our producer, has left me an instruction: if you get lost, it's the flash interview position right. I know where it is, but it's actually getting there, which is the problem.
And also, you're miles away from the pitch, so by the time you get there, I would imagine these are going to be quite breathy interviews, aren't they?
Well, I'm an athlete.
He's in great shape. Honestly,
I'm an athlete. Chris Sutton has said that.
He's been in the gym every morning.
Just before you head to your position, and I'm not trying to delay you because it will then make the interviews even more breathless.
You'd enjoy that, wouldn't you?
Yeah. But Andrei Shevchenko and the Ukraine players are doing the Icelandic clap with their fans as a sort of the thunderclap as a thank you, really, from both fans to players and players to fans, by the looks of it.
Yeah, I mean, Ukraine have surpassed their expectations. They were the only side to get out of the group stages with 3 points. He's done well in getting them to this tournament. There were calls for him to resign after they didn't do so well for Russia in the World Cup, where they didn't qualify. They stuck with him, and I think they have exceeded their expectations. They had to have the game of their lives tonight, and they never really recovered from that early goal. So Andrei Shevchenko and the players, he apologised to the three. He was trying to get the 3 lads on at the end to give them some game time, but England were just too strong for them. And you know, England's quality and their belief has helped come through. And also, just a word as well, Gareth Southgate yesterday was talking about Connor Cody, who's yet to feature in these tournaments, and he praised him yesterday. He said Ramsdale and Johnston were hurling themselves, those unseen sessions. Gareth Southgate is quick to praise people behind the scenes as well, and at the minute the England players are not doing necessarily a lap of honour, but they are walking away towards the right hand side and acknowledging the many England fans in this crowd of just under 12,000 with the St George's flags flying, because for their support. But they now go back to Wembley with that very impressive home record for a last 4 date with Denmark.
Right, run Forest.
Run Forest.
Karen Carney, Chris Waddle, Micah Richards with us. Matt Upson staying in position out in Rome. And Karen, I'm going to come to you first, because now obviously the atmosphere is different to how it was at Wembley after the win over Germany, and there was real euphoria after that between players and fans as far as England were concerned. England at the final whistle there seemed to have game faces on.
Yeah, they did. I've got my game face on now. We're in a semi-final. That was just a perfect performance. Before the game, perfect strategy, clean sheet, no suspensions, no injuries, subs coming on, 4 goals. I think Southgate told them after the Germany game, look, we've beaten Germany, but calm down. And I think that they know now that they're literally 2 games away from literally bringing it home. So it is game face time, though.
So the atmosphere is understandably different, Micah, but it does feel right. Job done, and we move on.
Yeah, exactly that. I think it was a professional performance. It was a brilliant performance, actually. I think sometimes when we've talked to England before, we've sort of overcooked it a little bit, but they deserve the praise tonight. I think Gareth Southgate, what he's done with this team, the belief, then he had the penalty shootout that he won in the World Cup, and then he beats Germany in a knockout stage. He's just changed the whole mentality within the players, and the belief that he gives to these players is just a joy to see. And they're repaying him by performances like this. You know, throughout the group stage, they didn't play the best performances. I think like throughout the games have gone through, they've just sort of turned up a little bit. But today was a real performance of intent, and they're here with a real chance of winning this competition now.
I think we first did England shows together 11 years ago at the World Cup in South Africa, which was probably around the first time of one of your first rants.
Probably.
Yeah. So I reckon this might be the first time in 11 years where there's nothing for us to pick out negatively.
Well, you've improved a little bit since them 11 years.
Thanks very much.
Anyway, you know, couldn't get the stuff then, could we? No, listen, I look at the tournament, it reminds me a little bit of the World Cup in Russia, where we went through and all the draws, you thought, we haven't really played a team better than us on paper, let's be honest. Now it starts, like when we played Croatia in the semis, all of a sudden you look up and you thought, Croatia, very good team. At the time, very, very good team. You look what they've gone through so far here, and it's very similar, where you think, yeah, we'll beat them. Then you get the semis, and now Denmark will give them the hardest game they've had so far.
Chris, what about the Germany game though? And I know it wasn't a great German team that we've seen in the past. Exactly that, and they played a different formation. But was that not a game where you thought, actually, if you beat Germany?
Yeah, but did you not think we'd beat Germany? If we'd been Germany years ago, I would have thought, no, we'll not beat them. I actually looked at this German team. They've had to bring people back, old player Hummels and that. They couldn't get the balance of the team, so they brought the old lads back. And they were a good side. I'm not saying they're not a good side. They were a decent side, but they were beatable. And I think this is very similar to the road we went when we got to Croatia in the semis. And I think Denmark will pose a lot of questions to this England team.
I would completely agree that I think Denmark will. But this feels like a bigger game, Matt, and a bigger performance in their win over Ukraine than maybe what felt at the time in Samara like a fairly routine 2-0 win over Sweden.
I agree. I think it feels a huge statement of intent from England here this evening, and I get the point about who you play and the teams that you're up against, but you only play what's put in front of you. You know, you've got no control over that, and I think it's more the manner of how this England team go about it. If we do get beat in this tournament and go out of this tournament, I feel that it's not going to be because we underperform. It's going to be because we come against a team that's better than us, and on the day we get beat. But I think this group of players are giving a good account of themselves and getting better and better with every game, a little bit more confident, and it's gradual. It's not huge jumps. It doesn't appear to be, you know, a bit of a roller coaster, flitting up good this game, really average or poor the next. It just feels like it's growing. And I know we'd like to see England against better opposition in this tournament, and I agree with Chris Wallowin that the next game is going to be the toughest for sure, because you're playing a team that has something special going on too.
Yeah, Matt, you've got to think though that the teams that played, we weren't really looking at somebody who could score a goal against us. And we've had clean sheets, and that's obviously the people have had chances, but you come up against a team now who are full of confidence. They've scored 4-4-2 today, and they could have scored a lot more today. They do create chances, and they have been taking them the last 2 or 3 games, so they will be asking questions of England's defence.
It hasn't, but you are right, Matt, in that it hasn't been I mean, even 3 years ago, it was a roller coaster at times. You know, there was the game against Belgium in the group stage, penalties against Colombia, and look, I know the Scotland performance wasn't great, but there's an element of control and calm around them.
Absolutely, that's what I see, that's what I feel. It's kind of like that slow bit of growth that you're seeing in the team game to game, and at times I think, you know, we looked at it early stages, it was a little bit drab. Certainly Scotland, it was disappointing, maybe you know, a little bit boring at times in terms of going forward, not adventurous enough. All these words were getting used, and I understand that, and I think it has needed to get better in that aspect, but they've eventually got better, looking a little bit more dangerous. When we've gone forward, it's had real cutting edge, and until we come up against a better team, it's very hard to say whether it's because of the team or whether it's because England are playing well, are solid and have real cutting edge in the team. We're going to find out eventually, because we're going to see it in the semi-final against a team that's in great form. But for me, it's about England. Not if we go out of this tournament, it's because the team's just better than us and they outplay us on the day, not because this group underperform. I don't see that happening in this group at the moment.
What do you pick out, Karen, as a big positive tonight? Because there are various things that you could pick out.
Everything. It literally, if Gareth Southgate sat down and we told him how it ended out, you go, scored from set plays, fantastic. We kept a clean sheet. We scored 4 goals. Saw some unbelievable performances. Sterling was on point. Kane scored 2 again, so he's building momentum. Luke Shaw, it was fantastic at left back. The confidence. Tactically, they switched, we still coped with it. Everything, the fact that we could bring on the subs, rest players, no suspensions, the whole game plan was unbelievable. It could not have gone any better, literally, for him. He'll go in and think, fantastic, but as he did against Germany, they've got to reset, regroup, get back to St George's Park and go again.
Let's get some reaction from Rome then. Ian's still trying to find where the interview point is. So here's Harry Maguire with Juliet Farrington.
Harry, such a good feeling, surely, for you guys tonight. Back-to-back semi-finals at a major tournament.
No, it's a great feeling. Back-to-back semi-finals at a major tournament is a great achievement, but like, I don't want to be a party pooper, but we don't stop here. We've got another big game coming up, and we want to go further this time than we did at the World Cup. So, no, of course, it's a great feeling to win here, and the way that we've done it as well shows the big progress that we're making as a country. So, no, long may the improvement continue, and like I say, we've got another big one coming up.
The confidence is there, though, and as you say, you seem to be players who know you're capable of going all the way.
Yeah, we have great belief in the dressing room. I think the first half was tough. We obviously got the early goal, what we wanted, and they caused a few problems with the shape, and they changed it a few times in the first half. But I think the second goal settled us down a lot, and then from then on we controlled the game really well and got the third and fourth, which I think we deserved on the night. So no, it was an impressive performance in the end. And listen, we've got now rest, recover, and we've got another big one coming up.
Do you soak it all in? Even though you've got Denmark coming up, do you give yourself to soak it all in?
I think it's hard to soak it all in when like I said, you've got another big one coming up. You know who you're playing and when you're playing them. So I think the dressing room will be a great atmosphere in there tonight, but then tomorrow morning we'll wake up and we'll be focused again, because this group of players aren't settling for a semi-final. We want to go further. So like I said, we've got to now rest, recover, and we've got another big one.
And Harry, I was behind the goal when you scored. The thud when the ball connected with your head, it was so loud. You gave it some real power.
Yeah, I think we spoke about before the game that we needed to be better on attacking set plays. We haven't scored one in this tournament yet, so we've got 2 tonight from myself and Jordan. So no, it was a great ball from Luke, and no, I got a great connection on it, and it was always ending up in the back of the net when I got that connection from that distance. But no, it's nice to chip in with a goal, but more importantly, the victory.
Well done. Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you.
Harry Maguire with Juliet Farrington. That's exactly what we were talking about beforehand, Mike, the game face that they all have on. And Maguire said he didn't want to be a party pooper, but this is just one more game on the road to achieving what they want to achieve.
Yeah, exactly that. I just like the way that he speaks as well. He's so eloquent. He's not getting too excited. He actually got the belief that this team can go and do something special. He mentioned getting to the semi-final in the World Cup, and he don't want to just get to a semi-final as at Euros now. He wants to go and do one more and get to that final. And in terms of temperament, and don't forget, he didn't start the tournament, and he's had fitness issues coming into this tournament. He's been able to put them aside, focus on what he needs to do, be a real leader at the back, and he deserves immense credit for what he's done, because he really is a star of this team. He's had a lot of stick going to Man United, and a lot of people saying he wasn't good enough. He's proven everyone wrong in aspects, and he's taken it to international football. So fair play to him, and long may it continue, because he is a real star.
It looks like Harry Kane has been given the Star of the Match award. Chris, 2 goals tonight, takes him up to 3 for the tournament.
Good for Harry Kane, good for England, isn't it? We need him to score. He's a very important player to England. Raheem Sterling obviously has been putting the ball in the net, but Harry Kane now's clicked, and That's good at this stage of the tournament. We need him to put the ball in the net. As I said, he's such an important player, and he seems to be coming good again.
Ian Dennis has arrived pitch side at the Stadio Olimpico.
Yeah, but that's in the San Siro.
Are you still in the right place? Have you got anyone with you?
I'll tell you what, Chris, I would be breathing very, very heavily if I was in the San Siro. I know you probably wanted it for the comedy value for me to be out of breath, but I actually made it here. It was quite serene. I just strolled down the steps, found exactly where I wanted to be. The last few supporters, the remnants the England supporters away to my right-hand side, have just been ushered out by the stewards, who are now just gathering and milling around with their luminous yellow jackets. And my eyes are actually towards the tunnel area, because I'm not too far away from the England bench, where Gareth Southgate and Steve Holland would have been sitting tonight, and I'm just waiting for the England players to be brought towards us. So hopefully we'll hear from Harry Kane. We've already heard from Harry Maguire, Jordan Henderson, and as well as Gareth Southgate. So we're going to try and bring you as much reaction as we can here pitch side in the Stadio Olimpico.
Karen, as a professional athlete, there is an element of breathlessness in Ian's voice, isn't there? I mean,
me and you are proper laughing because we can hear it, and I'm really trying to be professional.
There are the occasional sharp intake of breath there. Can you see him, Matt, from where you are?
I'm literally just got him in my ear. He's giving me a wave now. Good to see you, Deno.
I can't see you, Matt, because the floodlights are too bright.
I can see you, Deno. I can see you, and you are. The chest is moving up and down a bit heavily, mate. Did you jog it down there?
Don't play along with Mr. Chapman.
Matt, myself, Mike, and Chris, Karen, all together earlier this week after the win against Germany, and we talked about Luke Shaw then. His 2 assists tonight, on top of the one he got against Germany, so he's now got 3, which is the most by an English player at a major tournament since David Beckham at Euro 2000.
Wow, I mean that's an amazing stat for Luke Shaw, and it was his intent right from the off. And I think it's interesting to see how advanced he is up the pitch. It's something that was pretty obvious in how he was getting up high. Sterling coming inside, he was always available whenever the ball was coming across the pitch. He was always anticipating, creeping up the pitch early, and he just feels secure to do it. I think as a fullback you have to feel secure. Micah will know as well as anyone that security, to know your centre back or your holding midfield player, whether it be Phillips or Declan Rice, can step in and you can just go and commit forward. It gives him that freedom, and he takes it. You know, his delivery for the cross, a little dink into Harry Kane, was absolutely fantastic. So he's producing that real piece of quality on the end of it as well.
And that left-hand side actually is working very well, isn't it, Micah? With Sterling, because of his ability to come on the inside, because of his right-footedness, then opens the space for Shaw on the left, and Shaw also has the security of a club teammate alongside him defensively.
Exactly, it's that mindset as well. You remember he had that horrific injury, didn't he? Was it the leg break? Leg break, and then to come through that, he looked a bit overweight at the time, and he's managed to get himself in great shape. And now the way he moves forward is just effortless. You know, he always knows where to be. He's that overlapping run, and he doesn't put too much pace on the ball. He almost just guides it for them to go and attack it, and I've been really impressed. And not just today, I think he's been another one of England's best performers, and he's got that. He's made that left back his own. We've talked about, obviously, Trippier started the first game really good defensively. Chilwell had a really good season for Chelsea, but in terms of nailing it down, it's his place to lose now.
It's confidence, isn't it? Let's be honest. I mean, the lad's had a rough time a couple of years ago and whatever, and he's worked himself to sound fit, but the more he's played, Man United's had a good season. He's played a big part of that, and his confidence, you can see, that's the key with all these players. They all look very confident at the minute.
It's his timing of his run that I'm impressed with. He's always comes up and he's at the right time. When the winger goes infield, he's always given that option, and it's the right timing, you know, for the assist for Kane's header. He's just there, and he just can put enough whip and pace on it, because the timing, it was the same for when Grealish came on. He did the same then for the assist. That's what's impressed me, is when he releases himself to go forward and be that left winger in essence.
He's also only 25 as well. I mean, it feels like he's been around for a very long time. But Karen, 25, that's still got a long time in the game, hasn't it?
Yeah, massively, and he's going to keep learning, improving, be more experienced, and again, we've all said it's confidence. It's finding a manager like Southgate, like Solskjaer, that just puts an arm around him and just goes, you're fine, you're doing good, and keep building and building and building, and it's working. And he is a left back now, and quite comfortably, really.
I'm just looking at the replay of that goal, and what Raheem Sterling does is so good. He comes inside and he almost just drags the ball back and flicks it. And like you mentioned, Cam, that the timing that Luke Shaw sees it, he's already on the run. Sterling knows it. They've got a really good connection, them two, at the moment, and it's just working on that left-hand side for England.
Is Sterling benefiting, do you think, Micah, from not playing all the time for Manchester City towards the end of the season? There's a freshness about him, because he wasn't, was he? I mean, Pep Guardiola would have him on the bench for quite a lot of the closing stages of last season. Yeah,
well, the squad at Man City is just ridiculous. I think Raheem's one of them players where he feels like he's always got something to prove. Throughout his career, going from Liverpool to Man City, and then he had all the Liverpool fans on his back, and then when he came to City, people talking about he's just quick, he's not got rail, but he's really improved the composure side of things. I still think he's actually got a level to go. Some of the performances, I think he can do more. But the good thing about him, he likes to go inside, which creates that space for Luke Shaw down that side. And I wouldn't say he's a confidence player, but he just feels like he always has something to prove, and he's got a great mindset, and that's why you see him playing at the top of his game.
He's had a good tournament, Chris, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, before the tournament, a lot of people saying they shouldn't pick him. It was put Foden in, and put Thingy in, and put Rashford in, and everybody was putting his front three together. He wasn't really ever mentioned, to be honest. We're not playing for City every game. I think it has benefited, because City play quite a high tempo game, and players who play week in, week out for City do look tired. I mean, look at De Bruyne, and in the tournament, a lot of them have looked tired. So he's benefited definitely for, and England's had the benefits for it, no doubt about that. But he's positive when he plays for England. When we're talking about, we want Sancho to do that. He does it. He goes and runs it. Yeah, he does lose the ball, and he goes too quick sometimes, and he loses a composure. He doesn't settle down to pass the ball, and so it just gets confusing with it.
I'll jump in now, because one of the players that we've been talking about, Luke Shaw, is live with Ian.
He is one of the players you've been talking about, and Luke Shaw is with us live on BBC Radio 5 Live. Congratulations, what a performance.
Thank you. Extremely proud of the team tonight. A very good performance, another clean sheet.
And you're smiling when you say that.
We're going in the right direction, and we don't want to stop here. We want to keep going. I feel like we want to keep making the nation proud of these games and these performances, and like I said, we don't want to stop here. We got 2 massive games left, hopefully, and we want to go the whole way.
I'll come back to the defensive bit in a minute, but I've got to make this, because Mark Chapman's just read it out. If I don't say it now, I'll forget, but you're the first player since David Beckham at Euro 2000 to have 3 assists in a major tournament. That's not bad, is it?
To be honest, I had no clue. I don't really look into stuff like that, but of course, I mentioned the other day in my interview on Lions Den who would I have loved to play with, and he was one of them, and it's an honour to be mentioned in, the same bracket as him. And it's not just about that. I'm just really proud of how the team performed tonight, and we need to keep going.
Because no England side ever before has kept 7 successive clean sheets. I mean, that must give you a real platform and such a confidence to go in now to the semi-final against Denmark.
Yeah, 100%, and it's a huge foundation of where we want to start off. I think in this team, if we keep clean sheets, we're going to score goals. I think obviously at the start of the tournament, there was a lot of talk about we need to be scoring more, but we always believe, we always train hard, work hard, and like I said, we want to create our own history, and I think we're going in the right direction.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Cheers, Luke.
Take care.
Luke Shaw live with Ian Dennis on 5 Live Sport. Just back to Raheem Sterling, a word, Karen, because Chris and Mike have had their say.
He just looks fresh. He's been our best player. He looks sharp. He looks hungry. He's clinical. He's exciting. And what I would say is Southgate has always been loyal with him. Him and Kane. There's always been question marks over him, and he stuck with them, persevered with them. And Sterling, for me, has been England's best player, attacking player for sure. And watching him at ground level, how sharp he is, it's been a real joy to watch him.
Looking forward to the Denmark semi-final, Matt. When you look at that, is it the same sort of question that I put after the Germany game, that there are still 2 places that maybe will get changed, and that's the Jadon Sancho role and who plays that, and whether, if Southgate goes back to a back 3, then what happens to Mason Mount. They seem to be the 2 positions, players that will be rotated.
Yeah, I mean, Mason Mount, you know, has been unfortunate, hasn't he, from being a player that you almost said is guaranteed to play. The situation with having to isolate has given, you know, other players opportunities to impress, and those players have taken that. So the competitiveness in that position is everything that Gareth Southgate wants, as long as it's met with the right attitude from the players and the understanding and the commitment for the team, which appears to be there. So yeah, you'd have to say that he's a player that might be under that bracket. Definitely that position that Sancho played is one that's up for discussion, unless the shape changes. But we're saying all these different things. It's so hard to predict, isn't it? You know, what direction they're going to go in next in terms of personnel, shape. Will it be different? It's so hard to predict, but I guess you're right. The rest of it is almost picking itself. Declan Rice and the spine of the team, the centre-backs, Pickford, Harry, you know they're going to be there, they're going to have the shirt, they're going to be involved, but it's just those fringe areas on the high, wide sides. And you have to say full-back as well now looks pretty solid, doesn't it? It'd be strange to see those positions rotated at this stage in the tournament.
I suppose if they went to a 3 at the back and wing backs as well, and Trippier came back in, Mount could take that Jadon Sancho role, couldn't he? And then he'd still be in the side as well.
Yeah, I think the good thing about England now, they've shown that they can be flexible.
Wait there. More reaction from Ian Dennis, who has Jadon Sancho with him live.
A smiling Jadon Sancho. What a performance, Jadon. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling absolutely over the moon. You know, today was a must-win game, and you know, again, I'm just happy to get an opportunity to play in this quarterfinals, and it's a special moment for me and my family. So yeah, over the moon.
Because you've had to be patient. You've only had 6 minutes of game time before tonight.
Yeah, definitely. As you can see, our squad is very strong, and you know, every time I haven't been playing, I've just been going back in training and giving everything. So happy to get my opportunity tonight, and you know, thanks to Gareth Southgate for selecting me for tonight.
But because of what's happened with Manchester United, you're finally a Manchester United player. Did you go into tonight's game full of confidence?
To be fair, I've just been focusing on myself while I've been with England, and you know, taking every little bit of information that I've been given, and you know, always been ready on the bench, ready to come on. And again, I think I've been proving myself in training, and happily I got the start tonight, and you know, happy with a 4-0 win, so I'm just over the moon again.
It was just such a great all-round performance, wasn't it?
Yeah, we knew today was going to be a big game. Ukraine are a very good side, and you know, so I think in the second half we attacked a bit more, and you know, opened space for Harry Kane to get his goals. So yeah, delighted.
And we haven't, of course, had a chance to speak to you since you became a United player. How do you feel about that?
To be fair, if it's all right with you, I just want to focus on England, so sorry about that.
Well, no, absolutely. Will you enjoy the night?
Thank you very
much. Thanks, Jadon.
Jadon Sancho, live with Ian Dennis. What are you giggling to yourself about?
No, he just very professionally wants to focus on England.
Yeah, absolutely.
You do
what?
Nothing.
What? You were looking at how they might line up against Denmark, Karen.
Well, yeah, me and Mike were just looking at the what Denmark were doing, and they went with a 3-4-2-1, so 3-4-3. So I think England will match them. I think they'll play with 3 and wing backs, and I think they will match them.
This will be strange, just because Denmark have been watching England and thinking they're going to play 4-3-3, and they're thinking they're going to play 3 at the back. And I wouldn't be surprised if Denmark, like they did with Wales, push Christensen into midfield and go a flat back 4. What they did against Wales.
What would you do, Chris, against the Great Danes?
Well, the only thing I'd like Kyle Walker on the 3 at the back, because he's got genuine pace, which helps. Because no disrespect to Maguire and Stones, the weakness they've got is if they get turned. And the one thing Denmark do a lot is turn teams, and they get a lot of runners in behind. And I think with a 3, it's a bit more secure. But if you're going to create more chances playing 4-3-3, you've got to believe in your system, haven't you? So it'll be an interesting one, which both managers are thinking here, because they'll be thinking, will we change it?
Here's a final one as a little quiz, because 606 on the way with Ali and Chrissy. You know they like a quiz. Do you know what links all 4 semi-finalists at Euro 2020 in this tournament? So that's Italy, Spain, Denmark.
The other 3 have won it.
England. No, that doesn't link them. What links them, Matt? Any ideas?
No clue.
all 4 of them.
Well, give us a clue first.
All right, well,
it's
all right.
into
Okay,
it.
it's to
build the suspense.
Yeah, but I want to get home. It's to
yeah, don't go with clue. Come on.
Right, yeah, exactly. It's to do with the group stages at this tournament. Silence doesn't work brilliantly on radio. No? Shall I give it...
Play 3 games at the home ground?
Yes, there you go.
Look at that. His brain's into gear.
All 4 semi-finalists at Euro 2020 played their group stages at home. There you go.
So you're saying that's an advantage then?
No, I'm just throwing it out there whether it was an advantage or not. And if it is an advantage, then England have semi-final and the final if they get there at home. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Safe journey home.
Thanks very much.
Good stuff. Thank you to Micah and to Karen and to Chris as well. England are into the semi-finals. 3 years after they made the last 4 at the World Cup, they're in the last 4 at the Euros. We will have full coverage here on 5 Live of both semi-finals. Italy-Spain on Tuesday night, and then on Wednesday it is Denmark against England. Thank you very much for listening. Ali and Chris and 606, the other side of the BBC News.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
And with the 5 Live News, I'm Shabnam Yunus-Jewell. Scientists have raised doubts about proposals being considered by ministers to exempt fully vaccinated people from self-isolating if they come into contact with someone with COVID-19. Experts fear this could risk placing more pressure on the NHS and cause resentment among those who have not had both jabs. Another 18 people in the UK are known to have died within 28 days of testing positive for COVID-19. Nearly 24,900 new cases have been added to the daily record. Protesters have marched in 60 towns and cities across Britain to demand better pay and funding for the NHS. They've objected to the 1% rise suggested by the former Health Secretary Matt Hancock in March. Ministers are now waiting for the recommendations of the pay review body, which is due to report within days. The government says patient safety is a priority. Unions say it's being put at risk by underfunding. And officials in Florida are bringing forward plans to demolish what's left of a block of flats that collapsed 9 days ago near Miami, killing at least 24 people. It's feared an approaching tropical storm could bring down the rest of the building. 124 people remain missing.
Now ready to serve. Just a final few bounces of the ball. Still waiting. All part of the routine. Here we go. Nope. Still we wait. 25 seconds allowed. The clock shows this one just about at 2 years now. But here we are. Players ready. The crowd ready. And there it goes.
Wimbledon 2021.
Finally, back at SW19. All this week
On 5 Live, 5 Live Sports Extra, and across the BBC.
Are you ready to have your say in the UK's biggest football debate? Your teams, your views. Get ready. This is 606 on BBC 5 Live.
With Alistair Bruce Ball
and Chris Sutton.
And if you're an England fan, then these are the nights that 606 is made for, because we want to hear from you. We're taking your calls through until midnight, so if you're sober enough, then pick up the phone and give us a call. And we are going to get as many of you on this evening as possible. As an England supporter, it cannot get much better than that, can it? They are through to a first Euro semi-final since 1996, a second successive semi-final at a major tournament. Now it's Denmark who stand in their way at Wembley on Wednesday. That won't be easy, but that was some performance from Gareth Southgate's team tonight. Captain Kane back in the goals as well in a sparkling performance in Rome. This is 606.
Sterling, though, plays the ball in. Here is Harry Kane! England lead! It's going to be sure to take it, and it comes now there! Planted! And Harry Maguire gets on the end of it! Cross comes in from the left! Harry Kane with a downward header! Mason Mount with a corner kick, and it comes! Downward header, and Jordan Henderson has scored his first goal for his country! As England are running riot!
This is BBC Radio 5 Live. Call free 08085 909 693. Text 85058. Text will be charged at your standard message rate. Plus, see our privacy notice. bbc.co.uk/5live.
That was Ian Dennis with the spine-tingling commentary in Rome on BBC Radio 5 Live this evening. He is waiting pitchside to speak to the England manager Gareth Southgate. As soon as he arrives, we will bring that to you. And Chris Sutton is here waiting to take your calls. Chris, after that game on BBC television, Alan Shearer said he feels something very special is happening with this England team. How special was that performance tonight, do you think?
Oh, it was a special performance, wasn't it? What a night, what a performance. I mean, there's nothing to moan about. Normally you have an England game and think, well, you know, we're going to pick the bones out of this aspect or that aspect. It was near perfect, wasn't it? Harry Kane, though the doubters of Harry Kane once again, they shouldn't doubt him. How many chances has he had in the tournament? You know, when he gets a chance, he invariably scores, doesn't he? Raheem Sterling, had a poor end to the season at Manchester City, but England's player of the tournament so far. I mean, it's... Where'd you go? I mean, where are England going to go? I mean, Denmark next. It's looking good, isn't it?
Will the Great Danes be quaking in their boots? Chris, people have called 606 in the last few weeks, not only doubting Harry Kane and Raheem Sterling, doubting Gareth Southgate. We had a caller on, called him a PE teacher, said he shouldn't be the manager of the England team, said they wanted Frank Lampard in charge. Yeah, they wanted a change in this tournament.
Well, and you know what? For all the critics of Gareth Southgate, let's hear you tonight. Call in tonight and tell us that he's not the right man for the job.
Also, quick pat on the back for you. BBC Sport website prediction game challenged Loro. What was your prediction for the game tonight?
4-0. 4-0 to England, Bruce, just to clarify. Yeah, look, we both saw Ukraine against Austria. Austria were the better team. England are building slowly in this competition. I thought that would be a good opportunity for England to let loose, and they did. And look, there are some good teams left. Italy, Spain, the Danes are a strong team, but you've got to fancy England now, haven't you?
Yeah, loads of calls on the way, Chris. Last little one, and I put it out on social media. I don't want to chuck any cold water on it, but is there a danger of complacency? Is there a danger of getting carried away? They're in the semi-finals. They're not in the final. They're not won it yet.
Yes, but not with the players. You get the feeling with Gareth Southgate and the players that he won't let them get complacent. The players are focused. Maybe with us, Bruce, maybe with the punters around the country, we're getting complacent, but that's our prerogative, isn't it?
Yeah, we're allowed to get carried away. We want you to get carried away on 606 tonight. Let's get to those phone lines. Chris and I are here until midnight taking the calls. The number to dial is 08085 909 693, and Gareth Southgate will be on the airwaves shortly as well. So if you are in our first couple of callers, we may just have to interrupt you for the England manager, but I think you're going to have to accept that. Exactly. Yeah. Right, Chris, speak to Chris, our first caller this evening. This Chris we're about to speak to. Chris, you predicted 3-0, so you got it wrong.
I did. I got it wrong, but let me tell you, I am so pleased. Because the point is, I have never dissed Gareth Southgate. Never have. I've always trusted him because he's a modern manager coach, right? He understands the modern game and the way it's worked. And yes, sometimes it's boring. And yes, sometimes we go back too much and we don't attack. But sometimes you have to win boring. And tonight, the big white and blue hammer the floor! Yeah, they did. And I knew they would. And this is the point. We never, ever, ever gave up hope. We knew we'd beat Germany one day. We knew we'd do what we do. And we'll get that World Cup final. Don't worry. That's going to come. But first and foremost, I've got a little bit of something that isn't directly football related, but related to the Danish. All right? Mm-hmm. What concerns me about them is they've got a sign that's beyond football. What happened to Christian Eriksen, as we all watched with horror around the world, and we all empathised and thought, how the hell do we go through this? How the hell could you go and do that? What concerns me is they are beyond football. They are welded together as a unit. And this is my point about being the effervescent England fan and a little bit concerned about the semi-final. They seem to have the sign the way my beloved Leicester City had the sign when we won the Premiership. They were bigger than the constituent parts. They were. and they've got spirit and dynamism and everything else, and they all connect with one another. But tonight, I saw what England could do, and I know what England could do. I think it could be one heck of a game on Wednesday night. I really do. And I have no issue.
You mentioned the Danes' spirit and dynamism, but England have got that as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why it could be a heck of a game, Chris. It could be, because we've got it now. They look like they wanted to move it and do it and dominate the game and control the ball their way. Listen to their manager. This is what we do tactically. We did it particularly in the second half against Germany. But tonight we did it for the whole game, right? It was just controlled. I thought if it was just a normal game, right, tonight, if it was a qualifier, if it was a friendly, I thought England would win 3-0. Right, they went one better than me. You predicted it. Congratulations, Chris. You're a legend. Nice one, mate. You are.
Steady on, Chris.
But tonight, the point is, it's like, you know what? They set down that marker for all the doubters, for all the England fans who was naysaying.
Chris, do you understand the doubters though? Because you've said you've been a Southgate supporter from the start, but do you understand the doubters, and what would you say to the doubters now?
I can understand why you doubt, because it's so boring. And sometimes England are just like, they won't attack. They look a little bit scared at times. They look. You want them to go and use those those wing backs, and you want them to go rip into your opposition. It's like blitzkrieg, heavy metal football, if you will. We know what Klopp plays at Liverpool. I want them to sometimes be not so afraid and go, come on, we can kill this. We can do this, and they've got the talent to do it, and they have to believe. And incidentally, on that level, just before I go, because I've taken up a lot of your time, I have wrote an unofficial England song tonight, and it's been on YouTube for a while, and it's on my YouTube site, and it's called Take the World, and it was written specifically for this and Qatar. So if anybody wants to go and listen to it, how it's done, heavy metal football.
Give us 2 bars, Chris. Give us 2 bars before you go quickly. Give us a bit of chorus. Go on. Take the world.
Here we go.
Go on.
So many times we've been through it.
Sing it, Chris.
Sing it. Go on.
Sing it, Chris.
So many times we've been through it.
Yeah.
So many times that you blew it. There's time to show us your true grit. We all know you can do it. You've got to do it for the glory. See your flag unfurled. Time to write your story. It's time to take the world.
Fantastic, Chris. Thank you very much. Great call. 08085 909 693. You were enjoying that, Chris.
Oh, I loved it, Bruce.
Heavy metal football.
Yeah, heavy metal. If that's in the shops, I'll buy it, Bruce.
Okay, good stuff. Let's get David on. Gareth Southgate still to come in. Dennis is waiting to speak to him. David's our next caller on 606 this evening. Good evening, David.
Good evening. Fantastic evening from Oldham outside a very excited pub.
Right.
Sounds quiet in there, David.
What's the name of the pub?
It's the Bull's Head in Hayside. It's gone a bit crazy in here, so I've come out. I'm standing next to the bins outside. I can speak to you quietly.
Yeah, living the dream.
It's not a very, salubrious place, but never mind.
David, talk to me about Gareth Southgate. Talk to me about Gareth Southgate.
Southgate. I have been an advocate for Gareth Southgate on this programme for years, since he got appointed. The guy has got integrity. He's England through and through. And my point is he should get a 10-year contract. I know that sounds crazy, but Joachim Löw had 15 years at international level. Just let him take us through this next decade, and he'll do amazing things. The guy deserves it. I'm thrilled for him. I absolutely love him, and I'm a massive advocate of Gareth. And I've been calling him Sir Gareth. I think I was the first person on national radio to call him Sir Gareth about 2.5 years ago. I love the guy. I just think, wow. And I'm so thrilled that we've won tonight. And it doesn't matter if we lose against Denmark, because Denmark...
What?
It doesn't matter if we lose, because what I'm saying is, trust this guy. I think we will beat Denmark, and I think we'll...
Yeah,
when
but David, it will matter. Of course, it will matter if we lose against Denmark. I sort of understand where you're coming from to a point, but now this is within grasp now, isn't it?
Well, absolutely. We'll never have a better chance, and we're at home, and all the signs are aligning to us winning this tournament. But my point is, regardless of what he does, just give him a very long contract and let him get on with his job, because nobody's going to do any better. Trust me, than nobody. And he's also got some of the best coaches behind him. I mean, really exceptional people. So just let him get on with it, and whatever happens, we're just absolutely thrilled.
Yeah.
10 years quite excessive, though, isn't it? Remember, was it Alan Pardew got an 8-year deal at Newcastle and it all went pear-shaped, didn't it?
David, I can thank you for the call, David. Chris, I take David's point in that...
Do you like a 10-year deal, Bruce?
Oh, Chris, I'd love a 10-year. I'd love a 10-month deal, Chris, to be fair. If Denmark get the better of England, then there will be people saying, oh, Gareth Southgate got it wrong and he's got to go. But I take David's point in that the progress that he's made with this group of players has been fantastic.
Can I just say that there cannot be people out there, if England lose to Denmark, who say Gareth should go.
Yeah, but there will be, Chris. You know football. You know how it works. Of course there will be.
Come on, Bruce.
Because there were people doubting Gareth Southgate before they came into this tournament. And one 4-0 win over Ukraine, who weren't a great team, Chris, you'd admit that, is not going to change everyone's minds if they then lose to Denmark. That's the way it works.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is the one. So the Gareth Southgate doubters, let's hear from you. Be brave enough to call in tonight and tell us why. And that's fine. Everybody's entitled to their opinion, but tell us why you doubted him.
We will be speaking to him soon. Well, you and I won't, Chris, but Ian Dennis will be speaking to him in Rome soon. Let's get Ahmed on the line. 08085 909 693 if you want to have a chat to us this evening. Chris Sutton and I taking the calls through until midnight here on 606 on 5 Live. Ahmed, how you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. Good evening, guys.
Good evening,
Chris. Good evening, Alistair.
Good evening. Yeah. So what did you make of that tonight? Brilliant performance, Ahmed.
Well, I rang back 2 weeks ago when people were calling Gareth Southgate, was it a shoemaker, beekeeper, candlestick maker? He is one of the best tactician manager that England had in a long, 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 long time. When I watch England now, it's like watching continental teams of the past. They hold the ball, they play the ball, they're patient. This is how you win international matches. We can't play kick and run to win international matches because good teams wait for us to blow a gasket and then they pick us off. This is how you play international matches.
So Ahmed, do you understand people who have suggested that Gareth's style earlier on in the tournament was negative? Who suggested people who said that Phillips and Rice shouldn't play together? It should just be one holding midfielder. What do you say to that? Gareth's been proved right, hasn't he?
The way I look at that is the way I look at other international teams when they used to have so-called boring players playing in there. They used to have Dunga, Gilberto, Silva. They used to play together. They're boring, but they got the thing done. Nobody should care how we win as long as we win. I can remember international. Yeah, I can remember.
You there, Ahmed?
I am, sir.
Yeah. What else can you remember?
I can remember times when England, we didn't even used to get to the championship. In the 70s and 80s, we did nothing. So with this team, he is actually making them gel and working.
Ahmed, just quickly a final one because the line's dropping in and out. In terms of the team and the game against Denmark, did you like the look of the team tonight? Would you go the same again?
I personally would go the same. And I would go as they're doing at the moment, hold the ball, play it around, and then make incisive runs that make impact. We don't play kick and run anymore. People pick us off. This is brilliant. He's got the tools, and he's getting the machine to work properly.
Yeah. Okay, Ahmed, thank you. Chris, just before we get to Max, who's our next caller, what did you make of Jadon Sancho for England this evening?
Yeah, look, I thought he had a decent game. He's a talented player. I've seen a fair bit of him in the Bundesliga. I was surprised he got his chance tonight, but I think it's fair to say he took it. But there are so many players now. I mean, he's got a lovely headache, if there is such a thing, in the fact that he's got selection issues, but selection issues which are really positive. I mean, Phil Foden, Mason Mount, Grealish didn't even get on the pitch today.
Yeah.
I mean, really difficult selection dilemma for Gareth, but a lovely position to be in.
Let's get Max on. Max is our next caller on 606. Hi there, Max.
Hello, chaps. How are you both?
Yes, very well, thanks, Max. So go on, Max. What's your point?
Yeah, I think like most England fans, pinching myself, what an absolutely fantastic result. But I want to say a special thanks. I think Gareth's game management, absolutely fantastic. The substitutions he made, he protected Rice, he protected Phillips, he took off Kane when he needed to come off. He knew we had won the game, he knew it was wrapped up, and he knows the importance of the Denmark game coming up. And I just thought his substitutions and the game management was so clever.
But it's been good all the way through the tournament, hasn't it? He's got every. Could you name a decision in this tournament which you think that he has got wrong, or which is up for debate?
Arguably, I think today, instead of bringing on Trippier, he could have brought on Chilwell, because I think Chilwell's one of the few players that hasn't had any minutes yet. Mm-hmm. So I thought perhaps that was a little bit harsh. But who am I to question what Gareth's done? I mean, the result today, the performance, absolutely fantastic. I mean, he's brought in Sancho. Sancho hasn't played since, he hasn't had any minutes. He's had a couple of minutes in one of the games. Sancho was brilliant. He had great moments in the game. Kane, fantastic. Sterling has been criticised throughout, and Sterling again was fantastic. Luke Shaw, what a performance by Luke Shaw.
What about Jordan Pickford as well this tournament, Max?
Jordan Pickford's been great. I think today of any game, maybe today was his worst performance. He had a few iffy moments. He had that he tried to do the semi-scissor kick in the second half that nearly went wrong, and I think Everton fans were probably recognising him from being the Everton keeper at that time. But Pickford's been.
Bruce, you're a big fan of Pickford, aren't you?
I am.
The little fella.
I am. I see on social media he's become the first England keeper to keep 5 clean sheets from the start of a tournament, beating the record of 442 minutes set by Gordon Banks, none other than Gordon Banks, in 1966. I've got one thing, Chris, that I think Gareth Southgate's got wrong in the tournament, the Mac.
Yeah, we haven't seen that, yeah.
No.
I think he's been that, hasn't he?
He's been the Mac. Max, are you worried about Denmark?
Yes, I think Denmark will be a much tougher test than Ukraine in the sense that they're better players. They've got a world-class goalkeeper. But will England do it? With England at home, with the backing of
Did Denmark not beat England last time at Wembley? I think I was there.
In October. They beat them 1-0.
It will definitely be a tougher test than today.
Yeah.
But I'm confident we'll get past them. But the team that worry me, and I know I'm being an England fan here, thinking ahead to the final.
Oh, careful.
But the team that worry me are Italy.
Careful,
That's
Max.
the team I want to avoid.
Yeah. I'll tell you what's funny about that, Max, because Italian fans, not all of them, but some see it the other way. I was watching the game with my brother tonight.
Is he Italian?
No, he's not Italian, but his Italian friend immediately texted him and said, can't wait till we meet in the final. So the Italians are thinking happy days.
Did he text in Italian or?
No, it was in English, Chris. It was in English, yeah. Let's get to David. David's called 606 tonight. Hi, David.
Yeah, good evening. Having watched that tonight, that was our performance, I felt, was the most professional England performance I've seen since we beat Holland 4-1 in 96. And we've just said about how Gareth's got things right. Well, after the first couple of games where we scraped the first 1-0, a very poor performance against Scotland, but again, we didn't lose, and then we've slowly improved. And tonight's performance as quality of his goals, as quality of his football, and I'm going to agree with Chris Sutton tonight. We don't rely on 3 or 4 good players in our side and the rest to make us up and get through. We've got an abundance of talent, and one thing, though, they're young players, and they will hopefully get better. And to see Bellingham come on at 18 years of age, Sancho, we didn't play Sacco tonight, who played well in the last game. We've got home advantage on Wednesday.
Yep.
They're a very difficult side. I've got to agree with the last caller. Yeah, of course, Casper's a world-class goalkeeper. He plays for Leicester. But a very, very good performance tonight. And how we're playing football, the style of football we play tonight. And we are, and I think you've got to agree with me, Chris, we're unrecognisable from the first couple of games of this tournament.
Yes,
and before anybody says it, well, Ukraine were a poor side, no, I'm sorry. I think England made them look a poor side.
Maybe a bit of both. I mean, I'm racking my brains, and Bruce, I mean, you are the little brains here, but the big brains, in that the Holland game, was that the last... great performance from an England team. It's subjective, isn't it?
Yeah, that was a fantastic performance at a major tournament.
What would you say then, Bruce? What about Spain? When we went to Spain, won 3-2.
Nations League, that was recently. I mean, Chris, you could go to first couple of games of Euro 2004 where Rooney was tearing it up in those games. You go to England beating Germany 5-1 in Munich, wouldn't you?
Yeah. But this means something now, doesn't it? This means something now.
Yeah,
we're now
it's
going
a
to the
tournament.
semi-final
Yeah.
with the quality of this performance. And most importantly, we've got home advantage. And I think that is a big advantage to us on Wednesday night. And at this moment in time, and I'm never one to count as chickens because, we are talking about England. You play one game at a time. But we've got as performance tonight, we have a tremendous chance of getting to the final. Tremendous chance.
Yeah. There's quite. Thanks very much for the call, David. There's quite a lot of sense and calm coming from the callers this evening, Chris. I mean, I think our most over the top call was our singer, Chris, up first, who had us winning the World Cup before we'd even won the Euros. England.
I mean, normally it's bonkers, isn't it? We do these phone-ins and people phone up. This is wrong. That's wrong. Come on, can somebody call in with a negative?
You want a
about
moaner?
England tonight? Right. There isn't one. There isn't one, Bruce.
Okay, let's see if we can get a moaner before midnight tonight. 08085 909 693. I don't think Anne is going to be a moaner.
Midnight.
Anne, are you going to be a moaner? I don't think you are.
Oh, no. No,
Good.
I'm not going to be a moaner at all.
Good.
I am just so proud of what I saw tonight. Off the pitch, we have a manager, Gareth Southgate, who treats each player as an individual to contribute to the team's success. But off the pitch, we're told he observes his players in the dining room to make sure they're okay as people. So we've got that background. And the stadium itself, you would think there were 11,000 England fans, which was the most amazing thing. And what did I see? Management of power. So first of all, the passing, absolutely brilliant. Management and control of that power with a one-touch pass. If you see a chance, you take it. And if you see your teammate taking the chance, you assist. And do you know what? The final thing in the match, was if nobody's watching and you see a chance, take it anyway. And then at the end, all that power just was calm. The players were grounded and, in control and saying, yeah, we know we did that, but we've got more to do. And I'm just grinning from ear to ear, and I don't know if I'll be able to sleep tonight.
No, I think there's a big thing what you said about the players at the end being grounded, being focused. As an impressive performance, the players would have known that. But I think their mindset is good. We've ticked that box onto the next game, and that does give us all hope, doesn't it? That we're actually going to get there.
It absolutely does. And as I said, the ingredients I've seen are there. Denmark will be different, and I like the idea of getting in as early as possible. But I honestly think that all the ingredients are there, and I trust the manager and trust the team on the day to adjust those ingredients for the team And yes, I think we can do it. I think we can go all the way.
Have you always believed in Harry Kane, Anne?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Why not?
Good.
You know, people grow, they change, they develop, and you have to give them that chance. And in the end, they are the ones on the pitch. It's not me. It's Harry Kane, isn't it?
How good was that first goal from Kane tonight, Chris?
Well, the pass was brilliant first and foremost, wasn't it, from Raheem Sterling? But you know, when he gets the opportunities, we've seen it over the years. I've argued this for weeks now about Harry Kane. You know, people saying, "Oh, you know, he's not up to it in an England jersey. This, that, and the other. He's looking stale. He's looking flat." If you provide opportunities, there is not a better finisher in the country than Harry Kane, and that's what England have done tonight. And look what happened. Lovely first goal. And then the header for the second goal. Bruce, good morning, Vicar. As I was taught at Norwich City, head the ball down. Always give yourself... What are you laughing at, Bruce?
No, I like it.
Always give yourself a chance. And, I mean, it was what a wonderful evening.
Yeah.
He's back in form. And what, we haven't heard a doubter. Where are you, the Harry Kane doubters?
Not yet. Anne, are you still there?
Yes, I'm listening.
Where are you going to be listening on Wednesday then?
Oh, my cousin's house, definitely.
Good. Who's your cousin?
He's a Borough fan, Peter, and he's very knowledgeable about football, but he gives me my due as well. And he's one of these people that will sit quietly and just take it all in and absorb it all. So I want to be with him, yeah.
Good. Do you think you'd be a good caller to 606? Could we get Peter on as well, do you think, sometime?
Yeah, possibly. But I don't know. I don't know if he'd want to.
Okay.
He's a bit shy. But I'll ask him.
Okay. Just finally, Anne, do you have any superstitions when you watch England? Is there anything that you have to do? Do things have to be in a certain place?
The only thing I have to have is my beer. I choose a beer and I drink the same beer.
Right.
Yeah, it just has to be the same beer.
Is it a homemade beer? Is it or?
No, it's. Can I tell you the name?
Yeah, go on.
It's Old Speckled Hen. Old Speckled. I like
wow,
it.
yeah, you don't have too many of them.
Exactly. You just nurse them as you go along. And listen to me, I'm perfectly sober, but you nurse them as you go along.
Nurse
and
them.
Much like the team, you keep yourself in control, yeah.
Very good, Anne. Fantastic call. I'm glad you've enjoyed the evening. And give us a call Wednesday again if you want to.
You'd have to be... Thanks, Anne.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye. You'd have to be careful, Bruce, with the old speckled hen, with your metabolism.
Chris, I think we might have a potential moaner here. It might not be a full moan. It might be a mini moan. This is Mark. Potential mini moan from Mark.
Come on.
Evening, Mark.
Evening. I've never been described as a potential mini moan, but I'll accept it.
Go on. What are you going to moan or mini moan about? Surely you're not, Mark.
No, it just for me is that what has Grealish done not to be on the pitch? You know, for me, he scares people, doesn't he? He's exciting. We want to see the best players, you know, for England take the pitch, and I feel for him. I just think we're built up around defence, which is, you know, the modern game. It's you know, we've got to go out there to win, and the best form of attack is obviously defence, but by Gareth's means, and I just think we can be more exciting, and Sterling's proved that, you know, and I want to see Grealish play. I want to see him run at people. I want to see him take people on. I want to see what he can do. And I just think that's how we scare people, right? And that's why the Danes will be scared of us if we put our best 11 on the pitch, and I'm not sure we've got our best 11 on the pitch.
Just going to give a slight warning here. Gareth Southgate's going to be with us very shortly, so might have to jump in very soon, Mark. Well,
Ian Dennis can ask him then.
He can ask him.
Didn't start Gareth Southgate. I mean, it's an interesting one because, in all honesty, Mark, I thought that Jack Grealish had done enough to start this game. You know, Sancho coming in was a bit of a surprise, but how can we actually, the three of us, argue about Gareth getting his selection wrong when they play so well? Win the game easily, another clean sheet, brilliant attacking performance. It's very difficult for us to argue, isn't it?
Yeah. But Ukraine, they limped off the pitch the other night. You know, they sat behind the ball. Yeah, they had a couple of chances, but I think that, you know, they looked to frustrate England, and obviously it didn't work. We were too good for them. You know, that's they're not in the same level. They're not in the same category as Denmark or potentially the sides we're going to face. So,
right, going to jump in, Mark. Ian Dennis is with the England manager, I believe, in Rome.
Yeah, well, I just not for the first time in my life, a little bit premature, but he's going to be with us very, very soon. We're just pitch side here, and but as you know, I'm an athlete, and I can keep things ticking over, and hopefully as well as Gareth, we're going to be hearing from Jordan Henderson as well. So you're going to get two for the price of one, Ian, live on 606.
While you're waiting. Commentary tonight, absolutely fantastic. Spine tingling. Tell us what it was like in their atmosphere. And you've seen so many England games. Where would you rank that performance?
It was certainly one of the best that I've witnessed.
In your top three?
Yeah, I would be tempted to think that. I mean, at the minute, my head is spinning from what has been a very, very long day, and also the fact that I had to make such a long way down to the pitch here. So I'm still catching my breath back. But we're gonna be hearing from a very smiling and a very happy Gareth Southgate very, very soon. And we're gonna.
Can hear him in the backgroround.
Yeah, he's ready. We've got George with the extendable pole.
Yeah, what's going to be
COVID? What's going to be COVID times?
What's going to be your first question?
I think I heard one of your listeners say that we're going to call him Sir Gareth, so I think that might be. But you're going to find out very, very, very soon because Gareth is here. Gareth, the phone calls buzzing on 606. We're live on 5 Live. The people saying you should be called Sir Gareth. I mean, what an achievement to reach back-to-back semi-finals in a major fight, for the first time in 53 years. It's a hell of an achievement, and the manner of how you did it.
Well, firstly, it's lovely to see you, Deno. I've not seen you for a while in the flesh. So, look, I think the players were absolutely immense again tonight. To put two performances back-to-back as they have. I said yesterday I really liked the fact we had to come away from home because different preparation, away from that sort of rolling news that they can get drawn to watching all the time, to play in an historic stadium like this, which is a great venue for football, and against an opponent that we knew we needed to be really well prepared for. So I can't credit not only the players that played and started, but the players that came in who knew their roles, that kept the level of the performance going, and most of all the squad. We've got a squad of players, uppermost in my mind at the moment, players I didn't get on the pitch that I'm a bit annoyed with myself because they've given so much, and I know how hard it is for the lads that haven't played, but I think we've got more players on the field than any other country. But this 26 is a nightmare because every time I have to leave 3 out, and they don't deserve to be left out, and to be honest, it's taking as much of my energy as anything else.
But it's a collective effort, isn't it? Tonight you've won 4-0, you've put in one of the best performances that England's seen in many a year, and yet Jack Grealish and Phil Foden don't even come off the bench, two of your star players. Yeah,
and that is tough, but I think that we didn't need those guys tonight, and I'm sure they've still got an important role to play. We've had to look at different opponents, what might cause them problems. We felt that Jayden tonight, a right footer on the right, the width it would give us, the 1-against-1 ability, and he's been training extremely well over the last 7 to 10 days especially. So we felt that was the right thing for this game, and the players keep adapting to that, and they've been an absolute credit, and I'm so pleased we're giving everybody at home, through what's been a turbulent time but also slightly divisive time, we're giving them memories. And I know these are nights where everybody comes together, communities come together, families come together, they remember where they were on these sorts of nights, and it's a privilege to be able to give people those sorts of memories.
And you're the first England side ever to record 7 successive clean sheets. That is something in itself, isn't it?
Well, again, that's huge credit to the whole team because the defence have been playing well, there's no doubt about that, and the goalkeeper's playing very well. But the pressure that the forwards are putting on the opponent, that's cutting the service out, the job the midfield players are doing. I mean, Mason Mount at one point in the first half came charging back to make a tackle in his own box that was crucial at the time at 1-0. They're the little they're the little moments that make the difference for the team, and they're the moments that we sort of celebrate as a group, because they're the difference between these clean sheets and winning matches.
You're the first England manager to ever win 4 games in knockout football. You've beaten Sir Bobby Robson and Sir Alf Ramsey. But what are your early thoughts now in trying to make that another win against Denmark on Wednesday?
Yeah, I mean, we obviously lost to them and drew with them in the autumn, and they're a good team. They have some very good players. I've got massive respect for Denmark as a football nation. For a country of the size they are, population-wise, the players they've produced and their football system is brilliant. So we know this is a really tough game. They've got a tidal wave of emotion, understandably, from what happened with Christian Eriksen. And it's another tough game for us, but, wow, what a brilliant night to be involved with.
Absolutely. Lovely to see you too. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Dana.
Thank you, Ian. Ian Dennis speaking to the England manager Gareth Southgate after England's 4-0 win against Ukraine in Rome tonight. They play Denmark in the semi-finals on Wednesday, a game you will hear in full on BBC Radio 5 Live. Straight back to Rome, Ian's with Jordan Henderson.
Yeah, I said I was going to give you 2 interviews for the price of 1. I've got a smiling Jordan Henderson. What a team performance, Jordan. How are you feeling?
Yeah, fantastic performance. From start to finish, I thought it was a real professional performance. You know, the lads defended extremely well, was solid defensively. But going forward, created some great chances, scored some good goals. So delighted with the overall performance, really.
Gareth says he's finding it a nightmare trying to manage the 26. Obviously, you've come off the bench 3 times now. Just give us an idea of what it's like for the collective team, for those who aren't starting on a regular basis.
Yeah, it can be difficult, you know, and there's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes that people don't see, you know, like tomorrow there'll be a training group that whoever didn't play tonight, and the day after the games, the lads that hadn't played will be training, and they'll be training hard, and they're the difficult moments, you know, when you're not involved in the games. But I have to say the lads have been outstanding with that. You know, I've been part of that group for a few games, and training levels been really high, and that makes a big difference. You know, you're pushing at each other, you're supporting each other in the dressing room before games and around the place. You can see the celebrations on the bench when we're scoring. That is really important when you come in a big tournament, and it's the best I've seen in any tournament that I've been involved in. So that's really pleasing. We need to carry that on if we want to be successful, not only in the next few days or week or whatever, but going forward in big tournaments, because the lads have been brilliant, they've been really together, and you see your rewards on the pitch.
And are you benefiting from the experience in Russia 3 years ago?
I think the lads that were there, for sure, you know, you take experiences all the time as a footballer, and that was we had some great experiences there and great learning curves that we could use going forward. So I feel as though the players that were there will certainly do that, but there's also a lot of young players that weren't involved in that who have brought a freshness to the group and done a fantastic job as well. So it is a good mix at the moment with experience and youth, and we need to use that again Wednesday to the full potential, really. And you say about experiences you'll remember your first goal for your country tonight. Won't you tell me about that experience? Yeah, I'm delighted to score my first goal, you know, for my country. I've waited a long time, but to do it in a quarter-final in the European Championship isn't a bad place to get it. So, yeah, delighted with that, to be fair. It's header as well, which I don't get many of, no. So... yeah, it was extra special. It's a really proud moment for me, and I'm sure my family as well at home. Yeah, because you've had to wait a long time, but you could just see on your expression that just sheer elation. Yeah, like I say, it's been a long time. You know, to be honest, I try not to think about it too much. You do think about it from time to time, you know, but when I'm on the pitch, all I focus on is my job and doing my job for the team in whatever position I play. But it's always nice to score goals, especially from midfield. So to get on the score sheet, like I say, was extra special, and it topped the night off really with the performance as well. And finally, your early thoughts for Denmark. Obviously, it's a team you know very, very well. Yeah, we do. We've got some fantastic players. We know how hard they are to play. We played them not so long ago and they beat us. So yeah, it's a really tough game, and we need to be 100% ready to challenge them on Wednesday, and hopefully if we give everything, then we can get a good result and progress to the final. Well, I know you've had to go back into the dressing room and come back out to get changed. We appreciate your time, and have a safe flight back. Thank you. Thanks, Jordan. Thank you.
Good work, Dano. Dano, you still there?
I am, Ali. I'm still here.
OK, go and get yourself a cold beer or 2 or 3.
I'm not too sure whether that's... What time is it local time?
Tell me.
It's 5 past midnight.
Curfew?
Yeah, I'm sure you know a local...
He will.
Bar. Don't know.
Listen, Chris, you said it yourself. I'm an athlete. I'm a changed man these days.
He's a professional. Great work, Ian. Great to have you on 606. Interviews with Gareth Southgate and Jordan Henderson. Ian Dennis and Matt Upson can go and take a well-earned rest. So, Chris, listening to those interviews, anything that particularly stuck out for you there, what we heard from Gareth Southgate and Jordan Henderson?
Well, first and foremost, delighted for Jordan Henderson. He got his goal. He's a really impressive character, isn't he? Speaks so well. Said it was, talked about the togetherness, the best he's seen in any tournament. That's a big statement. And this is a guy, didn't start tonight, but, he just gets on with things, doesn't he? And, it seems to be a good group. And where does it all come from? Gareth Southgate, so cool and calm and collected and measured. He's so impressive, the way that he talks. Everything has come off him this tournament so far, and you just wonder, will there be a time, whether it's against Denmark or we get through that, then Spain or Italy in the final, where he goes through a tough time, but he has got the players playing for him, hasn't he?
I thought he spoke brilliantly about Denmark, actually, when Ian asked him about Denmark. But I also think, Chris, he gets it, and this is why I think the fans are more connected to this England team. When he talked about what it must have been like tonight for the fans around England listening, what they're not so much in the bubble that they don't get, people calling the show tonight. He gets it, doesn't he? He understands what they're going through and what that team can bring the nation, particularly, as he says, in what's been an incredibly difficult 18 months for everyone.
Yeah, I think, you described that perfectly, that, Gareth does get it. He talks so well, and that's why the country's behind him. This is a guy, he's England manager. He seems to me absolutely, it's not like me and you, he has no ego, Bruce, does he?
We want your thoughts on those 2 interviews. We want your thoughts on the night. Chris and I, with the big egos, taking the calls until midnight on 606 tonight. The number to dial is 08085 909 693. Loads more of your calls coming on 5 Live after the news.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
BBC News at 11 o'clock. This is Adam Porter. England's footballers are through to the semi-finals of the European Championship for the first time in 25 years. Their 4-0 victory over Ukraine in Rome was decisive. The first and third goals came from the captain Harry Kane. Harry Maguire headed the third, while the fourth was netted by Jordan Henderson. These fans said it was nothing less than what they'd expected.
Brilliant evening, so impressive from the guys, and Harry Kane leading from the front, and we're not really used to that, but very comfortable, very comprehensive, never in doubt.
We knew they were going to win. We actually, at half-time, we put a bet on England winning 4-0. So
I said Harry Kane. And
you did say Harry Kane earlier.
Harry Kane, I said it to you, and here we are, so.
England will now face Denmark on Wednesday evening. Harry Maguire said he was already focusing on the match.
It's a great achievement, but I don't want to be a party pooper, but we don't stop here. We've got another big game coming up, and we want to go further this time than we did at the World Cup. So, no, of course, it's a great feeling to win here, and the way that we've done it as well shows the big progress that we're making as a country. So, long may the improvement continue, and like I say, we've got another big one coming up.
Campaigners and health workers have joined more than 70 protests across Britain, demanding better pay and funding for the NHS. They've objected to the 1% rise the former Health Secretary Matt Hancock suggested in March. The government says it's committed to giving NHS staff a pay uplift. These protesters explained why they were marching.
I'm here to demand a pay rise. We still have not heard about the pay rise which should have been in our purses on the 1st of April.
We need the public to understand that it's not just about pay, it's about the future of the NHS. We are hemorrhaging staff all across the NHS. Staff are exhausted and traumatised by the pandemic.
The Home Office has announced plans to increase prison sentences for migrants trying to reach the UK on small boats and those arranging their trips. Under the legislation, the maximum jail term for entering the country unlawfully will rise to 4 years, and people smugglers will face a life sentence. Unions are seeking urgent meetings with Morrison's to discuss a takeover bid by a US investment group led by the owner of Majestic Wines. The supermarket chain, which has nearly 500 stores in the UK, has accepted a deal worth £6.3 billion. Officials are speeding up plans to demolish a block of flats near Miami, which collapsed, killing at least 24 people. They're concerned that a tropical storm could bring the rest of the building down on top of rescuers who are still searching for 124 residents. A man from Newport in South Wales has raised £29,000 in an online appeal for a German girl seen crying after her team lost to England in the Euros. Joel Hughes started fundraising because he wanted to show her that not everyone in the UK was horrible after abusive messages appeared online.
Trending now. I was one of, if not the first person to write Free Britney. In 2018, this voicemail came out. That's when the movement was really created. The Battle for Britney on BBC iPlayer. The myth, legend, the icon.
He's an absolute genius. In my mind, I'm always the best.
Cristiano Ronaldo. Impossible to ignore on BBC iPlayer.
This lockdown, being in the same house together, me and him.
The only thing that makes living with her remotely bearable is knowing that I get to leave this house every day.
Together on BBC iPlayer. Stories worth talking about across the BBC.
Now, more 606 on 5 Live.
We set out for a vision before the World Cup of what we want to achieve and where we want to go and take this team. And, you know, we're knocking it off step by step. Of course, the World Cup was great, but we fell short. We had the Nations League, we had a good run there, and then obviously we're in another semi-final. So, but now it's about getting over the line and getting over the next step, and that's what we've got to do on Wednesday. It's always nice as a striker to score early in a game. Yeah, it's always a great feeling helping your team. You know, there's a lot of talk around me and my performances, but like I said, I'm just ready for the next one, the next game. Help this team, go with this team, and try and lead this team to hopefully a European final.
I think we spoke about before the game that we needed to be better on attacking set plays. We haven't scored one in this tournament yet, so we've got 2 tonight from me, myself and Jordan. So, you know, it was a great ball from Luke, and you know, I got a great connection on it, and it was always ending up in the back of the net when I got that connection from that distance. But you know, it's nice to chip in with a goal, but more importantly, the victory.
It's been a long time coming, I suppose. You know, I have felt one coming, but thankfully I've managed to get on the score sheet. But you know, in tournament football, you wait for a long period of time, and there's certain players that aren't playing as much as what we may have liked. We've got so many good players in the squad, you know, training hard during the week, doing extra work, being there for the lads that are playing, supporting them in the change room. You can see the celebrations when the goals go in, and that's the best what I've seen in terms of that in a tournament, and we're getting our rewards for it so far, so we need to continue that for the next few days to go into the biggest game of our lives on Wednesday and give absolutely everything to try and get in the final.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live. Call free 08085 909 693. Text 85058. Text will be charged at your standard message rate. Plus, see our privacy notice. bbc.co.uk/5live.
You probably recognise the voices. Those were England's goal-scoring heroes speaking to you on 606 this evening. Harry Kane with 2, Harry Maguire and Jordan Henderson. But you heard it there as well. They face Denmark in the semi-finals of the Euros on Wednesday. They know there is still work to do, and there is still work for you to do this evening, because Chris Sutton and I want to hear from you on 606. What have you got to say about it? The number to dial is 08085 909 693. If you can't get through at first, please keep trying. The line's, as you'd expect, very busy this evening. We've had David on tonight, who said that was England's best performance since they beat the Netherlands 4-1 at Euro 96. I want to know what's impressed you most. Who was your star man, as they call them at the tournament? Where can England improve as well, Chris? I know that's a tricky one, but Denmark are a good team.
Denmark are a good team. But I mean, you've got to say that they are beatable. Had a poor start to the tournament, didn't they? Lost the first 2 games.
Yeah.
But I mean, great resilience, and they've got some good players. It'll be a tough game, but one I think England are well capable.
Yeah, Well, that's Wednesday night, full commentary on 5 Live. Let's get back to the calls. Just before the news, we had Mark, our last caller. He wanted Jack Grealish to start, wanted him to start this evening as well. So was even saying that.
Would you start
after
him, Bruce?
England had won the game? What, on Wednesday against Denmark?
Would you have started him?
No,
tonight?
I'd use him off the bench. But I'll tell you what, Chris, because that's what we're going to talk about with Paul. Paul, good evening. Welcome to 606.
Oh, hi there. Yes. I just wanted to know your thoughts, Chris, as a pro footballer. Jack Grealish, he's been unbelievable for the team, all the friendlies, all the warm-ups when he's come on. And he's just been overlooked tonight for Sancho. I know we've had a great result, but I'm just thinking Southgate doesn't like him.
Oh, I wouldn't say he doesn't like him. I've got to say, I'm with you though, Paul, on why he didn't. I didn't understand why he didn't start tonight. But then it's very, very difficult. We had this with the last caller. To turn round after the game and say, well, Gareth didn't get it right when they win 4-0.
Yeah.
Sancho,
I know,
did play well. But, he has such an array of talent to select from. But I'm with you. I think Grealish has earned the right to start. Interesting to hear what little Bruce said there, that he'd use Jack Grealish off the bench. But, the bottom line, does he, the bottom line, I think what myself and Paul are saying to you, Bruce, is surely he deserves a start, doesn't he, based on
But they all do, Chris.
performances.
Jadon Sancho will deserve another start for the way he played.
But there's a pecking order, isn't there?
Bukayo Saka, if he's fit, will deserve a start.
But
is there?
But
there shouldn't be,
you
should
say
there?
Grealish has done, maybe more than these players?
I would say that, Grealish is, for all his performances, he's picked Sacco in front of him, and now he's picked Sancho in front of him.
Who've both played well.
And they both played well, but why isn't he started with Grealish? Because he's picked Sacco and before Grealish, like I said, and then Sancho. That's all very well, but Grealish has been one of our best players, and he's come on and done well. Surely he deserves a start.
Okay, well, let's see what the other callers make of that this evening. 08085
Pick the man in form, Bruce. You understand that?
693 is the number to call.
When you were scoring runs for your prep school cricket B team,
Open the bank, Chris, first in.
You'd want to go.
It wasn't the B team. Why do you always say the B? It wasn't the B team.
That's not what I heard. But
you'd
expect if you got like a 22 or something to go up and bat lower order in the.
Text coming in on 85058. We've had one from Claudius who says Denmark will start slowly. Grealish must start. Go for an early advantage before Denmark grow into the game.
They didn't start slowly tonight, did they?
Jamie has said, does anyone else miss the good old days of watching England from behind the sofa? No, me neither. And Tony says, I'm still not 100% convinced by Pickford. Looked on edge tonight. Fluffed a clearance. I'll tell you what, the fluffed the clearance thing, that was up by his shoulders. He was trying to kick that.
Yeah, but you judge the bounce, Bruce. The flight of the ball and the bounce. Come on. And then he did. It's the first. Who? What was that caller's name? Or the text about Pickford?
Oh, you see, you're testing me now.
It doesn't matter. No,
Tony.
But Tony, yeah. So the point which Tony's making, I think, is fair.
Yeah.
I think Pickford has had such a brilliant tournament so far, but he did have that moment, and then he hacked at a right-footed clearance, and he's so good with his feet, isn't he, Pickford?
He is. Right. Let's get to Johnny. Johnny's calling us from Manchester. This is an interesting call, Chris.
There's been many interesting calls.
They've all been interesting, but this is really interesting, and Johnny will explain why. Good evening, Johnny.
Hi there, Winchester, not Manchester, but yeah.
Wow.
So I was not enthralled by Southgate selections or football in the group stages. I thought it was uninspiring. I thought it was boring football. I thought 2 goals in 3 games against lowly opposition was not good. And I'm probably going to get slated for this, but I was almost on the Southgate out brigade before the Germany game. And I was hoping for a good performance out of that. And you know what? He put in, and may I say, probably quite a German performance. It was efficient. It was positive. And I thought we got through that game with very little issue. And then we've come into this Ukraine game, and we've just absolutely wiped the floor with them. And I think there's people say a lot, oh, England have beaten the teams that they're expecting to beat. But ultimately, we do have to win those games, and that's exactly where we've got unstuck in previous tournaments. 2016, Iceland, and you keep going back, and we keep getting unstuck. And I think it's a credit to Southgate for changing his lineups, putting in players that he thinks are going to win the game for us. And we're all sat on the couch saying we should play this player, we should play this player. I appreciate the last call about Grealish, but we've got an unbelievably talented squad here, each putting their hand up when they start, and it's a beautiful headache to have for Southgate, and I think he's just making the right calls at the right time. Maybe something in Sancho that, with all the uncertainty with United, he wants to keep him out of the spotlight. So I'm not sure if there's any coincidence in the first game after that announcement, him starting, but he's played outstanding. Grealish has played outstanding. I think it's just time that we just say, you know what, Southgate, you're in this job for a reason, and we've just got to trust your selection because he hasn't let us down yet.
So here's one for you then, Johnny. If England lose 3-0 to Denmark, will you be calling for Southgate's head?
I don't know. It's a difficult question. If we lose 3-0, that'll be a
well, no, it's not a difficult question. That'll be
a terrible performance if we went out 3-0.
Yeah, but the point is that would be so short-termist, wouldn't it? You've just given Gareth the benefit of the doubt. You've spoken beautifully, and then you're sort of saying, well, you can't tell us whether you'd want him out if they lose to Denmark.
Ultimately, we've got through to 2 semi-finals in a row, haven't we? Mm-hmm. And that's saying something. When was the last time we got through to the semi-final? 96. When was the last time before that? So the fact that we've got through to 2 semi-finals in a row is fantastic. And I think, and again, the other favour, the other good point for him is how many teams have gone through to a major tournament semi-final without conceding a single goal. Mm-hmm. And again, so I think he's done a lot of good. It's not sparkling football, it's efficient football, but ultimately it's getting the job done. And I think he's doing a really good job.
Johnny, thanks for the call. Enjoy Winchester.
Winchester.
Down the road from me, Chris. I should have got that right. Now, Chris, next caller is a Jonathan from Bristol. Just see if you recognise the voice. Good evening, Jonathan.
Well, see, when I was on Radio Bristol, I used to speak like this with a Bristol accent.
It's not. It is.
Since I moved to Radio 5 and Match Today, I speak like this.
Jonathan
Pearce. To work with both of you.
How are you?
I'm fine. Listen, I wanted to join in with this because I'm an England fan first and foremost. Yeah. I was lucky enough to cover England from 87 to 2002, the dismal 88, to see them grow as a team in 1990 and be so close to them and stay with them in the hotels. And this team reminds me of that. The togetherness of the team, the togetherness of the unit, and the manager is so calm. And the way he's developing this team is fantastic. That was one of the best performances I've ever seen from them tonight. I did the Denmark game earlier, and I think they will cause problems. But to see England play as well as they did against the Dutch in Euro 96 or against Germany in Munich, and that fantastic World Cup semi-final, which is a fantastic game, Tears of Turin in 1990, was just wonderful. I've got 2 boys, they're in tears tonight watching it. They've texted me through the night, and it's just great to see, And Denmark, I think they started very well, and like that caller said, they did start very well tonight, but they tired a great deal. I hope England don't get sucked into like an FA Cup tie because they know them so well. But I think that this England is a terrific side, and it's a joy to watch them. It really reduced me to tears watching them tonight. I was so proud of them. And I knew Gareth when he was 17. Let me tell you a little story. When Liverpool played Palace in the FA Cup semi-final, and I worked for a radio station in London, and we were challenged to find a team to play in a penalty shootout at half-time, and Radio City, the independent station for Liverpool, were challenged to find a team to take part in that semi-final. And I couldn't get my hands around it. I couldn't get to grips with it. And Gareth Southgate, who I think was 17 at the time, said, I'll do it. I'll organise it. And he organised it. And that's Gareth all over. He's an organiser. He's a very clever man. And he's a very diligent man. And he's a deserving man. He's a very good human being.
Yeah, like yourself, Jonathan. I tell you what, excellent first-time caller. Jonathan, just quickly, so can you tell the listeners what England have to expect from, or what England will expect from this Danish team?
Well, it would be interesting to see if they play Yusuf Poulsen, because he came on. He missed the last game, did really well when they came on. Old head, experienced head, and I think they'll start him. But they got the two. Dolberg scored tonight. A very good young centre forward. They'll try and work them in somehow. They got a really, really hard working midfield too. We know Delaney and Højbjerg, but they did tire Chris. You know, and
we all get tired, Jonathan, don't we?
Well, especially me at my age. But anyway, I think that when England gets stronger in a game, you know, that's when the Danish, I think, will tire. And they've got a very, very good left back, one of the best left backs in the tournament so far, the left wing back. So watch out for his runs. Brilliant goalkeeper, we know about that. The three centre backs were resolute and disciplined again today. But I think England have got enough in their current form and the current confidence to win the game. I just hope we don't get overconfident and the burden of expectancy on the country doesn't weigh down on that young group. But it's a fantastic time. I'm so proud. I'm so privileged. Do you know what the most thing I'm proud about tonight?
Go on, Jonathan.
I'm proud that I'm a first-time caller working with such great professionals as you two.
Well, Bruce, you started on Radio Bristol as well.
Yeah, BBC Radio Bristol, commentating on Bristol City and Bristol Rovers back in the day. Jonathan will remember that as well.
Yes, I think when you talk about Bristol City, you mean to say the future European champions.
That's the one. That's the one, JP.
You were doing so well. Some great points up until the end there.
Jonathan, thank you very much for the call.
Please call again, Jonathan. Excellent stuff.
We'd love to have you back on sometime. Safe travels.
See you later.
See you soon,
Thanks,
JP.
Jonathan.
Top man.
Yes, wasn't it great to hear Jonathan?
Yeah, fantastic.
He's a misery, isn't he? Most of the time, it's so enthusiastic. But it captured. Well, he captured the nation's mood, didn't he?
Yeah, and also you can tell just speaking to him there that's tonight's performance has genuinely moved him and moved his family and moved him enough to call us to, which is, you know, ridiculous.
Surprising.
Really. Surprising. Right, 08085 909 693. If, like Jonathan Pearce, you want to give us a call tonight, we're here until midnight taking those calls. David has done that. Good evening, David. How are you?
Hi, how's it going? A lot better after watching that match.
Yeah, great.
What was key for you then, David, tonight?
So I was at the I was lucky enough to get tickets for the England-Germany match at Wembley, and one of the things that really impressed me was Rice and Phillips in midfield, just doing all the dirty work off the ball, you know, blocking runs, cleaning up, you know, little mistakes from other players, and it got me thinking, if we'd had players in that mould doing those jobs at past tournaments, would the golden generation have won something?
I mean, it's an interesting one, that combination, Rice and Phillips, because there have, you know, certainly in the in the group games, there were calls, we don't need both of them. You know, they shouldn't be playing together. Gareth's too negative going that way, but certainly going into this game, didn't hear any real dissenters. About this partnership. I mean, Gareth's put that to bed. Now, I think everybody accepts that they balance off well with each other, don't they? They play well together. They fit well together in that central midfield area, right?
Yeah, I mean, we've done the whole going to past tournaments, trying to cram every star player that we can from each club into weird positions. And, you know, trying to get Lampard and Gerrard playing together and it not working. And it's just nice and refreshing to see us go into a tournament where we're going, actually, do you know what, we've got a plan. We're going to sit there with these two midfielders and we're going to be hard to beat. And we're going to play players in their right positions and we're going to play to our strengths and we're going to grind out games. And then tonight, you know, when a team isn't really struggling, they're not really putting any pressure on us, we can open up and we can, demolish them, right? But we've not conceded a goal in goodness knows how many hours of football. I mean, it's hard to argue. And I was very sceptical, you know, the first game when we're starting with those two older midfielders thinking, oh, well, this is a bit negative. But I mean, we can't complain, can we?
No,
you know?
No. Great call, David. Thank you very much for calling 606 tonight. And they do more than just hold, don't they, Chris? That's the point. I mean, both of them.
Yeah, well, certainly Phillips especially has played at times, more advanced than we saw him at Leeds United. I mean, he had an outstanding season at Leeds. You're thinking when he was out of the team, Leeds just were not the same, but he has grown and grown in stature. And Declan Rice, I was glad he was, given a bit of a break tonight, but he has been sensational.
Yeah.
What two great young talents.
Yeah, and then you bring Jordan Henderson off the bench to do the job as well. And that goes back to the strength of the England squad. Now, Hayley is the next caller on 606. Hayley is not a football fan, Chris, but Hayley is called 606. Hi, Hayley.
Hi, guys. How are you doing?
Yeah, good.
Yeah, good, thanks.
So why are you calling a football phone in if you're not a football fan, Hayley?
I think I've been converted into a football fan after watching this tournament. I've been watching it with my family the whole way through, and my 9-year-old nephew, who is a huge football supporter, just watching him get so drawn into it has just, it's rubbed off on me. And the game tonight, I just couldn't believe what I was watching. They were just amazing. It was electric.
I mean, Hayley, whereabouts are you from?
I'm from Solihull.
Solihull. So, and you don't support the team then?
Well, who are we talking about? Villa, Blues?
Yeah, well, in the Birmingham area.
Yeah, no, I have, I would say that my team would be Aston Villa if I had to pick a team, but I'm not an avid football follower.
But tonight has really gripped you. The performance, the way the nation are getting behind the team.
Yes, completely. It completely grips me. And I think just seeing the spirit of everybody and the fans and also the team, it's amazing seeing how energized they are on the pitch and just how they've given everyone in the UK and England such a kind of boost. It's been amazing to watch.
We were talking about that earlier in the show, actually, Hayley, about the connection that Gareth Southgate has managed to make with the fans, and the players have done the same when they're interviewed. So you clearly feel that. You clearly feel a connection with the team.
Yes. Oh, my goodness. I think from watching them, come into the tournament and just seeing them progress in each game, it's just been amazing. And tonight, I just feel, we've obviously got the semi-finals to get to, and that's another game to play. And I just really feel, from someone that hasn't followed football before to this, it's just, it's amazing to watch.
Do you sit there, Hayley, sometimes wanting to ask questions, but you're worried about asking the questions in case people turn around and go, oh, come on, Hayley?
No, well, actually, tonight, the first goal that we scored, my brother was like, oh, I don't know if it's offside. And I didn't want to be like, what does that mean? But it's all good. Like my nephew, who was like, oh, this is what it means. And it just goes straight over my head, but it doesn't matter.
Okay, so you're aware of VAR and what can happen with the video assistant referee?
Yes, I am.
You are?
I am.
Okay.
I'm very aware of that, yeah.
Great.
We're not aware, Bruce, of VAR and what happens.
No. Hayley, please promise that you'll call 606 again.
Oh, my goodness, of course. I'd love to. If we get through to this, the final, I'm definitely going to call again.
Brilliant. Wednesday night is the game, and there'll be a 606 after the game. England against Denmark, kick-off at 8 o'clock, full commentary on BBC Radio 5 Live. Fantastic. I mean, that is it, though, Chris, isn't it? It does grip people.
Yep, totally. You feel the nation getting behind the team, a big swell in the nation now, and everybody's behind it. Gareth Southgate is connecting, isn't he? Bringing everybody together in the country.
Last half hour of the show on the way, Chris. The last sort of 20 minutes can get quite, can get interesting, can't it? It's
the last 5 minutes,
as the night gets longer, and
which worries me.
People have had a couple in there, standing outside the pub by the bins.
Witching hour, Bruce. You're getting near. Getting near.
Let's see what comes. In the last half hour of the show. We want your calls. 08085 909 693, reflecting on England's massive win in Rome. They've beaten Ukraine by 4-0, and they are through to the semi-finals of the Euros. They'll face Denmark on Wednesday. More calls after the news with Shabnam Yunus-Jul.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thank you. And here is the news. The government has been urged by scientists and doctors to think carefully before lifting some COVID quarantine rules for people in England who are fully vaccinated. The Doctors' Union, the British Medical Association, is calling for the continued use of face masks and new ventilation standards in enclosed public spaces. Legal restrictions are due to be lifted in just over 2 weeks' time on July the 19th. Campaigners and health workers have joined more than 70 protests across Britain demanding better pay and funding for the NHS. They've objected to the 1% rise the former Health Secretary Matt Hancock suggested in March. The government says it's committed to giving NHS staff a pay uplift. And unions are seeking urgent meetings with Morrison's to discuss a takeover bid by a US investment group led by the owner of Majestic Wines. The supermarket chain, which has nearly 500 stores in the UK, has accepted a deal worth £6.3 billion. Now, just in case you haven't heard, England's men are through to the semi-finals of a European Championship for the first time in 25 years.
Jordan Henderson has scored his first goal for his country as England are running riot, and that will mean so much for Jordan Henderson.
Yes, Henderson there, putting the cherry on the cake of England's impressive 4-0 win over Ukraine. Captain Harry Kane picked up where he left off in the last game, opening the scoring in the 4th minute and adding another in the second half.
I've said it all along, it's all about peaking for the right times, peaking for the knockout stage. And yeah, I feel good, I feel ready. Obviously, Raz put a great ball in a few minutes into the game and I was able to put it away. And then second half, we come out with real determination. So, yeah, of course, it's nice to score a couple of goals. But the most important thing is that we're winning games, so let's keep it going.
Harry Maguire was England's other goal scorer on a night they dominated their opponents. Next up is a semi-final against Denmark at Wembley on Wednesday after they beat the Czech Republic 2-1. British hopes in the singles at Wimbledon now rest on one new superstar, the teenager Emma Raducanu, who has made a dream Grand Slam debut, beating Romania's Sorana Căstea to reach round 4. A couple of months ago, the 18-year-old was doing her A-levels. Not many would have predicted she'd do so well on the big stage for the first time, including, she admits, her own parents.
It's funny because at the beginning, when I was packing to come into the bubble, my parents were like, "Aren't you packing too many sets of match kit?" I think I'm going to have to do some laundry tonight, but I think they have a laundry service at the hotel, so I'm all good, guys.
So no more British players left in the men's singles after Cameron Norrie was defeated by Roger Federer, who won in 4 sets to reach the last 16. In rugby union, the British and Irish Lions took an impressive 56-14 opening tour victory against the Sigma Lions in Johannesburg in what was Stuart Hogg's first match as captain.
We wanted to win the no-talent battle, things that require no talent. That means getting up off the deck and getting yourself back in the game and making it as difficult as we possibly can for the opposition. And at times we got that spot on. The exciting thing for us is we can get better. We can get better individually, we can get better collectively, and it is a really, really exciting time to be a part of this team.
Elsewhere, Wales' 69-12 win over Canada was marred by a knee injury to Lee Halfpenny, while Ireland beat Japan 39-31 in Dublin. In cricket, England's women lost their third one-day international to India by 4 wickets in Worcester. The hosts still lead the multi-format series 6-4. At the Tour de France, defending champion Tadej Pogačar has taken the yellow jersey after stage 8 was won by Belgium's Dylan Teuns. Pogačar now has a lead of 1 minute and 48 seconds in the general classification. And Red Bull's Max Verstappen will start on pole at the Austrian Grand Prix tomorrow ahead of McLaren's Lando Norris. Verstappen's title rival Lewis Hamilton will be 4th on the grid, fresh from signing a new 2-year deal with Mercedes until the end of 2023. That's your latest from BBC Sport.
Ellis and John's European Sundays.
Our look back at the summer sport will be very loose.
And forward.
Very loose.
And sideways.
Yeah, and you could say uninformed, but still, it's going to be a lot of fun reflecting a huge summer of sport. Open bracket, cricket, Euros, tennis, close brackets.
They'll be sporting unsung heroes, European made-up games, and we'll be chatting to the people who were there for some of the biggest moments in sport.
Ellis and John's European Sundays.
Sunday mornings from 10 or listen whenever you like on BBC Sounds.
This is the UK's biggest football debate. This is 606.
With Alistair Bruce Ball
and Chris Sutton
on 5 Live.
What a night for for England. What a night it's been on 606. It's absolutely flying by this evening. Just over 20 minutes left to get your calls in. I know you're still queuing up. Please hang on. We'll try and get through as many as we can before the end of the show. England through to the semi-finals at the Euros after thumping Ukraine by 4-0. Jonathan Pearce actually called the show. So moved, Chris, by the England performance, he was in tears.
Yeah, first-time caller, Jonathan Pearce. He spoke brilliantly. He always does, doesn't he? Summed tonight's performance up perfectly, and the connection with the country.
Exactly. So let's see if it's done the same for you. Get your calls in. Here we go. Taking the calls through until midnight. And by the way, you've just reminded me, Chris, we're back tomorrow. So if you can't get your call through tonight, 6 till 8 tomorrow, we're back on for another couple of hours. We could do a bit more England. We could do general Euros. I think we're going to have a bit of fun. You've probably got a quiz lined up, I'd imagine. Something nasty.
Yeah, there's a few things lined up, Bruce.
Good.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Good. Right, come on, let's get back to the calls. Let's get through as many as we can. And we are going to speak to Michael next up. It says here, Michael, you want to talk about team selection and Jack Grealish. So fire away.
Well, my main point is England, in the last, since 66, we've entered 28 tournaments, managed to get to semi-final 4 times. Southgate is responsible for half of those with a 100% semi-final record, and still, after winning 4-0 in a quarter-final, still you get people moaning about his team selection. It is unbelievable. Jack Grealish is a superb footballer. There is no denying that. But what he's done is he's kept him fresh. He's a footballer who's targeted by every team he plays after such an intense year. Now he's fresh for the semi-final. Now we've got Sancho, who's another option, who's now played in the tournament. And also, Chris, you were saying about there's a pecking order for Grealish. Pre-tournament, Phil Foden's above Grealish in that pecking order, surely. So I just don't understand why we're still questioning and criticising a man who, in my opinion, should be knighted. Gareth Southgate, in my head, I'll just refer to him as Sir Gary now to my boy Charlie. It will just be Sir Gary to the you boys.
No, listen, I think you make some, some very, very good points. Look, I wouldn't say, would we use the word moaning, Bruce, tonight? I mean, they're opinions, aren't they? And we've spoken about these are lovely selection dilemmas that Gareth has to deal with. And the point about Grealish, and I get this argument, been a former player myself, but Grealish has played exceptionally well, hasn't he? In the games coming up to the tournament, and then when he's come on, he's done everything which has been asked. And his performance when he came on against Germany, and a major part in the goals, I was thinking, well, do you know what? He deserves the opportunity against Ukraine. But the point you make is, and agree with that, is Sancho's come in, played well tonight. How can we argue when the team wins 4-0?
I think now, if Sancho hadn't played tonight, I'd say Sancho almost isn't an option for Denmark, because he hasn't played really in the tournament at all. Now Sancho becomes an option. By the way, he was brilliant. He was absolutely superb tonight. Grealish, I was lucky enough to be there Tuesday, and Grealish changed the game. I've never heard a set of fans want a particular sub on as much as people wanted Grealish. And my God, that will live with me for the rest of my life. But I totally get why he didn't start tonight. And I also assume that the reason why Gareth Southgate's kept Sancho away is because this whole Man United deal has been hanging over him. And we've got such an amount of depth that he's obviously said to him, if you want to sort that out, so be it. But you're not getting involved with me until you get it sorted. And now it is. Now we have another option. And now, Chris, football is coming home, Chris. It's coming home.
That's the first one we've had tonight. I was just about to say, no one has said it. And Michael, you're the first. Michael, tell me this, right? You sound like a very sensible England fan, but Gareth Southgate said it after the Germany game.
Not drinking, Ali.
Gareth Southgate said after the Germany game, because he knows the position that he holds and what the job means. He said, I made the tactical calls. If it had gone wrong, I'm dead, basically. That is the job. If it does go wrong for England, if they lose a semi-final, if they lose a final, you sound to me like, Michael, you will look at the performance, judge it on its merits, because it'll be very easy to turn around with the squad England have got and say, well, didn't start Grealish or didn't start whoever. You know what I mean? Because there are those options.
Well, I'd say the squad, going forward, unreal. But who before the tournament, where did the average person rank Jordan Pickford amongst the goalkeepers? Where did they rank even? I didn't even want Kyle Walker in the squad. My God, I'm going to go and put an egg on my face for that. Even Harry Maguire, people didn't even think he should be in the squad because of his injuries. Our team was amazing going forward, but also Rice and Phillips.
Totally.
Who in Italy knew who Calvin Phillips was? Really, I mean, I don't really like Calvin Phillips. I mean, he's all right. Now, I'm thinking about. I haven't got a tattoo, but I want to get Phillips on the back of my back. He's just like we have got a good squad, but the squad's been good because of how well Gareth Southgate has utilised it. And tell you what, Denmark win 10-0, I'd still give Gareth Southgate a 6-year contract, no matter what. He's got us to successive semi-finals. We cannot overlook how incredible that is for this country. We've only been in 4.
Yeah, Michael,
and he's responsible for half.
Yeah, that's it. It's a great call, and you make some great points. Thank you very much for calling 606.
Yeah, get that tattoo,
Phillips. Yeah. Phillips, yeah.
On your back, yeah.
Going to try and get through as many as we can before the end of the show. Fitz is up next. Stand by your beds. This could be interesting. Fitz, it says here you're the Mona we've been waiting for.
I am your Mona, Ali.
Oh, no.
Come on, Fitz.
To be fair, tonight I'll give Southgate credit.
That's nice.
Yes, he got it right tonight. He got it right against Germany, although, to be honest, I'm not sure it was that difficult to get it right against Germany.
Oh.
So I really worry about Wednesday. And my big worry is the central midfield. And I know people have been singing Rice and Phillips' praises tonight, but let's be honest, Højbjerg is so far ahead of both of them, as is Delaney.
That's utterly ridiculous, Fitz. So Højbjerg's a good player. Højbjerg's a good player. So's Delaney. But to say that Højbjerg is miles ahead of Phillips and Rice is just plainly wrong.
He's been Spurs' third best player this season. Right, Rice. I know Rice is a player where I don't hugely get what everyone sees in him. Yes, he's a decent player.
Gareth Southgate sees a lot in him, doesn't he? And when you look at his performances throughout the tournament, he has been very, very consistent, hasn't he? For Gareth. Gareth can trust him, and it's the same with Phillips. And this debate has been doing the rounds. You're sort of been quite critical of Phillips and Rice, but the debate, Rice and Phillips shouldn't play together. It should just be one of them. England need to be more adventurous. Gareth nailed it. He's got this call right.
You don't need to have both. Jude Bellingham does the defensive work that both of them do, but he offers more going forward.
Has it worked? Has Rice and Phillips worked in this tournament so far?
Broadly, yes, but that's because we haven't come up against anyone in central midfield who I look at and I go, I'm scared of. Germany is different because they only played 2 in there, and let's face it, Kroos's legs have gone. If they'd have played Gundogan and Goretzka...
So Croatia with Modric, so we don't count Croatia with Modric?
Modric's legs have gone, we all know that.
So his legs are gone, Souček can't run.
Phillips, what's your team? What's your team for Wednesday for England then? So you're not having Rice or Phillips in there, are you?
No, I would have to have Phillips. The thing that I really don't get as to why he isn't there, and I know there was lots of debate over the squad at the time, but James Ward-Prowse, he does what those two do as well, and he can pass the ball forward brilliantly.
So you're making so even how England have performed, even after how England have performed so far in this tournament, you are calling in tonight, screaming for James Ward-Prowse to be ahead of Phillips and Rice, who's a good player. James Ward-Prowse.
I'm surprised you haven't had any Southampton. James Ward-Prowse this season, he's 8 goals, 8 assists. Far more than either of those two. He does the defensive work than either of those two.
Who's your team?
He has mobility.
Who's your club team?
Watford.
Watford. Okay.
I think it's part. I'm interested you asked that because part of my problem with England's midfield is I've been used to watching Watford with Doucouré and Capoue, who are extremely energetic, big, physical, get the ball forward.
Yeah, they can't play for England.
They're excellent dribblers. Well, no, they can't. But. It's one I really struggle to see us, and if we get to the final then we have to go against Verratti, who is just going to tear us a new one.
Right. Okay, Fitz. Thanks for calling 606. Fitz not convinced by the makeup of England's midfield. Loads of people still waiting to get in touch. So let's get Michael on. Michael, have a chat to Chris. Good evening.
How's it going, Chris? You okay?
Yes, not so bad. What about you, Michael? What about that performance tonight?
Brilliant. Oh, it was perfect. It was perfect off the back of what I would consider a pretty close to perfect performance against Germany for what we needed it to be. I'm just fed up of people obsessing over the next game, and we won't. We're not going to do any good if we come up against so and so. We're not going to do what a boring way to look at football. Football for me is about belief. And it's not our job as fans to sit there and not get excited and to try and play everything down. Let the players play it down after the game. Let Southgate play it down after the game. You know, it's our job to get excited and be buzzing like we're in a semi-final on Wednesday. You know what I mean?
But inevitably, Michael, everybody, you know, naturally we look at the next game, don't we? We look at the opposition, and we're all thinking, weighing Denmark up. What are their strengths? What are their weaknesses? Can we beat them?
I just, you know, I've always been one-track mind with England, and, you know, it's led to a hell of a lot of heartache, unfortunately, over the years. But I wouldn't have it any other way. I'm not. Me personally, I don't have to be bothered about Denmark on Wednesday. I'm just interested in enjoying the game and just you know, belting out the national anthem. I can't see anything that Southgate's got wrong so far. I cannot see anything that he's got wrong. He's done everything that and I've disagreed with decisions before the games. I've thought, all right, okay, well, maybe I wouldn't have played Saka, for example.
Yep.
Saka got everything absolutely right. You know, 2 holding midfielders, absolutely spot on. Played Jadon Sancho tonight, absolutely spot on. We haven't conceded a goal. You know, there's no reason to go into Wednesday with anything other than full belief. Of course, Denmark are a decent team, but, you know, I think this is ours. This is.
Okay. Very confident. Thanks for the call, Michael. Chris, just before we get...
He was right. Everything he said was right.
It was right. And it also sounds like Michael just enjoys it, just sits down and watches England and enjoys it. What will be, Chris? You know? Yeah, just relax. Wednesday. Just enjoy it. Very quickly before we get to Sean, Chris, you had a conversation. I was with you last night, I think it was, about defensive partnerships in the tournament.
Late, isn't it?
I know, exactly.
I'm glad you remembered that we did a game last night.
Together last night.
Quite a good game.
Defensive partnerships in the tournament. You had a little conversation with Mark Chapman comparing Chiellini and Bonucci.
So he had stat-based Chapman.
He had Chiellini and Bonucci ahead of Maguire and Stones, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. But that's not all I said to him. Is in this tournament, I said Stones and Maguire are the best pairing. They are better than Bonucci and Chiellini, in my view. And people will look back and, you know, look at history, this, that, and the other, say that, you know, they aren't. But in my view, they are. Do you agree, Bruce?
Well, you can't argue with no goals conceded. And I think people, even at the start of the tournament, Chris, were arguing about shouldn't have Henderson in the squad, shouldn't have Maguire in the squad because they're coming back from injury. You know, we don't want injured players in the squad. We've fallen foul of that before. It's another one that Gareth Southgate has got right in tomorrow's 6:06. We're on tomorrow from 6 till 8. Apparently, Chris, we're picking our teams of the tournament so far.
Who'd your centre-back partnership be?
You've got Maguire and Stones. I know that already. So, you know, I'll have a think about it. Sean is next on 6:06. Hi there, Sean. Happy man tonight?
Very happy, actually, yes.
Good.
Yes. I think we're going overboard a little bit about Gareth Southgate. He's done a great job, and I accept that. But I think if we lose Wednesday, I think we should be looking for another manager, personally. I think the Kane for a relatively easy group.
Sean,
yeah,
come on.
Yeah.
Come on. So so you just said if we lose... You didn't just say that, did you? If we lose on Wednesday, England should be looking for another manager.
I think so. Yeah.
Have you been in the pub, Sean, tonight?
No, Chris, I don't drink. But 3 years ago, Gareth Southgate took us to a World Cup semi-final, and we lost to Croatia, which was disappointing because Croatia weren't really a force in world football. Now, I'm sure then Gareth would have said, well, what we need to do now is move forward from that, go to the final or even win it. So if we lose Wednesday, and I hope we don't, have we advanced in those 3 years?
Yes.
Well, we won't have reached the final and we won't have won a major competition. So how do you think we've actually moved forward in 3 years?
Has this been a successful tournament for England?
Well, we were in a very easy group to start with, and we struggled against Scotland. We beat, in my opinion, a very, very poor Germany side.
Was it an easy group? So, this is the issue which you know I have a lot when England win. They're against a rubbish team. So I mean, we don't give any credit for Gareth Southgate for his team selection, for his squad selection, for the way that the team have played. Every time they win a game, they're rubbish. The Czechs beat the Dutch. They went out today against Denmark. I mean, they're not a particularly bad team. They're a stuffy team to make it awkward. Croatia, you talked in a World Cup semi-final not so long, World Cup final, weren't they, Bruce? Sorry. They knocked us out of the semi-final. They have some world-class players. Scotland were awkward. Germany, look at Germany's team, and okay, they're not the German force which they have been before, but look at them player for player. I think the starting lineup against England, 9 players had played in Champions League finals. I mean, strength and depth, unbelievable.
Chris, that was probably one of the worst Germany sides ever. I mean, they lost half their games. They played 4 and they lost half. You have to go back a long time to find a Germany side that poor, and I suspect Germany will probably be looking for a new manager after their performance.
But they've shown a lot of faith in him down the years, and maybe he's gone on 1 or 2 tournaments too long. He won them a World Cup. That's what happens if you stick with managers who you believe in and who are improving the team year on year.
Has Gareth Southgate done well in this tournament, Sean?
I think he has, but...
Right, so you think he has, but if he lost on Wednesday, you'd sack him?
I'd say because he hasn't advanced since 3 years ago. He hasn't taken us to a final of a competition, and European Championship is not as big as the World Cup. So I think we've
Sean,
we've moved forward.
Got the point. Thank you for the call. That is one point of view. Let's see what Alex.
We're getting near 12 o'clock.
Yeah, it's getting near the witching hour. Here comes Alex. Good evening.
Hey, I just listening to Sean there, and I'm gobsmacked. I presume he sees his kids every other weekend. Just a crazy sort of statement from him. Southgate has done so much, not just with how they're playing, but everything that goes with England team, an England team that was so divisive just a few years ago. And I think we can all get behind that they seem an exceptional set of people. And yeah, that last call just threw me because I was.
But Alex, everyone sees it differently, don't they? I mean, it's an opinion. Well, other people will think
Bruce,
like Sean.
Come on.
They will, Chris. Other people,
Chris,
they will.
Come on, you've had such a good show, Bruce.
This is the worst devil's advocate position I've ever heard. I mean, there was no basis for that criticism. Why would he say that about?
No, I know.
Bruce,
I'm not
so
defending him. I'm saying other people will think like that. I beg your pardon.
Well, you're so argumentative, aren't you, Bruce?
Well,
how many other people will think like that, Bruce,
don't know,
tonight?
Chris. I don't know, but there will be. Sean's not the only person in the UK that thinks like that.
Yeah, but Sean and all the other idiots. I mean, obviously. Well, we're in the semi-final of the Euros. Yep. We've won 4-0, and Sean's come and saying, "I'll sack him if you don't get to the final."
I think idiots is strong. Sean was trying to make the point over, over 3 years.
It's not strong enough, really.
Yeah, I don't agree. I don't agree with him, right? But he's entitled to his opinion, and we don't agree with it. But go on. What was your point then, Alex?
My point was actually a response to the first caller who came on tonight, who was, the first call after a 4-0 win was about Jack Grealish, and Jack Grealish is a wonderful player. He has got a little bit of the devil about him, and I think he's fantastic. But if you look, Southgate is almost taking a sort of American sports style where you match your opposition. If you follow American football, you change your defence to how what the opposition do. And Southgate's done this, and it's a bit advanced for English fans, and it's what Italy have been doing for years, what Germany have been doing for years. You adapt to what you're playing rather than sticking your best 11 players up and go on, crack on, and hope you win, and what's your plan? And we didn't need Grealish tonight because we're 3-4-0 up. I think he'll start in the semis.
Ooh.
And it wouldn't shock me. I think because Sancho came in tonight because he obviously saw there was an area there where we could exploit with raw pace and trickery, and he was good, not great, but he's good for his age, and he did really well.
Alex,
and he terrified them.
Very interesting shout on Grealish starting the semi-final against Denmark. Thank you for the call.
I wonder what Sean makes of that.
Yeah, well, we've got 2 minutes left, Chris, and we're going to get Richard on. Loads of people still waiting to talk to us. We're on tomorrow from 6 till 8 p.m, so please do, because we'll keep the England conversation going after a night like this. Let's get Richard on. Richard, you've got about a minute here. I'm sorry, squeezing you in at the end of the show to make your point. Good evening and thanks for calling.
Hello there, good evening.
Hello, Richard.
Gareth Southgate's done a great job. Hopefully we win the tournament. If we don't win it this time, we won't for a long time, because obviously it's been made easier for us. If we lose the semi-final or final, we shouldn't blame Southgate. It's the FA. He should take the blame. They're limiting the number of UK players playing for clubs. the limit should be put up. And if we don't have Southgate as manager, we're limited for choices. We've maybe got Steven Gerrard or Lampard. The FA needs to up the limit of UK players playing at clubs, and also needs to be a drive for new British managers to be recruited. Too many footballers are going into journalism, ex-footballers. We need more getting involved in management.
After a night like tonight, Richard, that's an interesting take on it, considering how well England have played and the young talent that's coming through.
Well, Southgate's done well. He's done well with what he's got available. He's turning him into a very disciplined, quality squad. But,
okay.
We can't blame Southgate if we don't win the tournament, but hopefully we will, because we've never got a better chance than now to win it.
Brilliant. Richard, thank you very much for the call.
Richard.
Chris, we've got to go, but we're back tomorrow, so we can carry on again.
Yep.
Do you enjoy tonight?
Oh, loved it, Bruce. There's some great callers. Everything was so positive just up until the end. And
well, you needed someone to hit the toilet hour and get punchy. I got argumentative, so I did it for you. So listen,
often do, Bruce.
if you didn't get your call on tonight, give us a call tomorrow. We're back tomorrow from 6 until 8 o'clock. Next up on 5 Live, Fight of the Century, Ali versus Frazier, Episode 4, 1970. 606 is a Shooting Sharp production for BBC Radio 5 Live. Thank you so much for calling this evening. One of the great shows, one of the great evenings for England, and we'll do it again tomorrow. England back in action at Wembley on Wednesday against Denmark. Good night.
The voice of the UK. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
BBC News at midnight, this is Adam Porter. England's footballers have had a winning night in Euro 2020 in Rome, putting 4 goals past Ukraine to secure a semi-final place. It's the first time in 25 years they've got so far in the competition. The first goal came less than 4 minutes into the match from Harry Kane. There were 2 more goals within 4 minutes of each other at the start of the second half, including Kane's second. And then Jordan Henderson made it 4-0.
Mason Mount with a corner kick, and it comes! Downward header! Downward header, and Jordan Henderson! Jordan Henderson has scored his first goal for his country as England are running riot, and that will mean so much for Jordan Henderson.
England will face Denmark in the semi-final at Wembley on Wednesday. The England manager Gareth Southgate said the achievement was only just sinking in, and he was delighted to have given fans something to cheer about.
I know what will be happening at home, and that's great. You know, it's lovely to send everybody on a Saturday night, beer in hand, in the air, wherever it is. And they should enjoy it. It's been a long year for everybody, and I'm chuffed that the 2 performances we've put on have brought so much enjoyment and happiness to people.
100 major UK retailers, including Tesco, Boots and Primark, have signed a letter to the Prime Minister calling for shop workers to be better protected against violence. They say the number of abusive incidents rose during the pandemic. Officials in the US state of Florida are bringing forward plans to demolish the remains of a building that collapsed just over a week ago, killing at least 24 people. It's feared an approaching storm could destabilise what remains of the structure. 121 people are still missing. David Willis reports.
Officials fear winds of up to 70 miles an hour could bring what remains of the 12-storey building crashing to the ground. Tropical storm Elsa is expected to hit the Florida peninsula either late tomorrow or early next week. So the decision has been taken to bring forward the demolition effort, which will involve boring into the structure of the building in order to install explosives, to tomorrow. Once complete, remnants of the building will be removed, giving the search and rescue teams direct access to parts of the garage area that have been the focus of the search.
The chairman of the supermarket chain Morrison's has said he believes the company will continue to prosper after agreeing a takeover deal worth £6.3 billion. The shop workers union Usdaw says it's seeking assurances that staff will be protected. And the weather forecast, heavy thundery showers will gradually clear during the night. Tomorrow will start cloudy with showers in the south. Then thunderstorms and heavy showers will develop in many areas later in the day. BBC News, it's 3 minutes past midnight.